It is week 2 of the COP26 climate summit as negotiations continue in an attempt to hold. You are watching Sky News Climate Live at COP26. Today's top stories. The race is on. The COP president says pledges must be delivered on as the summit goes into its second week. The former US President Barack Obama will bring the star power here on a day focusing on adaptation, loss and damage. And the UK government pledges £290 million to support countries dealing with the impact of climate change. And we're in the Isles of Scilly, where the land could become uninhabitable without urgent action.
The majority of the population lives here in Hewtown, but it's also one of the most vulnerable parts of the Isles.
A very good morning to you. Now the pressure is on here in Glasgow with less than a week to go until these all-important negotiations wrap up, and the COP president, Alok Sharma, has insisted that those pledges are delivered to meet the goal of halting global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius. And today, the focus switches to the nations that are already being severely affected by climate change, with rising sea levels and droughts making lands uninhabitable. Over the next week, Sky News Climate Live is your dedicated channel for all climate news and the live events that are taking place here at the summit in Glasgow. Coming up at 9:15, we're going to bring you the first event, Hearing from the Frontline. But first, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, Secretary of State for International Trade, also the UK's international champion on adaptation and resilience for COP26, spoke to Sky News this morning about that pledge to help island nations.
We're going to be announcing an extra £290 million to support the least developed countries and small island states to help tackle the urgent challenges that they need to be resilient and to adapt to the climate shocks that are coming now. Even if we fix the CO2 emissions challenge today, we would see the heightened climate impacts continuing to affect those most vulnerable countries for up to 100 years to come. So adaptation to the changing climate in their own locally led communities is critical, and this is something we're going to be discussing in depth today and hearing from voices across the world about how they're adapting and how they're becoming more resilient to the day-to-day challenges of these climate shocks.
Now, Australia has said that it will sell coal for decades into the future. That's after refusing to sign up to a deal pledging to phase out fossil fuels at COP26 in Glasgow. Well, our Southeast Asia correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, is in Sydney for us. Siobhan, it appears there's a lot of public support for policies that address climate change in Australia, but it feels very much like the government just doesn't want to show up.
Well, there's been a lot of pressure on the Australian government coming into COP26. It was just days before the conference kicked off that they finally managed to announce a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. Then last week, in the first week of the conference, we saw that they failed to sign up to the methane cut pledge. They failed to sign up to the list of countries and organisations which have pledged to phase out coal power. And today, the Resources Minister has said very clearly in an interview that they will not be closing coal mines and they will not be closing coal-powered fire stations. Now, he was speaking to ABC, the broadcaster here in Australia, and he said that there's still a huge demand for coal around the world. They said that they expected that increasing demand to continue till at least 2030, and in his words, if they want it, we will sell it. And he said that if Australia wasn't selling the coal, which he claims is some of the highest quality in the world, then other countries would step into the breach. He also doubled down, saying that they would meet the commitments that they've made for 2050, but in his words, they wouldn't destroy the economy trying to meet those commitments earlier, and that 300,000 people around the country rely on coal. Now, we've seen a very similar message coming from the coal communities that we've been visiting over the last week, saying that they shouldn't be cutting coal mines now, that people need the money, that it's well-paid jobs, that there's still demand, that if Australia steps back, then someone else will just step into the breach. But the big problem is that even though Australia isn't a big global emitter, emits around 1.3% of global emissions, it's a massive exporter of coal. It's the second biggest exporter of coal in the world. So in that sense, climate campaigners say it's essentially like a world dealer of the dirtiest fossil fuel in the world. So how is the rest of the world meant to step up and meet emissions if Australia won't step up and cut coal?
And Siobhan, cities in Australia, like around the world, we have seen people taking to the streets, haven't we, to demonstrate for their government to be doing more.
Yes, that's right. And there's a real division between different communities. So, for example, over the weekend, we saw campaigners in Sydney and Melbourne taking to the streets saying they wanted immediate action on climate change. And then when we're in communities that rely on coal, they're saying, no, the government's doing the right thing. And then we spoke to some farmers who believe that they're being hit by drought, by that more needs to be done on climate change from their point of view. So it's a very divided nation here. I think the other thing to really bear in mind is that Australia is heading towards an election cycle, and if the reports are to be believed, then it took a lot of wrangling from the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, to even get some of the more conservative elements within his party to back that net zero pledge for 2050. So it seems that they're stepping more carefully as they head towards that election year.
All right, Siobhan, thank you. Now, with ministers arriving for the political stage of negotiations here at COP26, we've been to an area of the UK which could become uninhabitable if action isn't taken to tackle climate change. Our West of England correspondent Dan Whitehead reports now from the Isles of Scilly.
28 miles off the tip of Cornwall, a climate emergency is unfolding. Less than 1,000 years ago, the Isles of Scilly was a single landmass. Now it's 140 islands and 2,000 residents are battling the impact of rising sea levels and intense storms.
This is the main defence of our water supply, which is just the other side of this bank.
Protecting the island's water from sea contamination is just one of the plans to ensure that future generations can still live here.
What's the worst case scenario for the people of the Isles of Scilly?
Well, evacuation, basically, because we wouldn't be able to live here. I'm not talking about the next 10 years, 20 or even 100 years, but it could eventually lead to evacuation.
The council says it must robustly defend the islands and is spending millions on protecting its coastline, homes and businesses.
The majority of the population lives here in Hughtown, but it's also one of the most vulnerable parts of the Isles. At its narrowest, it's around 130 metres wide, sandwiched between two beaches. Climate change is literally squeezing and eroding this community.
20 minutes by boat and we arrive at St Agnes, population 80. Farmers Aidan and Grace rear cattle, but also grow crops for oils and gin.
So normally we'd be harvesting these plants and they'd be up like this.
Intense dry spells are making business difficult.
Summers like this summer have made us have to rethink completely, and we're having to look at investing in permanent irrigation systems now to see us through. It's just happening too often for us to risk year on year the crops failing.
But climate change isn't just impacting those on land. The Wildlife Trust says in 2017 nearly all seal pups died after being swept out to sea too soon by a series of ferocious storms.
This is the main entrance to the school.
15-year-old Will Schwartz is a climate champion at the island's only school. He's passionate and fearful about the future of the Scillies.
It definitely worries me. The future generations won't be able to have the same experiences over here than I did, than my generation did, which is a little bit sad, and it's a bit worrying because we might already be too late.
This island community is taking action now, knowing climate change is posing an urgent threat to its very way of life. Dan Whitehead, Sky News, on the Isles of Scilly.
Well, of course, climate change doesn't just go on pause while the delegates are discussing what measures will mitigate it. And we are keeping a constant look at those key numbers for Great Britain here with our data dashboard. Well, this shows you the level of global warming since industrialisation in 1880. Remember that goal of 1.5 degrees. Well, look, already at 1.23, and that number keeps moving up. You can see while I'm talking to you here. This, very interesting, this gives us a snapshot of what our current real-time power mix is. This is to generate electricity, and we can see, and then it's worth noting that those numbers do bounce around. The shift between renewables and fossil fuels does change according to the time of day and the time of year, getting about just under 53% coming from gas. This number, coal here, that tends to bump around somewhere between 0, 1 or 2%. That's higher today. We're not entirely sure why that is yet. We've got to call into National Grid to find out why. This here, the proportion coming from renewables, a lot of that wind and solar, and low carbon energy generation as well coming from nuclear. So that gives you a sense of where we are at as we're speaking to you now here in terms of our electricity generation. Now, the UN estimates that methane gas has accounted for 30% of global warming since the Industrial Revolution. The oil and gas industry are well known to be big and unregulated emitters of methane, with the cattle industry too often criticised. But another key emitter of the potent gas is our own rubbish. Well, Mark Stone reports now from Texas, where they are trying new ways to capture the methane from the mountains of refuse that we produce.
We all contribute to landfill, but up close there is something overwhelming about a place like this. And in consumer-obsessed America, the scale is quite something. So too, the lack of effective recycling. Just look at the plastic and the cardboard here. Space is cleared for more and more because the average American produces nearly a ton of rubbish every year. That's 3 times as much as the average Briton. We are seemingly unstoppable generators of waste, which is why management is so vital.
So this is the most interesting work I've ever done.
Zachary Peterson manages this vast landfill outside Houston, America's 4th largest city. And he's proud of a process that, despite flaws caused by consumer culture and poor regulation, is, he says, sustainable.
My passion for landfills is I can affect change, and it affects, our community. It affects, being a good neighbor. It affects the environment. I'm directly affecting the world my daughter's going to grow up in by doing proper landfilling.
Under this pasture is tons of waste. Among the huge challenges of landfill is methane. Without effective management, methane seeps out of the earth as the waste decomposes. And it is a greenhouse gas that short-term warms our planet faster than any other. In America alone, landfill accounts for nearly 20% of human-caused methane emissions. But here, a solution.
We've watched the trucks coming in through the morning, tons and tons of waste, flattened and compacted on top of a plastic shell that already lines the landfill site. Eventually, that shell will be sealed, the waste within it will decompose, and from that, the methane can then be extracted.
These stumps are the methane wells dotted across the landscape. They are the heart of the operation, and they are the success story.
The example I like to use being, if you imagine a milkshake, you have a straw in the milkshake's your landfill, the straw is the extraction well. You exert the vacuum using your mouth, or in our case, a blower system, and the content is removed at some point.
On the edge of the site, the gas, which would otherwise seep out of the earth, is piped into a refinery, cleaned, and then sold on to power cars and heat homes. This methane capture is a technology used increasingly around the developed world, yet beyond it is literally an ever-growing challenge. And while this may be a success of sorts, The troubling fact is that even here, so much of this will never decompose. Mark Stone, Sky News in Texas.
Well, adaptation, loss and damage are today's themes here at COP26, and adaptation is vitally important for many countries, not least the Republic of Armenia. It's a country on the front line of the climate crisis, and its government is working. It is here negotiating for ways to improve what is going on there in the country. Well, joining me now in the studio is Hirupet Hakobian from the Environment Ministry of the Republic of Armenia. Really good to see you this morning. Now, your country is very low down in the rankings in terms of world emitters. I think you contribute something like 0.01% of global emissions, and yet you are at the front line of what is happening with climate. So just talk to us about how climate is impacting the country.
You're absolutely right. We are suffering from climate change. So if you take a look at the global warming, it's already, 1 degree Celsius global temperature increase worldwide. But Armenia itself has already registered 1.3 Celsius degree increase. So you can see there is more effect of climate change in Armenia, and our agriculture, our water resources, our health sector are suffering a lot from climate change. And in that sense, we need to adapt to climate change. Otherwise, our economy will be more vulnerable to the consequences of climate change. And our government has already made commitment under the Paris Agreement. It submitted, as many other parties under the Paris Agreement, its INDC. But recently, we updated our NDC, and it set up an ambitious target by 2030. 2030, and it said 40% reduction compared to 1990. So in that sense, we need climate finance to direct it to mitigate our greenhouse gas emissions.
We'll come on to the financing side, because of course it's key, isn't it, to all of this. But just to give us a bit more of a picture of what's going on in Armenia, I've had a look at your power mix, and you're doing quite well already on the renewable side of things. I think what's something like 30% more coming from renewable energy. Talk to us about how the country has made that shift.
That's right. So our energy mix is composed mostly from nuclear power plant. It is responsible for 1/3 of our whole energy mix, and the rest of 1/3 is coming from hydro energy, which you mentioned as renewable energy, and also thermal power plants. But our government also made a strategy in energy sector, and we are looking forward to also increase the share of solar panels in Armenia, because it has all the potential to increase solar station capacity in the country. We already registered like 2% from solar, but our strategy in energy sector expects to set about 15% of total energy mix in 2030 coming from solar panel. Then this is how we see to meet our updated NDC target, and this is how we see to contribute to the global efforts to meet Paris Agreement's target.
So you know exactly what you'd be doing with the money and where it would need to be invested. But it's worth pointing out, isn't it, and we shouldn't forget, that your country has not only had to deal with ongoing climate pressures, you've had the pandemic, and you've also had the ongoing conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh.
Yes.
And how has that impacted the situation on the ground?
Despite the fact that we are suffering from double crisis, as you rightly mentioned about the war, conflict, and pandemic, the government prioritized climate change in its agenda, because this pandemic, not only for Armenia, but for the rest of the countries in the world, showed that we need that sustainable development approach when it comes to mitigate impacts on our planet, specifically onto the environment and economies. So we need to ensure green recoveries. That's why we are working hardly and fruitfully with our partners like international donor community and through bilateral channels with the countries like Germany. this is how we see, and green recovery and climate resilient development are the most prioritized approaches of our government when it comes to deal with the consequences of climate change.
Your president is here. There are many calls for developed countries to really make good their pledge of that $100 billion a year for developing countries. Is Armenia at the table for that? Because there's been a lot of focus about getting the money to global south countries. Do you feel sometimes that Armenia perhaps gets a bit forgotten?
I would not say that we feel that we are sometimes forgotten, but I think it's not only about Armenia, it's also about other developing countries, non-Annex 1 countries mostly under the UNFCCC. So we suffer a lot from to be honest with you, from bureaucracy. But we are running out of time already. We need to make this climate finance mobilized as soon as possible to meet that 100 billion at least, target set under the Paris Accord. Otherwise, we are running out of time, and we need that money not only just like to have money and make investment. This money is needed for capacity building, for technology transfer, and to educate and enhance capacity of our specialists and institutions that they become capable enough to deliver our ambitious climate agendas.
Financing, though, is always a challenge, isn't it, for countries that have not a great sovereign credit rating, which Armenia doesn't. I think you're classified as high credit risk, and that makes tapping up financing from the capital markets very expensive.
That's right. You're making a really good point. But on the other hand, we are very transparent with our debtors, and we also working closely with our key debtors on climate debt swap mechanism. As you mentioned, the President was here. He also raised this topic in his statement by saying that we are eager to work with countries like France, Japan, United States, Russia, Germany, to bilaterally think how we can channel this money that we debt to them to direct them to address impacts of climate change and mitigate climate change.
And final question to you: what is your view of what has been achieved so far at COP26? Do you think it's been a good conference, or are you disappointed?
Because it's not my first COP, it's already my fourth. I didn't have I had much expectation in the previous COPs, but this one I was more realistic. But
you've learned the hard way.
Yeah, exactly. But to be honest with you, I think the first week was not bad, at least I can say. And although unfortunately regarding the Article 6 of the Paris Accord, carbon market, we could have more procedures and mechanisms settled during the first week's negotiations, but I hope that in the second week we will have more, positive outcomes. And this Article 6 issue is very important also, as we already discussed, about mobilizing enough climate finance, and this is very important for developing countries themselves.
All right. Well, perhaps you'll come back and see us again when we get further through the week to let us know how that has gone for Armenia. Thank you very much for coming in to talk to us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Coming up on Sky News Climate Live, today is all about adaptation and loss, and we're going to be bringing you all of the sessions taking place today here in Glasgow at COP26. Stay with us. A very warm welcome back to Sky News Climate Live. We are, of course, bringing you uninterrupted coverage for 2 weeks of all of the sessions, all of the twists and turns, the highs and the lows of this UN climate conference taking place here in Glasgow. Now, agriculture has a big impact on climate change. Land is cleared to grow crops, greenhouse gas emissions are produced by livestock, and fertilizers can also pollute water supplies. But it is possible for farmers to move towards a more sustainable system that protects the environment. Well, we can bring in our guest, I was going to say our first guest of the day, but we did swap you round. Jyoti Fernandez, co-founder of the Land Workers Alliance. Very good morning to you, Jyoti. What are you looking for today?
Well, I'd like to see a real focus on farmers being able to adapt, to be able to deal with the tremendous variations in climate that are going on because of climate change. You know, we must see a reduction in emissions because we won't be able to produce food for the planet as farmers. I'm a farmer myself. Unless
what kind of farming do you do?
I have a mixed farm. We've got livestock, we've got cows and sheep, but we've also got loads of vegetables, arable crops, and loads and loads of fruit. You can do cider and apple juice in Dorset.
Okay, and in terms of the impact that climate change has already had on the way you do business, just give us a flavour of that.
Well, every year we see the climate really changing in terms of variability. So sometimes we see it staying warmer for much longer than it should, then we get loads of rain, and then we get loads of drought. Farmers all over the world are really at the front line of this climate crisis, and we're noticing that so much is changing that we can't predict the weather patterns in the same way that we would. So we've got to have maximum diversity in our farming systems in order to be able to deal with that, and that's all about adaptation.
And in terms of the adaptations that you've already had to implement, is that something where you had to really scramble and think we need to radically change this overnight, or have you been making gradual changes?
Well, the farmers that I represent are small-scale farmers around the world, people using traditional knowledge systems, systems like agroecology, organic farming, you know, indigenous knowledge systems that have always used for centuries knowledge of the land and how it works, knowledge of the natural environment around them, use many, many biodiverse agricultural crops and livestock. And those are systems that have always worked with nature. And so we're building on those to build our adaptation and our resilience, because you know, we know how to adapt crop varieties. From every year, you can look at what, you know, takes place on your farm, and you can change those varieties so that they adapt even further and become more resilient and more robust. And we have diverse farming systems, which means we have so many different things going on that on a bad year, something will still work, and on a good year, other things will do. Yeah, we don't have all our eggs in one basket. And we believe that that's true adaptation. The problem here is that at this conference, there's a lot of big agribusinesses, industrialized farming systems, corporations that are talking about adaptation, and they have a very, very different message. They're saying industrialized farming, robotics, vertical farms, genetically modified seeds. They say those are the keys to adaptation, and we feel that's a very false message. In fact, those sorts of farming systems are the ones that have driven the climate crisis. Those are the ones that have caused all the emissions, caused the soya to be replacing our beautiful rainforests. You know, those are the ones that we actually need to not be making stronger. But here they're saying, oh, we're the solution, where we really know that we've got solutions in our hands, and you've just got to listen to the small-scale farmers that have been doing this for a while.
Those businesses, Jyoti, and you'll know this more than anybody, have a louder voice, don't they, because of their size?
Yes, they do, and the money involved in it. You know, when you produce genetically modified seeds, you sell those to farmers, and you make money off of it, and those companies have a lot of vested interest in the money they can make from agriculture. And so they have a louder voice because they can get the advertising space, they have more of a direct line to government. And a lot of times, you know, the voices of small-scale farmers are some of the most marginalized on the planet, despite the fact that it's almost half the population of the planet.
What do you think of the way that they frame the narrative? You're sort of hinting at it there, but, you know, the whole net zero narrative, how is that different coming through their voice than from yours?
Yeah, from agribusiness. Well, there's a scenario that we call land sharing versus land sparing. And what intensive agriculture says, what the story they try to say about, you know, how they feed the world, is that we're going to produce a lot of crops with very, very high yields, with loads of inputs, you know, lots of chemical fertilizers and herbicides, so that we can get maximum yields. And if we do that, then we can produce all the food we need on less land, and you can have loads of room left for forests and for wildlife. That's the story they say. That's been shown not to be true, because really when farmers invest in all this technology to make their farms very big, that intensive agriculture, there's no actual limit on how much they can produce, so they actually just produce more. And you know, and we have more and more soya, more food that's being produced that's going into the food waste, you know, part of our food system, which is a very sad thing that's happened with globalized agriculture and industrialized food systems. We talk about land sharing, and it's something we've done for a very long time and we're very good at, which is having nature across our farms, sharing with the forest, sharing with the trees, sharing with the creatures, and making sure we provide wildlife habitat on our farms. We sequester carbon in the soil, we sequester carbon in all the, you know, biodiversity that we have on the farms, and so we don't need to set aside room for nature. Nature is in the farms, it's in our food production systems, it's there feeding us.
As part of that, a lot of the big business that are here, whatever sector they're in, it's not just agriculture, but they have these massive global supply chains, don't they?
Yeah.
Has there been enough focus on moving away from that and just having everything a little bit more local?
Not enough at all. You know, there's still this story that we can trade our way out of this. And, you know, we see the governments all over the world pursuing free trade agreements constantly, UK government included. And, you know, as a UK farmer, these trade agreements directly undermine my livelihood if I'm trying to do the right thing and farm in an environmentally friendly way, because you're in direct competition with factory farms in other parts of the world that have to ship, you know, with planes and refrigerated, you know, trucks and all these things. Yeah, and bringing livestock over borders. You know, these crazy systems, that is a huge contributor to climate change, whereas local food, localized food systems are a real solution. Not only do you get to know the farmer and get involved, you also, you know, reduce food miles, and you're supporting these biodiverse systems where you're not just producing monocultures, you know, all the time. And those monocultures are really flawed in how they are for the environment. The supermarket chains as well have a lot to answer for in terms of all the refrigeration, all the packaging, all the miles that food is shipped all over the place. Really, the solution is local, and we've got to think about that and stop thinking the industrialized, globalized food system is going to feed us all.
Consumers have shifted, though, haven't they? I think consumers care a lot more now about the provenance of what they're putting on their table, and it also appears that people are getting that whole price trade-off as well. Is that how it's felt to you? People are happy to pay more for good quality food that's not damaging the planet?
Yeah, I think people are, and it's really, really important to do that. But also there needs to be some centralized planning about where our food system is going. It can't just be all about consumer choice, because there's some people who can't afford to buy the very best, you know, pasture-fed meat, or, you know, try and, you know, get loads of organic vegetables. Not everybody can afford that, but there's right to food that's out there. There's the planet we need to think about. You know, we need to think about the climate. Government actually needs to think very strategically about where we're going with our food system and make plans for local food supply, make plans to support farmers properly for doing a good job for what they're doing, and make sure everybody can access affordable, good, healthy, local food.
All right, Jyoti, really interesting to talk to you. I hope you get what you want out of this conference. We're going to take you now to our first event, which is getting underway here in Glasgow. We're hearing from the Frontline. Let's have a listen in.
Of the Pacific to resuscitate lost cultures. Droughts in Hela province, in my country, a land rooted in culture that people cannot resettle there because the bodies of our people lay there. Maximized magnitudes of natural disasters from across the Pacific. Lives and homes lost, all adding to 26.4 million affected in 2008. These numbers have grown, and I cannot bear to say it. Help from the EU, the UN, superpowers of the world, supporting tiny island states such as mine. How can this land truly change when we fight constant battles? This generation of fire, full of ideas, yet not given space or time to share. We will inherit the future, but don't have a say. Give me a seat, or give me a corner of the room. I do not mind standing. A space is more than enough to start, to make decisions, to help policies get to the finish line so that we can adapt well. Let us use the knowledge of our forefathers, our ancestors, our tumbunas, to revive the oceans, the seas, and the rainforests. Let us use local solutions to address the global problems, ones that affects us greatly. Give this generation of fire the space. Remove the timelines. My people are the solution. This is our land. We understand the ocean, and we have the connections. Let us work together, not away from each other, but together. Let our story be told of a battle won and not lost. Stop me from drowning. Trust us to lead our solutions locally and act now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fenzela. And that was a really incredible story from the climate justice perspective. What we've seen of a rich ecosystem and the destruction that is happening, and the need to bring people in the spaces for procedural justice and recognition of what they know. That's really, really excellent. And so Fenzela, in addition to being a spoken word artist, she's also a consultant of the Women Make the Change project with UNDP in New Papua Guinea. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Fenzela, really. It was really touching for me, at least. So it's a pleasure to welcome you here in Glasgow to the first event of the UK Presidency Adaptation, Loss and Damage Day, hearing from the front lines. I'm Tracy Kajumba. I work as a principal researcher with the International Institute for Environment and Development in the Climate Change Group. And in this session, we will see videos from Kenya, India, and Chile, highlighting the work of local leaders in their communities and the organizational mechanisms that they are using to address grassroots leadership for adaptation. We will take each video in turn, followed by questions, including from our co-hosts and from the audience, and we'll have time to ask more questions at the end. So without further ado, I want to introduce my co-hosts. It's a pleasure to be joined by the Secretary of State, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, as the UK's International Adaptation and Resilience Champion for COP26. So over to you. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. I should be much more grown up. It's just wonderful to be kicking off the first COP26 presidency event of Adaptation, Loss and Damage Day, something that is very important to me personally. So thank you to our panellists and everyone else who's going to be joining us here for this discussion. Shortly I'll hand over to my co-chair, Emily, to introduce herself, but she's having the joys of security to get here, so we hope to see her very soon. But first of all, I'd like to provide a few remarks to set the context for what I know is going to be a really valuable and insightful session. As the UK's international champion for adaptation and resilience for the COP26 presidency, I've had the privilege of speaking to people across the world over the last year who are dealing with the impacts of climate change on the front line. Disasters and extreme weather events devastating lives and communities right now. But what has struck me time and again is the enterprise, the ingenuity and the ideas that people have to deal with these impacts. So why should we focus on local action? It's the right thing to do, and it's also the most effective way to see the change that we know is needed. Adaptation with or by local communities rather than to them helps us all learn how to ensure a more equitable future that is climate resilient for everyone. So that's why the UK is using its COP26 presidency to prioritise locally led adaptation. This January, at the Global Commission on Adaptation's Climate Adaptation Summit, the UK endorsed the principles for locally led adaptation. These principles provide a framework for how adaptation can be delivered more effectively. We are urging all countries, and particularly donors, to follow suit. Over the last few months, in partnership with the UN High-Level Champions team and regional partners, we have held a series of dialogues looking at successful examples of adaptation around the world. That means peer-to-peer capacity building, devolved decision-making, support for Indigenous-led action, and the promotion of innovative practices. Of course, we need to underpin this approach with finance, which is why it is crucial to get it to those who need it most. The COP26 Presidency, with Fiji and other partners, launched the Task Force on Access to Climate Finance to align support behind national climate plans and to improve local level access to financial flows. And at this critical time, we know that more needs to be done to ensure that the people at the forefront of climate change have the tools and the support that are needed to allow them to take further action. Because too little support is reaching the local level, and that local level is often thought of last. So our responsibility is to put the last first. Today, we will hear from people representing communities across the world about their experiences of climate change, how their communities are working together to cope with those impacts, and what the barriers are to taking further action. This event is about their ideas, their change, and our support. So thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. And next, I will invite our second co-host, Emily Bohobo-Dombaksi-Dola. Emily is a facilitator of the Adaptation Working Group of the Official Youth Constituents of the UNFCCC, and also works as a storytelling program director at Youth for Nature. Over to you, Emily. You're very welcome.
Hi all, good morning, and apologies for coming late. I guess late is better than never. I think that kind of also applies to like what we are doing here today with adaptation, because as probably we have all heard for a few days now, finance is not reaching enough, adaptation is not going far enough in terms of planning and support for the less developing countries. So let's apply this idea of like better late than never to what we are doing today, particularly to celebrate the goal of adaptation. And I'm really excited to be here today as a young person, but also as someone who works collecting stories of young people living and work on the ground. And that includes stories of adaptation, stories of loss and damage, and stories of resilience. So you can imagine how sometimes you get some really impactful stories about work going on the ground, which can be really inspiring and motivating to see that, you know, young people are really in this fight and giving it all. But at the same time, you also get those stories that are like more poignant and sometimes like more critical, and on the negative side about so many impacts happening already, but young people don't have like enough support or resources to scale up their projects, as well as other local community groups, which is why I was really excited to be able to be here today for this event, because it's the first event of the day, and it is about frontline communities. And I found that really good because it's a good way to frame how this whole goal on adaptation and the whole day on adaptation should be, which should always be with focus on frontline communities first and on supporting local communities on the ground, both through international mechanisms as well as through like national governments. So yeah, I'm hoping to be here and hear more of these amazing case studies we have from on the ground. And the last thing is, I saw that all of you heard a poem before, and I want to reiterate that storytelling can be a really powerful way to like communicate stories, but also to communicate like messages and action that needs to happen. So I hope that the words you heard today, and that you might hear from the rest of the day, really stick with you, and you go back to your institutions, to your governments, to your countries, to really be able to like help level up the goal on adaptation, and to really be able to also level up all the finance we need for like loss and damage.
It's very exciting to see the presidency really focusing on frontline voices and different mechanisms, as Emily is elaborating, storytelling and all the knowledge that is resident there. So in this session now, we're going to have 3 speakers. We'll have 2, there were supposed to be 3. I want at this moment to welcome Dr. Wilbur Ochitilo, Governor of Vihiga County in Kenya. and Nasim Sheikh, joining us virtually from India. Nasim is Associate Director of Swayam Shikshan Prayoga, an organization which promotes inclusive, sustainable community development through women's empowerment. Our other speaker is not available, but we are going to watch the video as well. She's Executive Director for Tebteba, an Indigenous organization focusing on research, education, policy advocacy. So I welcome you all onto the stage at this moment. Governor, we will turn to you shortly, but we want to show the video first from Kenya. And thank you all to our speakers and organizers for providing this. So please come on stage. So the video, please. You can join the stage.
Ukiona hii jamii ni jamii ya wafugaji. So kuna wakati huku kunakuwa na kiangazi na watu wanahama, wanaume wanahama na mifugo. So wakihama wanahama, alafu yule ambaye anabaki nyumbani ni mama na watoto na elderly, wale ambao ni wazee. So wakihama huwa wanaenda miezi mingi sana, si ati wanaenda kwa muda kidogo alafu wanarudi. Na wakiwa kule hakuna communication, hakuna nini. Na ujua amehama kwa sababu hakuna chakula. So huyu ambaye ameachwa hapa nyumbani ambaye ni mama na watoto huwa anakosa chakula, huwa anakosa maji. So unapata kwamba anasunguka, anaenda mbali kutafuta maji, anaenda mbali kutafuta chakula, na hata hiyo chakula pengine haipatikani.
Adaptation is the key, because in any case climate change now is with us and it's not going to go away. We are going to stay with it for many years to come. So we must adapt to its vagaries and how we can live with it. Therefore, as Council of Governors, we have resolved that we have to mainstream climate change, challenges, and opportunities in all our sectors of the economy. And as a result of that, we resolved that the county governments must enact policy and legal frameworks to be able to govern the mainstreaming of climate change in all our sectors of the economy. We will allow 1 to 3% of our budget to be allocated or set aside for climate change activities. 5 counties have already enacted this law and is operational. And I'm happy to know that my county, Vihiga County, is one of the counties that has enacted this act and is become operational. The wards will have to come up with the project proposals, real fundable project proposals. And then these proposals will be evaluated independently using clearly laid down guidelines. And from there, once they are approved, the ward climate change committees will have to access to that money and be able to execute their projects. So this is a project, this is a program that is going to go direct to the village, to the people. This is the best way to mainstream climate change to the local people, because it is the local people that are suffering the brunt of climate change.
Kutoka tujenge hii ya kwanza ilikuwa tuna maji kidogo, lakini saa hii maji imekuwa at least, na tunatarajia ikiwekwa piping itafikia kila mmoja. Saa hii imefikia wengi. Tumelima shamba tuseme kubwa, tumelima vitu kadhaa zikatusaidia. Maji ni mingi saa hii, by the way. Jua hata saa hii ukiona iko. Na imagine kuna jua. Hiyo wakati mwingine ilikuwa ikifika saa 6, maji tayari imechukuliwa na jua imeisha. Juu inaenda chini na maji yenyewe ni kidogo. Lakini saa hii venye mlijenga hii
hii mradi leta hii mradi sasa hii maji ni mzuri, ni mingi na tumeshukuru na tuna furaha. Tuliketi chini tukaona kuna moja tulijenga huko juu chaka. Sasa kwangu huko juu. Sasa tukaona juu watu wa juu wamepata mradi. Sasa tukajali watu wa hapa chini. Ndio tu balance. Wajuu wakifaidika katikati. Sasa hata tunaomba mkitupatia ingine tutateremka kidogo, wa chini wafaidike.
Thank you. Lots of transformation I see there. From the first picture of pastoralists drawing water from the ground, they are now able to irrigate and have lots of water. So I think that's the change that people want to see. So thank you very much, Governor, and for joining us here today and hearing about the the County Climate Change Fund and what it is doing to enable change at the local level. So at this moment, I'll ask the Secretary of State if you have any follow-up questions for the Governor in terms of what he has presented. Thank you.
Yeah. In the video, climate change is going to be with us and with those communities for many years to come, so that mainstreaming of climate change across all sectors is now the priority. How has the County Climate Change Fund really worked, drawing in experts from different sectors to help really get that down to the local level?
Thank you. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this meeting. It's a very good opportunity for me to attend on behalf of the Council of Governors who have given me the opportunity to come and represent them. I would like to say that in Kenya, we have two forms of government, the national government and the county governments. We have one national government and 47 county governments. We work independently, but we are interdependent. And therefore, we as Council of Governors, we have realized that climate change is a challenge that is going to remain with us for many years. Mm-hmm. And we found out that it was going to be exceedingly difficult for us to continue waiting for funding from the national government and development partners. So we made a resolution that we must put climate change as part of our budgeting process. So what we agreed is that we come up with the legislation and policy on how to establish county government climate change policies and laws. And that's what we have done. So far, 32 counties have enacted both the policy and the law. And within those legal instruments, we have established county climate change fund. And this allows each of the counties to set funds aside to fund climate change activities at the local level. And in our case, our local level is a ward. And that's where all the activities are to take place. So I would like to say that in the last 2 years, we have seen a significant development and improvement in the establishment of the county climate change funds. And so far, I would say up to about 30 counties are already operationalized the funds.
Thank you, Governor. We have 1 minute for this. So, yeah, we can hear the second question and then move on.
Thank you. I think it's really exciting to hear that you're leading from the front and using that. Interestingly, in the video, you show, of course, how women are included in your prioritisation and indeed helping to design the projects. How are you working with other marginalised groups as well in Vihiga County to make sure that their voice and their skills are made best use of?
Yes, within the legal framework of our County Government Act and policy, we have created various institutions. Mm-hmm. We have the County Climate Change committee, and then we have the county, the ward, community development committees to mainstream climate change. So I would like to say that we work with various stakeholders, even the civil societies, we work together. We have brought them in these legal structures so that we can bring everybody on board. So I would like to say that apart from the counties having their own funding mechanism, we, through project proposal writing and so on, we are receiving support from various civil societies and other stakeholders to ensure that climate change is mainstreamed in all our sectors of the economy. And currently, the main key area of focus is on capacity building and creating awareness among the people on the importance of climate change and how they should take it very serious.
Thank you very much, Governor. We will now move from Kenya to India. And Nasim is not with us, but we'll watch the video. And after that, we'll open up to the audience for questions to Nasim. So as you watch, please watch what you want to ask for. Yeah, thanks.
My name is Nasim. I'm working with Swayam Shikshan Pirog as a associate program director. Since last 30 years, we are working across 7 states of India, which are disaster prone and climate affected regions. We reached 500,000 women in last 30 years. 2009, we realized after the severe drought in our Marathwada region, we realized women are struggling for food and livelihood security because their man farmers are giving more priority to the cash crops, and women are not having any say in the agriculture planning or decision making. So we evolved a model called Women-led Climate Resilient Food and Livelihood Security with the help of Community Resilience Fund to do 5 things in a model. 1, women can recognize as a farmer in their family and in agriculture sector. 2nd, women should be involved in agriculture planning for food security and livelihood security by diversifying various food crops. 3rd, they should be evolve the agriculture for the land and water security by adopting organic agriculture, organic farming methods, as well as the water management technologies in their farm.
माझे नाव वैशाली बाळासाहेब घुगे, राहणार अंदूर, तालुका तुळजापूर, जिल्हा उस्मानाबाद. आणि मी गेली 14 वर्षांपासून स्वयं शिक्षण प्रयोग संस्थेसोबत जोडलेली आहे. लीडर म्हणून मी काम करते. आणि सेंद्रिय शेतीला सुरुवात मी 2012 पासून केली. पहिल्यांदा सुरुवातीला शेतीमध्ये सुरुवात करत असताना घरच्यांची परवानगी नव्हती. पण ज्यावेळेस पेरणी करायची वेळ आली तर त्यावेळेस मी जे सखी अन्न सुरक्षा मॉडेलचं प्रशिक्षण घेतलेलं होतं, तर त्या पद्धतीने मी माझ्या शेतामध्ये पेरणी केली. त्याचा फायदा मला असा झाला की जे अगोदर जे खाण्याच्या गोष्टी होत्या, डाळी होत्या, शेंगदाणे होते, भाजीपाला होता, तर ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी अगोदर बाहेरून विकत आणाव्या लागत होत्या. आणि त्याच्यामुळं खायला पेरणी केली आणि ते चांगल्या पद्धतीनं आलं, तर मग तेव्हापासून घरामध्ये खायला मुबलक गोष्टी मिळायला लागल्या आणि त्याच्यामुळे जो बाहेरून आणण्याचा जो खर्च होता तर तो खर्च वाचला. आणि त्याच्यामुळे मग शेती जो सुरुवातीला मला त्रास झाला, परंतु त्यांनी नंतर मला ठीक आहे आता म्हणजे तू करत आहेस तर आता तूच हे तुझ्या पद्धतीनं तू शेती कर असं म्हणून त्यांनी मला माझ्या हातामध्ये शेती दिली. आणि तेव्हापासून मग मी सखी अन्न सुरक्षा मॉडेल पद्धतीनं दरवर्षी माझ्या शेतीमध्ये मी पेरणी करते. त्याच्यामध्ये मी 24 प्रकारचे पिकांचा समावेश घेते दरवेळेस. त्याच्यामुळे म्हणजे बाजारात जायची वेळच येत नाही. त्याच्यामुळे घरी खायला चांगलं मिळायला लागलं आणि सगळ्यांचं आरोग्य पण त्याच्यामुळे चांगलं राहायला लागलं. जेव्हा गांडूळ खत निर्मितीचं प्रशिक्षण घेतलं तर मग माझ्या स्वतःच्या शेतामध्ये मी गांडूळ खताचा बेड लावला आणि त्याच्यातनं निघालेलं खत मी शेतीसाठी वापरलं. त्याच्यामुळे माझ्या शेतीची जमिनीची उत्पादन क्षमता वाढली. शेतीपूरक व्यवसाय पण मी पहिल्यांदा स्वतः सुरुवात केली. त्याच्यामध्ये माझा दुग्ध व्यवसाय, गांडूळ खत, त्याला जोडूनच पोल्ट्रीचा, त्याला जोडून डाळी बनवणे, अशा पद्धतीचे 6-7 प्रकारचे व्यवसाय मी हे केले, सुरू केले. शेतीमध्ये
Good morning. It is 10 o'clock. You are watching Sky News Climate Live. We are on the first day of the second week of the UN Climate Conference, COP26, taking place here in Glasgow. And today it is all about adaptation and loss. We are listening to the opening session taking place, hearing from some of the smaller nations and their realities living with climate change and the adaptations they have had to make in order to survive. Just listening in on this session now. I'll take you back.
डायरेक्टर आहे.
Saturday I was told she was not connected, but she's back now with us. Thank you so much. I think we see lots of lessons here of entrepreneurship, diversification. One woman having 6 to 7 businesses. Those are approaches to deal with the climate impacts, and it's really impressive. So we will take 2 questions from the audience. Each one of you has numbers, and you need to put on your microphone. And then we'll take 2 questions. Nasim, can you hear us? Hello, Nasim. You might need to unmute yourself. I hope she's not disconnected again. But we'll ask the questions, and I hope we'll be able to answer maybe from the team that is here. I'm not sure if Nasim is still connected. If anybody knows if she's still on or unmuted, I'm not able to see that. So I think we'll take the 2 questions now, because we want this to be participatory, to share reflection of what you've seen. If you want to ask a question, please put on your microphone. And so that should be the one. 116.
Hi, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So this is Lamia Mohsin from Bangladesh, and I'm speaking on behalf of the younger constituency. So my question to you is that I'm also...
Well, they seem to be having a little bit of difficulty there, getting some of their planned speakers up to talk to us all. So we're going to drop out of that for a moment. And just a reminder, we are on day 1 of week 2 here in Glasgow's the UN Climate Conference, of course, COP26. And the pressure is on here in Glasgow with less than a week to go until the negotiations wrap up. And the COP president, Alok Sharma, has insisted that pledges are delivered to meet that goal of halting global warming at 1.5 degrees. And today, the focus has switched to the nations that are already being severely affected by climate change, with rising sea levels and droughts making lands uninhabitable. We'll be hearing from some of those who have been most affected. Well, over the next week, Sky News Climate Live is your dedicated channel for all of the climate news and live events that are taking place here at the summit in Glasgow. But first, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, Secretary of State for International Trade, also chairing that session that we were dipping into there, and the UK's international champion on adaptation and resilience for COP26, spoke to Sky News this morning about that pledge to help the island nations.
We're going to be announcing an extra £290 million to support the least developed countries and small island states to help tackle the urgent challenges that they need to be resilient and to adapt to the climate shocks that are coming now. Even if we fix the CO2 emissions challenge today, we would see the heightened climate impacts continuing to affect those most vulnerable countries for up to 100 years to come. So adaptation to the changing climate in their own locally led communities is critical, and this is something we're going to be discussing in depth today and hearing from voices across the world about how they're adapting and how they're becoming more resilient to the day-to-day challenges of these climate shocks.
Well, Australia has said that it will continue to sell coal for decades into the future. That was after refusing to sign up to a deal pledging to phase out fossil fuels at COP26 in Glasgow.
Australia produces just 4% of the world's thermal coal. It's some of the world's highest quality, and that's why we'll continue to have markets for decades into the future. And if they're buying, Hamish, well, we are selling. Demand is increasing, prices are up, and we expect that increase in demand to continue out to around 2030. We don't expect countries will immediately go and close down their coal-fired generation, particularly where they're new, and in fact some are still under construction. And if we aren't filling that market, somebody else will. I'd much rather it be Australia's high-quality product.
Our Southeast Asia correspondent Siobhan Robbins has all the latest for you now from Sydney.
Well, there's been a lot of pressure on the Australian government coming into COP26. It was just days before the conference kicked off that they finally managed to announce a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. Then last week, in the first week of the conference, we saw that they failed to sign up to the methane cut pledge. They failed to sign up to the lists of countries and organisations which have pledged to phase out coal power. And today, the Resources Minister has said very clearly in an interview that they will not be closing coal mines and they will not be closing coal-powered fire stations. Now, he was speaking to ABC, the broadcaster here in Australia, and he said that there's still a huge demand for coal around the world. They said that they expected that increasing demand to continue till at least 2030. And in his words, if they want it, we will sell it. And he said that if Australia wasn't selling the coal, which he claims is some of the highest quality in the world, then other countries would step into the breach. He also doubled down, saying that they would meet the commitments that they've made for 2050, but in his words, they wouldn't destroy the economy trying to meet those commitments earlier, and that 300,000 people around the country rely on coal. Now, we've seen a very similar message coming from the coal communities that we've been visiting over the last week, saying that they shouldn't be cutting coal mines now, that people need the money, that it's well-paid jobs, that there's still demand, that if Australia steps back, then someone else will just step into the breach. But the big problem is that even though Australia isn't a big global emitter, it emits around 1.3% of global emissions, it's a massive exporter of coal. It's the second biggest exporter of coal in the world. So in that sense, climate campaigners say it's essentially like a world dealer of the dirtiest fossil fuel in the world. So how is the rest of the world meant to step up and meet emissions if Australia won't step up and cut coal?
Now, with ministers arriving for the political stage of negotiations here at COP26, we've been to an area of the UK which could become uninhabitable if action isn't taken to tackle climate change. Our West of England correspondent Dan Whitehead reports now from the Isles of Scilly.
28 miles off the tip of Cornwall, a climate emergency is unfolding. Less than 1,000 years ago, the Isles of Scilly was a single landmass. Now it's 140 islands and 2,000 residents are battling the impact of rising sea levels and intense storms.
This is the main defence of our water supply, which is just the other side of this bank.
Protecting the island's water from sea contamination is just one of the plans to ensure that future generations can still live here.
What's the worst case scenario for the people of the Isles of Scilly?
Well, evacuation, basically, because we wouldn't be able to live here. I'm not talking about the next 10 years, 20 or even 100 years, but it could eventually lead to evacuation.
The council says it must robustly defend the islands and is spending millions on protecting its coastline, homes and businesses.
The majority of the population lives here in Hewtown, but it's also one of the most vulnerable parts of the Isles. At its narrowest, it's around 130 metres wide, sandwiched between two beaches. Climate change is literally squeezing and eroding this community.
20 minutes by boat and we arrive at St Agnes, population 80. Farmers Aidan and Grace rear cattle, but also grow crops for oils and gin.
So normally we'd be harvesting these plants and they'd be up like this.
Intense dry spells are making business difficult.
Summers like this summer have made us have to rethink completely, and we're having to look at investing in permanent irrigation systems now to see us through. It's just happening too often for us to risk year on year the crops failing.
But climate change isn't just impacting those on land. The Wildlife Trust says in 2017 nearly all seal pups died after being swept out to sea too soon by a series of ferocious storms.
This is the main entrance to the school.
15-year-old Will Schwartz is a climate champion at the island's only school. He's passionate and fearful about the future of the Scillys.
It definitely worries me. The future generations won't be able to have the same experiences over here than I did, than my generation did, which is a little bit sad, and it's a bit worrying because we might already be too late.
This island community is taking action now, knowing climate change is posing an urgent threat to its very way of life. Dan Whitehead, Sky News, on the Isles of Scilly.
Well, we understand that some of those technical problems have sorted themselves out now, so we're going to take you back to that first opening event here on the first day of week 2, all about adaptation and loss. We'll be hearing from the front line, looking at the communities who are dealing with severe impacts of climate change already.
Siempre se va a estar conservándose. Y además hemos tenido muchos años guardado y no pierde su sabor nutritivo. Y sus vitaminas siempre vamos a estar guardando. Con este chuño siempre vamos a vivir bien. Parece que ya científicamente ya están, ¿cómo se llama? Ya están autorizadas para guardar o para consumo humano.
That was the Chile case study, thanks to Victoria and others who contributed for this to happen. So we've had 3 excellent examples of what could happen if people at the front line are supported and empowered. So we'd like to really go deep and understand and ask questions from what we've heard. We know that there are challenges in trying to drive action at the community level. People who are working at the front lines will have really experiences of what that means, what they're struggling with, all the action we are hearing about working at the front lines. Climate justice is about the daily struggles that everybody is going through. So we could now, we will take some questions from the audience to the panel, to the audience that is here, and have more discussion and dive deeper into what this means to support adaptation at the local level. So if you indicate on your microphone that you need to ask a question, then we'll come to you. Unfortunately, this discussion could go on and on. It's very interesting, but we don't have the time. So we have 5 minutes, but we could take 1 or 2 questions as well. Any burning question? 96.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Brilliant. My name's Gabby, and I'm here from the International Committee of the Red Cross. I've been really grateful to all the panelists, and thank you for your really interesting points. I'm concerned by the lack of inclusion of conflict-affected communities in conversations around adaptation, and I'm wondering if the panelists have any ideas about how we can improve and support adaptation measures for people living in conflict contexts, because it's harder for them to adapt, and these communities are among the most vulnerable to climate change, but the least able to adapt. Any ideas on how we can support these communities?
Thank you. I leave the panel to decide who is well-suited. Emily?
Hello, Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think that's also why often within my work in Youth for Nature, also within the work with other young people in Django, the official youth constituency, we often focus on having a holistic approach to adaptation. That means that we have to consider the context where adaptation as action is meant to be set, and trying to understand how the communities, what is the makeup of the communities there, and the different challenges they face beyond just climate, physical hazards or impacts, and that definitely includes conflict. I believe that there are some examples already of like refugee communities in different places and displaced communities trying to adapt, not only because they're trying to meet the global goal on adaptation, but because they have to. You might have seen many times like refugee camps being inundated with flooding, or like sometimes days like out of like storms and it's very cold. So they are just being forced to adapt. So I think the question, this links about how we can strengthen the collaboration between like humanitarian aid and humanitarian organizations and policies, and like adaptation and climate action, which is why we always advocate to like integrate climate within all sectors of society and all plans. And I think that the answer to this will be we need better work between like humanitarian organizations and agencies, and like working together with like climate adaptation bodies in terms of like funding, but as well as support and capacity building on the ground. So trying to integrate and synergize those will be really important.
Thank you for that response, Emily.
Yeah,
yeah, we have 1 minute, sorry. So the time has run so quickly. As I said, we could be here forever. Very interesting issues, but we don't have the time, unfortunately. So I think we'll not be able to take more questions. But just to wrap it up, from what we've seen, from the poem, really, we saw the rich ecosystems and the people at the local level struggling really on what could be. If we look at the future, what could happen if we don't do enough? It was very touching, very emotional to see that we are likely to lose that if we don't do more than what we are doing now. And the local governments, from the governor, decentralization and devolution of funding to the lowest levels and the impact it could have, the leadership that emerges in the community, the prioritization of projects that are informed by local voices is really important. And from India, we see the role of women, the entrepreneurial skills, supporting food systems and consumption patterns and all that, which is really key. Then the value of indigenous knowledge from Chile is something that we really need to focus on the recognition point of view from climate justice angles. So all this put together, we believe that we can drive local action and we can make change happen. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's really exciting to see this coming together. And together we continue and fight on until the planet is saved. Thank you. So lastly,
we're going to come out of that. We're going to come out of that temporarily. I have a guest here with me in the studio, Aaron Mayer, Wilderness Campaign Director at Adirondack Council in New York. Very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Tell us a little bit about Adirondack and what you do.
The Adirondack region, or the Adirondack Park in upstate New York, is the nation's largest wilderness protected area. It's over 6 million acres. You can actually fit most of the nation's major national parks inside of the Adirondack Park. And you can fit the state of Vermont inside of the Adirondack Park. That's how massive it is. And more importantly, it is also our frontline weapon and tool in the battle against climate change.
Yeah, so tell me a bit about what you're looking for, particularly today, all about adaptation and loss of natural habitat.
Well, one of the critical pieces with regards to adaptation is preserving wilderness areas and eco-green spaces. Last week, as you know, there was the movement on anti-logging and protecting forests within South America, Asia, etc. But little is being done in the first world countries, France, England, and the United States, on protecting wilderness within these countries. But more importantly, the significant wilderness areas can be our bulwark in the fight against anthropogenic climate change. So for adaptation aspects, when we talk about biodiversity and species protection, these are one of our frontline tools. So frontline nations nations, while they are going to be facing the burden and shift with regards to rising sea levels, we can do a lot more within first world nations like Britain, Scotland, United States, and France with regards to wilderness protection, but also that adds into biodiversity protection as well. The other piece of this is also, again, we're going to have to deal with whole populations having to move. So a lot of people talk about top visas to countries that have technology experts. But right now, we need wilderness experts. We need farmers. So some of the oldest skills known to humanity, land stewardship, are actually frontline skills that we need in the battle against anthropogenic climate change. We can absolutely make our nations much more welcoming and fun and welcoming of countries of diverse cultures, and as they have the superior skills with regards to wilderness protection and adaptation. So this can absolutely deal with the burden of migration. The issue is, how can these populations be rolled into civil societies that have the need and the need for people who have those unique skills to protect wilderness and wilderness protection?
You blew my mind when you were telling me about how big it is there, and you forget actually that New York State is actually a massive state,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes.
So if you could sort of crystallize the benefits of having that protected area and
Yes.
say what you've seen come out of that, and talk to the leaders of the world about the importance and the benefits of doing that.
Well, one of the things that they talk about right now is financing and financing mechanisms for technologies that are going to so-called save us from the brink, but actually can also invest in wilderness areas and create jobs, expand wilderness. And these wilderness areas are essential for biodiversity protection, which is there are COPs on biodiversity protection, but also they are the source and protectors of our headwaters. Our fresh water ecology depends upon these massive wilderness areas and the wetlands within them. So protecting massive areas like the Adirondacks or wilderness around the country or wilderness in the UK, you actually are protecting source waters. You're actually protecting species biodiversity, but more importantly, you're creating the thousands of jobs. So you don't necessarily need work for factories and, say, solar panel plants, but we definitely need foresters, woodland experts, trail builders, and more importantly, these areas become wonderful places to hike and explore while doing their function that they were created for since the beginning of the dawn of time.
Do you think that the narrative suffers from a kind of a false impression of trade-off between, if we're going to preserve this, then we're going to lose something in terms of our GDP growth, in terms of jobs? We need to shift our mindset.
Well, the thing is that investing in wilderness is actually protecting and investing in GDP. Think of wilderness as a green asset, just like they think of carbon and oil and coal as a carbon-rich or dirty asset. The question is asset shifting. What are you investing in? What are you putting the market incentives toward? Either you're going to put toward the incentives toward carbon and carbon-killing, planet-killing activities such as gas, oil, and coal, or you can take those same billions and trillions and invest them in wilderness and eco-protection that also deals with the current pending crisis with regards to biodiversity and species loss. So would we not want to invest in green assets that A, protect humanity, protect biodiversity, protect our source and headwaters, but also provide a powerful economic incentive, as they say, for farmers, wilderness, and even average landowners? We can absolutely right now begin in investing in conservation easements right here in the UK and France and the United States that A, provide income to homeowners. It's the same way of providing and investing in wells that are pumping out oil to investors and landowners who own wells and have coal. The issue is the focus. If our nations are serious about really beating back the worst effects of climate change, you want to invest in the biggest asset that's actually right now accountable for taking 23% of carbon out of the atmosphere, which is wilderness protection.
Of course. And Adirondack, where do you get your funding from? Is it a mixture of federal, of state, and where does it come from?
Well, because we are a wilderness advocacy organization, we take no government monies, because one of the things that happens with politics, you then have to, as I say, he who pays the piper plays the tune. We want to pay the tune of human ecology, so we rely upon donors and foundations. And so those folks who really have priority with regards to really a clear message on wilderness protection, and not incentives that pull you toward muting your message to allow for carbon investment and the continuation of business as usual. In the words of Greta Thunberg, blah, blah, blah. If you want to invest in blah, 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 that's the way to do it. But we go to the people. And as Greta pointed out, it is the people who, in their voices and their actions and their donations, that make wonderful organizations like the Adirondack Council powerful, mighty, but equally more importantly, an asset that is rewarding us with carbon sequestration within its 6 million acres.
Fascinating talking to you. Could carry on talking to you all morning, but I'm being told that the COP26 President, Alok Sharma, is on his feet and he is addressing the headline event, which we understand is entitled the informal stocktaking. So presumably we're going to hear a little bit about where we are a week after these negotiations have begun.
And the need for commitment to advance climate action that allow for more ambition on all issues. As you know, the SBSTA and SBI have now closed their sessions here in Glasgow, and I want to pay particular tribute and really thank Marianne and Tosi for their great leadership last week and indeed over the past 2 years, and I give that thank on behalf of the team and indeed all delegations. Actually, may I don't know whether this is, you can do this, but could we have a show of appreciation? Thank you very much for this. Now, this is, of course, a good time to reflect on the progress that we have made together and assess whether we are on track to reach the objectives that we have set for this conference. So, I propose this morning that we hear from the chairs of the subsidiary bodies regarding the outcomes of their work, including those issues on which parties were not able to conclude discussions. And following the update by the chairs, I will invite Archie Young, my chief negotiator, to update on the work in the governing bodies and on the consultations of the Presidency that I announced during the opening plenary. I will then outline how I see the work in the second week of the conference moving forward. So let's get started, and let me first invite the SBSTA chair to update us on the work of the SBSTA. So Tosi, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. President, Madam Executive Secretary, friends, colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a brief summary report on the work of the SBSTA following our closing SBSTA plenary on Saturday night. During the past week, parties engaged in negotiations on 19 items and sub-items of the SBSTA agenda. Parties worked constructively from the outset towards producing draft text and overcame many of the challenges that we face due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the high volume of work at this first in-person session since almost 2 years. At our closing plenary on Saturday, the SBSTA concluded its work on many agenda items, and the outcomes of the SBSTA work here in Glasgow will set the direction of various activities in the years to come, including further activities under the Nairobi Work Programme, the Cornivia Joint Work on Agriculture, the sources of input for the global stocktake, research and systematic observation, and the second periodic review of the long-term goal under the Convention and overall progress towards achieving it, along the many mandated and other events held at this session. I'm also pleased to inform you that the SBSTA also concluded its consideration that provide further guidance to the constituted bodies and recommended draft decisions for consideration and adoption by the COP and CMA on the joint annual reports of the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center Network and the facilitated working group of the local community and Indigenous Peoples Platform, which also include the proposed second 3 years work plan of the FWG. On the report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism, the SBSTA and SBI recommended a set of functions of the Santiago network and how to advance it effectively, including ways to further develop its institutional arrangement, as well as further scaling up action and support for the implementation of relevant approaches to averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage in developing countries. I want to take this moment to thank all of my co-chairs and co-facilitators and the secretariat teams for their hard work. I also thank parties showing flexibility and cooperation, particularly in the last 2 days of our work, to reach agreement on many outstanding issues under the SBSTA. Mr. President, As we proceed to the second week, there are some outstanding issues that will require further technical work and/or political interventions. When closing the Substar, I informed parties that I will bring these issues to the attention of the President for his further guidance. These issues are the following. On Article 6, negotiations progress well, and there is a determination to find solutions and compromises. I've issued 4 iterations of text on Article 6.2, on Article 6.4, and on Article 6.8, respectively with the able help of my co-facilitators. I've met with the head of delegations on multiple occasions, and I hope that further high-level engagement will help to further bring parties together. My texts have been bold, and I believe they can be bolder still. There are some areas where convergence is apparent and resolution can be found with a little further work. There are a limited number of remaining difficult issues. I have been in close coordination with the Presidency in order to facilitate a smooth transition of the work on these matters from the Substar to the CMA. The mood and tone in the room has been very constructive. We all know that Article 6 is a complex set of instruments with many linkages and a broader context. Parties are aware of the delicate linkages between items, and we must remember that we are coming together to develop a larger package. On transparency, at the technical level, discussions have been positive and focused. The work carried out by parties over the last 1.5 years has been brought into the formal discussions as a starting point at this session. Work on sub-items 14A to E was brought together under the contact group into an overall decision text with technical annexes, which have been forwarded to the CMA. 3 main issues remain, which are application of flexibility, how flexibility should be reflected in the methodological guidance on reporting under the enhanced transparency framework, reporting of the structured summary, whether it must be a table or could also be in a narrative or other format, and program of support. Many developing countries indicate that.
Well, we're going to come out of that for a moment. Many references there to Article 6. You can get a little lost in all the jargon there, but we're going to talk through what all of this means and what the wider ramifications of it are. And joining me again in the studio is Aaron Mayer, Wilderness Campaign Director at Adirondack Council in New York. Article 6, all about carbon markets, basically, trying to find a market solution to what we're doing to the planet. It's had a lot of opposition, hasn't it, since Paris, and it's taking up a lot of airtime. What do you think?
Well, this is the crisis since Paris. As you know, since Paris, a lot of the global governments have made a shift and a turn to the right. Many of the right are heavily connected to free market solutions. But as we know, the market really isn't free. There are costs. And one of the costs they call externalities, which they tend to dismiss from economic models. An externality is soil depletion, is water contamination, whole rivers and whole ecosystems destroyed and depleted. Those are externalities, so they're not factored into market cost. And one of the big incentives for banks everybody wants to get in on the financing of the solutions toward trying to save the planet. So if you try to privatize this global efforts to save humanity and species, that's the very trouble that got us to where we are right now.
Yeah, because there's one economic model that tries to describe everything that's happening with the environment and the planet called the tragedy of the commons, whereby everybody wants to take something out of it, but there's no collective responsibility for those negative externalities.
Who shuts off the water? Who preserves it for the next people to come along and to have equal and fair use? When there is no incentive to do that, and when you put it in terms of markets, there are tremendous, as they say, concentrations for the few at the expense of the many, and then all the other systems that depend upon it. One of the things with carbon markets, when they talk about cap and trade or carbon trading, it allows polluters to continue to pollute and make profits. It's like they say, well, it's an umbrella hedge against a coming storm. It's only the mechanism, the shaft with the spindles, but there's no cloth. the rain will still drench you. The range of climate destruction and damage will still drench us all. So carbon market solutions, while sounding sexy, but as they say in economics, in the long term, we're all dead. So those folks who have short-term interest in investing in carbon markets, it's a distraction from the action that states must take.
You mentioned that it's a tendency of the right, of course, to want to go back to hang on to free market ideals.
Exactly.
It's also a tendency of the right, isn't it, to be influenced by big business interests, a lot of which are fossil fuels.
Yes, and fossil fuels have corrupted our democracy, the investment in lobbyists. When we talk about dark money that has altered our democracy, not for the better, but for the worse. America right now is in a crisis of just trying to protect voting rights. And these voting rights are critical to elect representatives who will actually act in the interest of not only the American people, but in the sovereign global interest of the United States. So you're going to either elect officials who recognize 97% of the scientists on climate change are right, or you're going to elect a right-wing band that says, well, the 3% are right. And so therefore, we're going to shift our global and national policy toward a 3% interest that is scientifically unsound and furthering us along the path of destruction.
Some of the oil companies are before Congress, aren't they, at the moment? And they're having to answer to the millions of dollars, I should say, hundreds of millions of dollars that they've poured into advertising campaigns effectively on social media. A lot of it sowing misinformation.
Absolutely. One of the downsides, we're having a national conversation on Facebook and its influence. And these very companies can absolutely sell an argument and package an argument to the gullible that actually get people to operate against their own interest. And so not only are we dealing with the investment in shifting Congress and to protect their assets, remember, they have trillions of dollars in carbon assets. And if they just burn 1/2 of that investment, we as a species are gone. We as a species are extinct. So they have a market incentive to keep business as usual because they're making a profit. But yes, in the short term, they will live high off the hog. But in the long term, 7 generations down, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren will be on a planet, as they say, that may not be inhabitable, and as they say, and puts their existence, as they say, in serious, serious doubt. So we're arguing for the long term, and organizations like the Adirondack Council and pushing back against corporate funding and that corruption of democracy, not only just in the United States, but globally, to move us into, say, the disincentivize real serious action. So putting out terms like carbon markets and all these other monetized terms sounds like progress. And it's easy for a politician to stand on the stage and say, we have solutions. And again, the borrow Greta statement, blah, blah, blah. Those are not solutions. Those are whispers of death. And more importantly, we know better. We're not listening to the scientists. We're not listening to the ecologists. We're not listening to those folks who have sound investments. But that requires a shift from the market-based economy that's anchored in carbon to shifting to a full market-based economy that's anchored in ecology. They don't own the forest. They don't own the wilderness. They don't own the watersheds. And so that is heavily still in the public domain and in individual holder hands. So I love a farmer that we can incentivize versus a oil baron. I love as I say, a family that has a large holding of forest that, you know, to me is more significant than a coal baron.
And what's so interesting about this, forgive me for interrupting, is that you've got a president in the White House that stood on a pretty big policy platform of supporting the environment.
Exactly.
And he's having to row back, isn't he, on a lot of the things that he's wanting to do, namely...
Because one individual, one senator...
His own, right?
Yes, one of his own party, but his senator who's anchored in coal-rich, coal-controlled West Virginia.
Yeah.
So you essentially have, is it President Manchin or is it President Biden? President Biden has a very powerful and ambitious 30 by 30 agenda. What does that mean? He wants to protect 30% of America's wilderness, okay, within the next 30 years. So that is the proper investment. But unfortunately, his Build It Back Better program is now being compromised and rolled back now just to get, it went from 3.7 trillion, now it's down to maybe $1.5 trillion. And they keep throwing $1 trillion up, but they don't realize that's over 10 years. But when they talk about our military budget, they talk about it in terms of year to year,
it's
which
all
is
about what your priorities
it's about
are,
700 million. So annualized 7 years, that's 7 trillion. We're no longer at war, but we're putting 7 trillion in our defense expenditure, and we just rolled back a safety net that would have been the largest, the most significant step forward, and a market signaling point and direction and changing direction of investing in wilderness, investing in those ecologies that actually help save the planet. And it all is held up by, again, the market influence, the market dominated, the market control lobbyist who controls one senator who right now has more power than the President of the United States. But it's not just the United States.
It's not how checks and balances should work.
It is Boris Johnson right here in the UK. It is Francois Macron in France. These corrupt influence of lobbyists and backdoor deals. And remember, it's not just putting them out lobbyists, it's giving little jobs. The corruption is like things in jobs and incentives to their children, their friends. They're finding many ways to take care of people to get a policy outcome that they desire, but a policy outcome that jeopardizes all humanity.
All right, Aaron, don't go away. We're going to take you back to our headline event now, and the International Trade Secretary, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, is speaking.
Report of the Adaptation Committee, and especially work on the global goal for adaptation is indeed needed. Further, I did forward the membership of the Adaptation Fund. Parties did not agree on the way forward. However, I did also pick up a substantive exchange among parties on this matter. With regard to the matters relating to the form of the impact of implementation of response measures serving the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, parties were indeed quite close to a resolution. However, they did run out of time and would benefit from a few more hours together. Some of these issues, as I mentioned, would need only a little more time to cross the finish line, and for others, they are indeed a part of the political process that will take place this week. I trust that you can continue to work on solutions under the guidance of the Presidency, and I'm confident that you'll find a way forward as you so clearly have demonstrated this week. When concluding, I would like to thank the Presidency, the Substa Chair, and the Secretariat.
I'm being told that we have got some sound issues, and perhaps you might be thinking that the voice speaking to you is not Anne-Marie Trevelyan, so apologies for that. But the good news is that I still have Aaron Mair here in the studio with me. Now, Aaron, you've come a long way.
Yes.
You've come across the Atlantic for this conference. What are you looking for specifically?
Right now, the hope, the belief is still to lobby on the floor, pull aside members of our delegations. Members from New York State's delegation is here today. Commissioner Basil Sagos, on behalf of Governor Kathy Hochul, is here to talk about efforts that are happening in the state of New York. Governor Hochul in the state of New York and Commissioner Basil Sagos, they are absolutely bullish on protecting more wilderness areas. So where our government is at the federal level is diverging, New York State, like many local states and small towns and villages that Bloomberg has funded and supported, are actually taking very, very positive steps and actions. But they're not enough. We need to do more, but the fact is that we have an opportunity to elevate the voice of the trees in the forest. As Dr. Susan DeLoric says, I speak for the trees because they can't, nobody else, and they don't speak for themselves. So speaking for the trees, speaking for Biden's 30 by 30, we actually have a federal policy on the ground. So it's not wishful thinking. The issue is that there is a plan, there is a policy. There right now is the issue of the politics and the will of whether or not they will invest in protecting 30% of America's wilderness and lead by example to inspire England, France, Germany, and Australia to also follow that suit. We are at a significant crossroads. The IPCC report says we are at that red line. And that red line is what we do now in the next 3 years is the most critical years in human destiny. And so pushing for that wilderness protection right now and knowing that wilderness protection can create jobs, protect it, again, provide a massive carbon sink. Again, 23% of the carbon that's sucked out of the atmosphere is by wilderness, all right? The other percent is ocean, but we have ocean acidification as a result. But wilderness and oceans are the biggest carbon sinks known right now. And they are much more affordable and they are much more resilient, but equally and more importantly, they are labor-intensive efforts that will create more jobs. Yeah. And so the issue is, is if government takes the incentives from the carbon markets, by incentives, that means American taxpayers are spending tens of billions annually for oil companies, coal companies. And if that could be redeployed toward wilderness, we would have the 30 by 30. It wouldn't be 30 by 30. It would be 30 and 10. Okay, so you can actually protect 30 or even more percentage, even greater. But it's a market shift. And governments do create markets. There's that big myth that the private sector creates markets. All government has to do is get out of the way. That's the myth they tell the average taxpayer. But actually what they're saying is, taxpayer, plug your ears. Government, give us the money that the taxpayers are giving you, and we will do things.
You're going to see some change.
And so we want our democracy where the taxpayers' investment is getting the best return on dollars, and that is saving the planet.
Okay, Aaron, thank you very much. I'm told we have now sorted out our sound issues there on that opening session. Apologies for the technical problems previously. Let's have another listen in.
Have now submitted adaptation communications or national adaptation plans representing more than 2 billion people, helping to share best practice and mobilize action. But a step change is needed to address the gaps in ambition, on mitigation, on adaptation, and on finance. To support the delivery of the Paris Climate Change Agreement goals, as the only international organization dedicated entirely to accelerating adaptation action, the Global Center on Adaptation, GCA, with Dr. Verkoyen at the helm, is ready to play its part in this transformation. To urgently accelerate climate action and ensure finance is flowing to support this transition, especially for the poorest and the most vulnerable. There is no time to waste. Thank you for your commitment and leadership.
Thank you so much, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for your strong words of guidance. Let's move to the next speaker, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed. We all know her, we all love her. She has been a very strong advocate on adaptation, particularly also for Africa, and also calling for this 50-50 split between mitigation and adaptation finance. So let's listen to Amina. Thank you.
Around the world, people are struggling with climate change. The signs are all around us. Floods, droughts, heat, and catastrophic storms. The human toll is devastating. Lost lives and livelihoods, displacement and migration, and young people losing hope in the future. And the burden will fall disproportionately on the poor and vulnerable, who contributed least to this problem. As we decrease emissions, we must also increase ambition on adaptation. All countries, but especially developing ones, need to support to build climate-resilient and green economies. The adaptation finance gap is considerable. The latest OECD report shows that just over $20 billion, about 25% of total climate finance, goes to adaptation. This is a fraction of the expected $300 billion needed by 2030. That's why the Secretary General continues to call on all donors to allocate at least 50% of their climate finance to adaptation. Multilateral development banks should start as soon as possible. Support for adaptation and resilience not only saves lives and livelihoods, it can also help countries recover from COVID-19 by investing in green jobs and infrastructure. Step by step, we are moving towards a more resilient future and the implementation of the SDGs. But we must do more. We must accelerate and scale up solutions like these. And that's what this meeting is all about. I look forward to hearing the results of your discussion. Let's continue joining forces to boost adaptation finance and deliver the green economic transformation that humanity requires for our planet, for our children, and for our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General, also reminding us this is a growth agenda, this is a jobs agenda, this is an opportunity agenda. But also let's not be naive. Those who are suffering the most, as we said, are living in the global south, but also it's the youth constituency. We already see massive impacts across the globe, but that will also increase over time. So let us hear from a youth voice, a message of urgency. Emily Dola, please.
Hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon or evening, depending on where you are live streaming or seeing from. Thanks so much for being here, and I really mean that because I think that throughout the last week, all of us has been hearing a lot of frustration, a lot of protests about how action on adaptation and loss and damage is moving really slow. However, I just came from the first meeting for the presidency, which was on frontline communities, and I realized that we can still win this race, we can still do this, but it really depends on how fast can we mobilize funding and resources for adaptation action led by local groups on the ground and by local governments, which isn't getting there fast enough. I also realized that we really need to make sure that we break through to some negotiation items, particularly around how to better operationalize Santiago network for loss and damage, as well as how to better support countries to develop national adaptation plans and communications. This includes support from finance and resources, but we must be careful with climate finance. We really want to advocate for more climate finance be given in the forms of grants and not simply in the forms of loan. Since economic equity is really important for the adaptive capacity of countries, and that has been highlighted in reports by the IPCC as well. More last but not least, we want all countries and ministers to consider that when they're thinking about vulnerability to climate adaptation and to loss and damage, they might look at communities as diverse members in which some groups are more affected by the impacts of climate change than others, from women and girls through disabled people to the elderly through young people. That means that any adaptation plans must be responsive to these differences around social marginalization and discrimination. They must consider this. And also, at the same time, we know that nature has been a really big theme in this COP. So we really hope that when countries and ministers across all departments are planning for development and energy infrastructure plans, they consider how those might affect nature and in turn might lead to less adaptive capacity across their own countries. So please do keep that in mind when you take back to your countries and try to take all these words we are speaking here to plan some action happening on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emily, also for being so forward-leaning and calling upon all of us to be bold. Speaking about boldness, I would like now to invite a very good friend, my brother, President Adaptation of the African Development Bank. Last week, you launched this Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, and together we also brought forward an Africa Adaptation Youth Council, so that the voice of Emily and all the other Emilys in the world will not only be listened to, but also be used as an agent of change. President Adaptation.
Thank you very much, my dear brother Patrick, and thanks for your global leadership on this crucially important issue of adaptation. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is having devastating effects in Africa. Droughts, floods, and climate-induced local swarms are devastating farmlands and increasing food insecurity and destroying livelihoods of smallholder farmers, majority of whom are women. Africa loses $7 billion to $15 billion a year to climate change, and this could rise to $50 billion a year by 2040. Let's have no doubt about it. Climate adaptation is Africa's main priority. Yet Africa has very little resources to adapt to climate change, as it receives only 3% of global climate finance. But we are not deterred. The African Development Bank is taking the lead in tackling Africa's climate challenges. We will double our climate finance to $25 billion by 2025 and that will make 40% of our total investments in climate. I'm very pleased that the African Development Bank is the only multilateral development bank to have achieved and exceeded parity for adaptation. We surpassed 50-50 parity between adaptation and mitigation in 2018, and we reached 55% and 63% for climate adaptation in 2019 and 2020, respectively. We are greatly honored by United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres' endorsement of the bank's leadership on climate adaptation in his speech to United Nations General Assembly. We have raised our ambition even further, together with Patrick and former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. The African Development Bank and the Global Center for Adaptation launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program. Our goal is to raise $25 billion for adaptation. It's the largest, the boldest, and the most transformative climate adaptation ever put forward for Africa. The African Development Bank has committed $12.5 billion of this amount, and we look forward to develop partner countries to help us to deliver on the $12.5 billion balance. This support will have amazing impacts. It will deliver climate advisory services to 30 million farmers and pastoralists. It will support 1 million youth and unlock $3 billion in financing for them. At COP26, just last week Friday, Patrick and I unveiled a $1 million prize for Youth Adapt that was awarded to 10 businesses run by young people on climate adaptation in Africa. And 70% of the winners are women. That's very good, because when women win, Africa wins. To build the voices of young people into Africa's climate adaptation, the African Development Bank and the Global Center for Adaptation is announcing the launch of the African Youth Climate Council. The Council will amplify the voices, the ideas, the innovations, and the businesses of young people on climate in Africa. It will help to increase adaptation finance to over $5 billion a year, including from the private sector. We are already delivering massive impacts for the most vulnerable that Armenia, my dear sister, talked about, who are actually the smallholder farmers of Africa. The African Development Bank's Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, we call it TAAT, has provided 11 million farmers in 29 countries with climate-resilient agricultural technologies, all that in just 2 years. This includes heat-tolerant wheat varieties on 1.8 million hectares in Ethiopia, Sudan, and 6 other countries, areas warming from climate change. And it has supported 5.2 million households now growing drought-tolerant maize on 840,000 hectares in South Africa. In Southern Africa, to support and deliver support for climate adaptation at scale for farmers and to feed Africa in the face of climate change, African heads of state and global leaders agreed to create what's called the Financing Facility for Food Security and Nutrition in Africa. This facility will work within the framework of the African Adaptation Acceleration Program with the aim of raising $1 billion to allow African agriculture to adapt to climate change. The facility will deliver climate-resilient technologies for 40 million farmers and produce an additional 100 million metric tons of food. This will be enough to feed 200 million people and reduce hunger in Africa by 80%. As I close, let me say, the facility's vision can be summarized in our action slogan, 1 for 200, meaning $1 billion to feed 200 million Africans. The African Adaptation Acceleration Program is Africa's bold solution to climate adaptation. Let's show our support for Africa by providing the $12.5 billion needed to meet the financing target for the program. Goodwill, equity, trust, and support are critical. Let's deliver that for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Akin, for your strong words and also for reminding all of us of your 3 agenda items: action, action, action indeed, and putting women at the center. The next speaker is really speaking to that agenda and approach straightforward. Mari Puganthu, World Bank Managing Director. The World Bank has been in the adaptation finance arena for many, many years. It was the first one who announced in Katowice a few years ago the 50-50 split. Madam, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Emily and all the youth that you represent, good day. Thank you, Secretary Ban Ki-moon and the Global Center on Adaptation for the opportunity to join you today to put a spotlight on the adaptation agenda. On this 8th day of the COP, Adaptation Day, it's an important moment for our shared commitment to building resilience in climate-vulnerable communities, especially women who are most affected around the globe. We know why. Climate change could push 132 million more people into extreme poverty by 2030. 216 million people will also have to suffer from internal migration across all regions because of emerging hotspots. This is why climate finance that drives more ambitious and adaptation action on the ground is at the heart of our climate and development work. In 2020, the World Bank adaptation finance amounted to $9 billion. Also in 2020, the World Bank accounted for over half of multilateral climate finance to developing countries and over 2/3 of adaptation finance. A lot of that goes to IDA, our poorest countries, with grants as well as very concessional terms. This translates into tangible outcomes that benefit people. For example, in Ethiopia, about 900,000 hectares of land is now being sustainably managed, benefiting some 2.5 million people. This work has led to better water access, less soil erosion, improved food security, higher yields, and diversified sources of income, resulting in more resilient livelihoods. A more interesting example is what we call the green fiscal stimulus, which has the triple wins. Programs, cash for work programs that restore degradation in landscapes and seascapes in various countries, in various of our client countries, achieve a triple win. It creates cash for work for the communities that are being affected by the pandemic, and at the same time, as they restore the land or the seascapes, they're improving their livelihoods and lives in the future, and also, obviously, contributing hugely to adaptation and resilience. But it will take more to deliver real change, as all of you have said. Unlocking private finance for adaptation is essential to growing investment in resilience over the next decade. We have a key role to play in this endeavor. Another example is in Angola, a World Bank guarantee mobilized over 900 million from international commercial lenders to improve access to potable water service, reducing the population's exposure to climate-related shocks and water scarcity. That's an example of public-private partnership. And at the national level, the bank has made concerted efforts to help countries develop and implement financial protection strategies against climate shocks and help countries respond and recover more quickly to disasters. The Adaptation Forward Development approach is rooted in our new Climate Action Plan, which is a guide for our climate lending. 35% of our financing will go for climate, and half of that will go to adaptation. And we are contributing a quarter of this 100 billion that everybody is talking about. And on youth, I just wanted to mention we have a Youth for Climate program in the bank. They recently created a Connect for Climate Youth program at the pre-COP summit in Milan, and I encourage all youth to also participate in that. We are a committed partner to this GCA and this Ministerial Dialogue platform as a means to reach our shared goal of global adaptation action that reduces the vulnerability of the millions of people in developing countries. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary, also reminding us that it is also about access to finance and unleashing the firepower of the private sector indeed. So we heard from framing speakers, global leaders setting the scene. This is a ministerial dialogue, so let's now turn the table and hear from the ministers. It's going to be a little bit of a dance. I would like to invite a set of ministers, the first set, to come to the stage, sit here, and then you make your remarks from the lectern. So the following countries, please: Canada, Denmark, France, Costa Rica, Ghana, and the Netherlands. So when honourable ministers are taking the seat, it gives me also the time to introduce our next speaker, who has just been appointed in his job as the new Minister of Environment and Climate Change in Canada. Stephen Guilbeault, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Merci beaucoup. C'est un honneur de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui. Last week, Prime Minister Trudeau referred to a town in Canada that was obliterated by wildfires earlier this year. Every country here has a community like Lytton, drowned or burned or blown away by some freak weather event that has somehow started to become routine. Climate change is happening. It's here. We must adapt. It's one of the key themes of COP26, and we are committed to doing our part. In Canada, like elsewhere across the world, climate change is disproportionately impacting those who are the most vulnerable. 4 of every 5 people displaced by changing climate are women. Earlier this year, we doubled our pledge for international climate finance over 5 years. From that, we've also committed to put at least 40% of our $5.3 billion toward climate adaptation. Le Premier ministre Trudeau a cité 3 initiatives ciblées de financement de l'adaptation lors de la COP26. First, Canada is re-upping with $37.5 million over 5 years to the Least Developed Countries Fund to help some of the most vulnerable communities adapt. Second, Canada will make its first ever contribution of up to $10 million to the Adaptation Fund. And third, Canada will provide up to $10 million for the National Adaptation Program Global Network. But we cannot talk about fighting climate change and adapting to its impact without talking about nature. This we know in Canada. Nature stores carbon. It both takes the brunt of climate change impact and buffers us from the worst of it. C'est pourquoi le Canada s'est engagé cette semaine à consacrer au moins $1 milliard à des solutions fondées sur la nature et axées sur la protection de la biodiversité dans les pays en voie de développement au cours des 5 prochaines années. This is my 19th COP. I attended the first one in Berlin as a wide-eyed activist. I'm still an optimist because I know that we, the people here at COP26, have it within us to ensure adaptation action reaches those on the planet who need it the most. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you so much, Stephen, also for your government being so determined to drive adaptation action globally. Let's move to the next speaker, Minister for Development and Nordic Cooperation in Denmark, Flemming Møller Mortensen, also chair of a board member of the GCA.
Thank you very much. Climate change is really the defining challenge of our time. The consequences are already disrupting food production and water supply. Coastal zones and cities are threatened, in particular Africa and small island states. The people who are hit the hardest often have the fewest resources to adapt to the consequences. Therefore, it is key that the developed countries collectively raise our climate finance. Denmark will walk the talk to the benefit of the poorest and most vulnerable countries and people. By 2023, we aim to deliver more than half a billion US dollars annually in the grant-based financing for climate action. On top of that, Denmark will continue to mobilize climate finance from other sources, including private investments. In total, we expect to contribute at least 1% of the collective target of $100 billion. On top of that, I have just launched a pilot scheme with state guarantees. A scheme has the potential to mobilize an additional $450 to $600 million US dollars in the pilot phase. Climate change adaptation is a necessity. Floods, droughts and cyclones are becoming more frequent. Poor people, crops, livestock and houses are threatened. This is why developing countries, as well as UN Secretary General Guterres, call for increasing financing for climate changes adaptation. The Danish government is stepping up. We will dedicate at least 60% of our grant-based climate finances to adaptation. We also need to link implementations of adaptation action with inclusion and equality to ensure that we prioritize vulnerable communities, women, and employment creation, not least for young people. We must step up our efforts to assist people in the front line of climate, included catastrophes and devastating weather events. Let's all raise our financing. We need all hands on deck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, also for your government stepping up the share of adaptation finance, and particularly also the grant finance component to it. Very much appreciated indeed, and thank you for your big announcement on this today. Let's move to another part of the world, Central America, Costa Rica. We have with us a bold minister, a very forward-leaning minister, who basically is sort of the adaptation champion, not only at home, but for the whole world. Andrea Mesa, please.
Thank you, Patrick, Excellencies, and thank you for the invitation. This is a very important date in the COP. We're talking about the adaptation date, and it's so important because probably adaptation is the agenda that will allow us to really address inequality. And we cannot solve the climate crisis if we don't address inequality. So this is a very central aspect, and for this reason we really appreciate all the commitments that we are hearing, all the work. I see Minister Trevelyan here. Thank you for all your work and what you're doing, because it is critical to attend all the vulnerable regions. And let me share with you some specific data about Central America, which is also a very vulnerable region in the world. Central America has been hit by 2 hurricanes in 2020. First, Hurricane Eta, early November 2020, and then Hurricane Iota just a couple of weeks after. ETA has been considered one of the worst weather-related disasters in the region in the last 2 decades, and it generated devastated impacts in infrastructures, in lives, and this is just to remind us that it is so critical to not leave any region behind. This is a call for that, to also consider every region when we are addressing and talking about adaptation. And we have the vehicles. We need to generate capacities. We have the national adaptation plans and the adaptation communications. We need to transform them into investment projects. And we need to continue to accelerate the mobilization of investments in infrastructure, in agriculture, and in those areas that are critical. Dry corridor in the region, and also remember that investing in nature is probably the wisest investment that we can do in a more cost-effective manner to generate resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister, reminding us, let's leave no region behind. And let's work with nature, not against it. Let's go to a different region indeed, Africa. We spoke about it quite a bit. President Adesina already introduced the adaptation imperative for Africa. Let's listen to the Minister from Environment of Ghana, Dr. Kukuru. Please, you can speak from there. Yeah, speak from the left.
Thank you, Patrick. Excellencies, our protocol duly observed. On behalf of my President, as the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I am pleased to address this high-level climate adaptation and loss and damage day of our at COP26 here. It is important to note that all speakers have been harping on the point that the least emitters are the worst hit. and thus Africa continent. It's very unfortunate indeed, but what do we do? Less species, flora and fauna, have many times upon had a cause to adapt to new ecological niches. Now it is the time of mankind to adapt to a biophysical environment that has been so damaged by mankind himself. So we find ourselves here. Mr. Chairman, the major climate change impacts affect all sectors of Ghana's development. Ghana's vulnerability to climate change is in large part defined by its exposure to the various impacts such as droughts, floods, and sea erosion. And it has become almost an annual event with great consequences on agriculture, energy production and distribution, water, forestry, among other sectors. However, we in Ghana are happy to partner Global Center on Adaptation, which has set a global adaptation agenda purposely to support vulnerable countries on adaptation. It is therefore first of its kind of global centers who believes and also have plans for implementation of adaptation actions of climate vulnerable countries. As we speak now, GCA has 2 major studies in Ghana looking for opportunities for investment in nature-based and city infrastructures, and also planning to include Ghana in its adaptation education program. It is for your information that Ghana has a high priority in climate change education, as education tends to improve understanding and appreciation of climate change impacts on our communities and on our people as a whole. What we've learned from the IPCC's latest report is that Africa is warming faster than any continent of the world, and this comes with the loss and damage associated with climate change. In this respect, Ghana stands with the common positions of the African Group and Climate Vulnerable Forum that major emitters has to come with additional ambition in this COP26 to further reduce their emissions and support the 50-50 adaptation and mitigation balance. It is of great importance to the vulnerable climate change countries that this dream is realized. Additionally, because we are already living inside a worsening climate emergency, ambition raising must now encompass adaptation as a major priority. We have a battle on 2 fronts, and we need to constantly and also accelerate adaptation action to keep us safe. It is very disheartening to note that the global goal on adaptation, GCA, as per Article 7.1 of Paris Agreement, is still non-operational. And at this current negotiation rooms, African negotiators are finding it very difficult pushing this agenda through. And it goes to emphasize the fact that what has been said at the higher levels of commitment by our colleagues in the G20s and the developed countries are far different from what is happening in the negotiations rooms. It's very unfortunate and sad indeed. If we are to make progress to save the planet and to save the world, it is now. We from Ghana and Africa calls on the entire Committee of Nations to truly commit ourselves to the fight of climate change adopting adaptation as a major ingredient and a major step. Thank you for your audience. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kokuvu. Also putting people at the center and investing in human capital indeed. Let's go to a different part of the world again. Let's come back to Europe.
We're going to come out of that for a minute. We've got our guest with us still in the studio, Aaron Mayer, Wilderness Campaign Director at Adirondack Council in New York. Listening there, Aaron, to lots of representatives from some of the development banks around the world talking about how they're going to get money to these countries that need it for adaptation, for protection. And what do you think of some of these solutions? Is it a step forward? Are they as good as they're making them sound?
Well, they are definitely a step forward, but there needs to be more. In fact, these steps are actually where we should be running. This is where the direction should be. A lot of the models are treating this as an aside, or we have to do a little bit of something here while we take care of this big problem. But the big problem is actually in the areas of many of these developing nations that have significant wilderness and forests that are huge assets, and they actually happen to be in the tropical region. I mean, to the extent that we are able to invest and protect the wilderness in Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, Central and South America, these have huge ecological assets that right now are as significant an investment to protect and save that will create jobs in these local economies and provide tremendous incentives for people not to migrate out, but to stay there and protect these assets and be frontline warriors, as they say, in the worst effects against climate change. Right now, financing other mechanisms and solutions, such as carbon trading and all these other schemes, the other side of finance is how does bankers and investment companies make money? It's the fees. It's just like a broker. So you get fees for this money. And 1 or 2% of a future $100 trillion investment, this could be, it's big money for Wall Street. It's big money, for Fleet Street here in the UK. There's big money there. But see, this is the perverse incentive, because again, people get caught up that it's okay only if we divert a significant portion of global assets to the market solution versus the direct line communities that are, as I say, facing the change and also are the vital resources and bulwark against the worsening effects. So the adaptation models, if done right, if scaled right, could actually be protecting against out-migration, because we need people in those countries to protect the wilderness, to protect species in those areas. And yes, do them at, as I say, living wage jobs, not as little token handouts here and there or charitable handouts here and there, but treat them as as I say, the ecological factory workers that they are. They are just as important as an assembly line worker in a Nissan Leaf plant or any green vehicle plant. These communities are just as essential. The issue is the vision by which how do we look at and frame and monetize these incentives and monetize that direction.
Aaron, I've got a bit of a surprise for you. We're going to put it here on the screen. You don't know what it is, do you? Here it is. Look, it's you and some guy. Who's that?
That is President Obama. And this is what I call that Summit of Hope just right after Paris. And taking him into the wilderness and getting him to see the power of the wilderness and not only being a barometer of the impacts of climate change. That there is some of the oldest growth forests. Some of the trees in Yosemite, in the wilderness, in the Sierras, have seen the birth of Jesus Christ. I mean, they've been around that long. When you have an ancient forest.
I didn't know he was born in Yosemite.
One never knows. But we do know from the book of Genesis, the Spirit of God moved upon the waters. And so we do know that Spirit is sacred.
But he's here. He's here today.
He is here today.
And what role do you think he can play? How important is it that somebody like former President of the United States comes to Glasgow?
Again, re-emphasizing the message and the hope that he spoke back at COP in Paris. Again, telling the world the moment is now. Then we were talking about having serious investment in nations living up to their commitments and pledges. The nations have not delivered. Globally, our nations have not delivered. And the damage and loss, all the things that we're talking about today, we're 5 years in arrears. And remember, the planet has the last vote. Obama, hopefully coming today, will rally and inspire folks to live on and deliver on their commitments to humanity to save the planet. I know he gets it when he saw the damage.
What keeps him awake at night?
Oh, listen, he was there in the wilderness, and he sees the power of the wilderness infrastructure, but he also saw the wilderness being that barometer. He saw the damage of the drought on trees that literally thousands of years old. He's seeing them die. So they've survived all sorts of threats and risks and storms, etc. But the effects of anthropogenic climate change is what's killing them now. And so he gets that, and that sense of urgency, and him seeing it with his own eyes, being in the wilderness, really moved him, and moved him even much more so to action.
Could he have done more during his presidency?
Remember, he is facing the same threat that President Biden is facing. That is our domestic politics. With an unhealthy democracy, we can't save the planet. With an unhealthy democracy, we can't focus our national priorities on our global priorities, such as saving the planet, such as fighting back climate change. Right now, people are, that are in power that he faced denied the existence of climate change. In fact, they cheekily said, well, the climate is changing every day. Yes, the weather is changing every day, but climate is that massive global planetary system by which influences the weather. And it's more moisture, more heat, more drought, more wind, more damage, but equally more importantly, it is something that had we acted on aggressively 5 to 6 years ago, we would not be in the state we are in now. So him being here today, reminding the world of action to do, but also his administration is a reminder of how right-wing politics and the politics of climate denialism is killing the planet.
What was it like working in environmental advocacy under President Trump?
It was horrible. You have a president that was dismantling the very agencies and the very scientists that were actually doing the math and the modeling. So they figured, just like they dismantled our postal system, that if you can dismantle the science, you can now be gone and just deny it. So out of sight and out of mind. So this past administration was the worst environmental disaster known to humanity, and history will record it as such. It is just a matter of fact, and the receipts are there of the scientists, of the panels that he dismantled, of the regulatory regime, of the global commitments. Remember, to put a period on his sentence or his epitaph is that he pulled out of Paris. It can't get any worse than that. When your denialism and your ignorance takes you to the point of saying, what me worry about humanity, he pulled out. So it was a disaster, but hopefully now, while we cannot really make up for lost time,
I was just going to say, but it's also difficult, isn't it, to criticize China, to criticize Russia when the US was absent for 4 years?
Well, listen, to be honest, is that all global politics and the competition for global markets still plays out on areas where we need international cooperation. Pulling apart right now over issues of trade and the standard politics undermines the global effort and the global will for us to act collectively on behalf of humanity. This is the time we need to be working and collaborating with China, with Russia, with India. How do we regain that Paris spirit of where we were and move away from the politics of destruction? Again, another legacy of the Trump administration, these economic fights, which have now spilled over into public and international policy fights, are now putting us all at risk. We can see how a faltering or a failing democracy can destabilize important international efforts, such as the fight against climate change.
All right, Aaron, it's been really interesting talking to you this morning. Thank you for all of your time with us here on Sky News. So let's take a look at some of the key developments of the summit so far. Well, on Monday, India, of course, the world's third largest emitter, put a date on reaching net zero by 2070. But Prime Minister Modi promised, though, that his country would get half of its energy from renewable sources by the end of this decade. Well, Tuesday saw more than 100 countries, 85% of the world's forests, signed up to end deforestation by 2030. And more than 100 nations also promised to cut methane emissions by at least 30% before the end of the decade. Well, money came next, of course, crucial to underpinning all of these pledges, and financial institutions announced that $130 trillion in assets would be available to invest in the push to net zero. And then on Friday, we saw more than 40 countries committed to phasing out coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel that there is. However, the world's biggest coal-dependent countries, including the US, Australia and China, didn't sign up to that pledge. And 45 countries pledged to shift to sustainable farming methods. That was during Nature Day on Saturday. Well, adaptation is becoming increasingly important in the fight against climate change. And today, the UK government is calling for urgent action to help developing countries become more resilient to our warming world. Well, joining me now in the studio is David Jackson, Local Development Finance Director at the UN's Capital Development Fund. A very good morning to you, David. What have you made of what you've been hearing today?
Well, so far so good, but I think we're still stuck in the old mindset, and we need to move to climate finance 2.0, if you like. If you think about it, human beings, we've always adapted to climate change. If you go to the North Pole, you wear different clothes than if you go to the Sahara Desert. So adaptation, and houses look different in different parts of the world. Adaptation is not new to us, but the scale of the upcoming adaptation that we're all going to need to do is very significant. We need to move beyond projects. It's not going to be solved by a project. It's going to be solved by mechanisms, systems, new ways of life.
This is just what my previous guest was saying as well. He was listening to some of the contributors there from some of the development banks and saying, well, it's good, but actually we need to rethink this. And it felt a bit on Finance Day that we were hearing about, you know, an evolved way of financing these things, more blended finance, more bringing together public and private. But you're saying that actually beneath that, we still need to see a lot of change.
Finance Day was a good step forwards, because I think on Finance Day people understood, again, that it's not like I've got this project here, I've got that project there. It's about systems of finance, some of which have yet to be invented, new ways of transferring resources for both mitigation and adaptation. When it comes to adaptation, we're too late. We're not going to hit the 1.5 degrees. But let's be positive. We're going to have to really invest in new ways of living across the world, developing countries and developed countries. And that's going to need new types of financial incentives, new types of systems. And we're finally going to need to understand that adaptation is inherently local. Even the way Glasgow adapts will be the way that different from the way that London adapts. So local authorities, local governments, local communities, local businesses are going to need systems and financial systems they can connect to take this adaptation to scale. It's not going to be a little project here, a little project there.
I mean, there's plenty of money out there, isn't there? I mean, if you look at the savings glut that's built up over the last few decades, there's trillions out there. How do you get hold of that money and get it where it needs to go? I'm just thinking here very high level, very basic stuff, not complex finance.
So it has to be adapt locally, report globally. Because the problem with adaptation is it's so localized. Even one street's different from another street. The adaptation actions have to be defined very locally, but then the criteria, the methodology, the way in which it's done has to be done in a way that you can then aggregate that and report globally to capture those resources. And that's what we're setting up over the United Nations Capital Development and our partners and many others and the UK government too. Mechanisms that enable multiple local adaptations, but consolidated global reporting to be able to capture that finance. Because if people are going to pay for it, they want to see the results.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, estimating what the return is going to be on those things must be very difficult, right?
Yes, but risk comes in here, because if you're adapting, you're reducing risk. And you can look at the insurance industry, they're a little bit ahead of the curve. You know, nowadays...
Well, they need to be in the risk business,
well,
right?
Well, that's right, yes. Nowadays, if you want to build a beachfront condo in Miami, good luck getting the insurance. So that shows that the world is waking up, that it's going to be a different climate in the future. Adaptation is now part of the game. So that's if you get the global reporting, if you get the methodologies that are accepted globally, the standards, then you can see reductions in risk. And that's the way the private sector finance comes in, because if you're investing in reduction in risk, you're investing in creating opportunities.
Country risk is also important, isn't it? Because a lot of the countries that need this money, I was interviewing a representative from Armenia this morning, and that country's credit rating is such that it's very expensive for them to tap up global capital markets. So how do we get around that?
Well, I think the way around that, there's two levels that we get around that. One is that you're talking about the sovereign there, the government's own risk. But within that, at the sub-sovereign level, you can have individual projects, individual investments that are not necessarily attached to that. And if you can then make sure that those investments are truly green, they are truly having an effect on adaptation or mitigation, you can get the investment rated with a credit rating for the investment vehicle, which can be a better credit rating than for the sovereign. Now, when it comes to the sovereign level, we need to look again a little bit at the way that those credit ratings are calculated, so that it's possible to free up a little bit of balance sheet to be able to invest at the local level. One of the things we're also working on is something called securitization.
Yeah.
So, which means you take from the balance sheets of banks that are already invested in things, you take some of that, you farm that off to the pension funds, and then you free up that balance sheet for fresh investment into climate green infrastructure.
But do so in a better way than the securitizations were done just before the financial
absolutely.
crisis, hopefully.
So, similar methodology, but totally different application. And here you're doing it with a solid basis, because that was based on property price speculation. Here we're basing it on investing in the future. So actually the assets are going to grow in value because this is the future. So you heard Boris Johnson talking about follow the sun together with Narendra Modi, where they were saying, why can't sunny places export their energy to cloudy places? You have to get the systems to get that kind of investment done at the local level. It'll be multiple local investments.
David, we're waiting to hear from former President Barack Obama, who's going to be addressing this session that you can see hasn't yet got underway behind us there. Does having him here make a difference?
Well, of course, it's wonderful to have former presidents here, but I think the most important thing is the future. This is really about the next generation. They are the people who are going to drive this forwards. It's our children, our grandchildren. We have to build a future for them. And that's why it has to be Finance 2.0, Adaptation 2.0, new ways of working, understanding the importance of local governments, local institutions, local businesses, and that mechanisms, systems that maybe don't exist yet are going to have to come into existence to do this at scale. It's similar to the recovery of, it's bigger than the recovery of Europe from the Second World War. It's a big thing that needs to be done. And so I think the young generation get that. And, it's great that people are here, but it's good. This the next generation are the ones we need to look to.
As we make that shift, David, we're going to see a lot of what were very valuable assets become worthless quite quickly. What happens to them?
Well, that is a very, very good point. So that, again, has to be blended in. So what happens to them? Let's make use of them. Let's find ways that we can rethink, repurpose, reimagine how they are used and that they can feed in.
How do you reimagine a coal mine?
Well, there's lots of different ways you can reimagine it. There's lots of needs out there in Britain and in many other parts of the country. There's lots of skills that can be reinvested in. There's the physical land that can be used. There's the buildings that can be used. There's the skills that can be used. There's the community that can be used. There's a lot of local qualities, local skills, local assets. You don't think of how do you reimagine the coal mine, because that's gone. You think of how do I reimagine this community here with all its assets.
What it was before it became the coal mine.
Or what it could be in the future. because maybe before it was a coal mine, it was also something else.
Do we need effectively a bad bank for old economy assets?
That we do need something like that. I know that's been spoken about, and I think it's a good idea. And that bad bank then needs to be plugged into the new bank, so that the resources can also not only go to rehabilitate that type of thing, but also feed into investing into the new areas. Maybe the coal mining community could be the first mover in a new green type of investment.
Wouldn't that be interesting? All right, well, look, we're going to take us now to plenary one. We're hearing the opening remarks there getting underway. We are expecting to hear from President Obama. Let's listen in.
In case it wasn't already apparent, the U.S. is back at the COP, and we are here to live up to President Biden's commitment to listen to the science, expand equity and inclusion in climate at this critical moment, and work to ensure to keep warming to 1.5 degrees. The effort that we are undertaking now to mitigate and adapt to climate change is especially urgent. In fact, it's an existential threat to island nations. It reminds me of the voyage of the Hokulea, a type of traditional Hawaiian sailing ship that first brought Hawaiians to their island home. These ships and the brave islanders who sailed them thousands of miles without mechanical propulsion or navigational instruments connected the islands of the Pacific across vast distances. It required courage, ingenuity, and an unshaking belief that we are all connected on this planet and we are better off together. No man is an island, as John Donne's famous poem reminds us. And in that spirit, last week, just a week ago, President Biden announced a new initiative called Prepare, the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience. Under Prepare, the U.S. will focus its adaptation and resilience work on locally led efforts to increase knowledge, improve planning, and mobilize resources to meet the climate challenges and increase the adaptation needs of the world today. I am very excited to announce that as part of our Prepare commitments, we will be providing an initial $9 million to support something called the Local 2030 Islands Network. The Local 2030 Network is an innovative, island-led coalition of partners committed to achieving net zero emissions and adapting to climate change. It advances community-driven adaptation by building on the traditional knowledge of the early Polynesian voyagers and their historic resilience in adapting to climate change. I'm so pleased that the leaders, the initial leaders on our panel today, are here to help us explain about the network and tell us why it's so important to them. So let me introduce them. First, we have the Prime Minister of Fiji, Frank Bainimarama. We also have the Minister of Climate, Resilience and Environment of Grenada, Simon Steele, and the Climate Envoy for the Marshall Islands, Kathy Jitnell-Kijiner. These are founding members of the Local Island 2030 Network. I'm also pleased that the State Department will be partnering with NOAA, my former agency, on the Local 2030 Network, and on the 7th annual Our Oceans Conference, along with the mighty nation of Palau, that will be held the 16th and 17th of February in Palau. I also want to introduce the moderator of the panel, the Administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the Undersecretary of Commerce, Dr. Rick Spinrad. And now, it is my great honor to introduce a giant in ocean and global conservation who really needs no introduction. He took the concept of fully and completely protected marine protected areas in the U.S. and he supersized it, greatly expanding the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument in Hawaii, the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument throughout the Pacific, and he even created the first marine national monument in the Atlantic Ocean called the Canyons and Seamounts National Monument off the coast of Secretary Kerry's home state of Massachusetts. He's our first island president. His leadership on marine protection is so significant that a newly discovered species of tropical fish was named the Obama basslet in his honor. So everyone, please join me in giving a warm Hawaiian Islands welcome to President Barack Obama.
Well, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It is wonderful to be here. Let me just first of all point out that that fish that Monica mentioned was a very small fish, but it meant a lot to me. I am so pleased to be here with all of you for this important discussion about how to support efforts to promote island resilience. As probably all of you know at this point, I have been shaped by my experience growing up in Hawaii, and I know that our outstanding governor from Hawaii, Governor Ige and First Lady are both here, and I'm grateful for all that they've done to protect our islands. I am an island kid, and while I was president, I was proud of the work that we did to work with island nations who were most vulnerable to changing climate, even as they did far, far less, if anything, than the larger nations in actually causing the climate crisis. And I remember in Paris, we had a meeting of a group of island leaders to hear directly from them about how climate change was already having an impact. And the effect of that meeting was outsized. It had a huge impact, in part because these leaders were able to communicate in very concrete human terms what so often is a bunch of abstract numbers. People were being affected in very specific and immediate ways, and tragic ways. And so it put images and faces and emotions and moral authority behind the efforts to form the Paris Accords. It was a reminder that that in many ways our islands are the canary in the coal mine in this situation, that they are sending a message now that if we don't act, and act boldly, it's going to be too late. And it also highlighted the fact that this is not something that's 10 or 20 or 30 years down the road. This is now, and we have to act now to help with adaptation and resilience, which I know is a theme of COP26 today. So I don't think, I genuinely think we would not have gotten as ambitious an agreement in Paris had it not been for the willingness and the capacity of island nations to step up and be heard. And for that, we want to thank you. But I also think that it's important for us to recognize that, as was true 5 years ago, we have not done enough, and our islands are threatened more than ever. And that's part of the reason why I'm so proud of the fact that the U.S. government and Joe Biden is giving the issue the attention that it deserves. His commitment to provide an additional $3 billion to extend a hand and support those who are most vulnerable to the impact of climate change, including islands, can make a difference. That's a substantial increase in support. It's an investment in our common humanity. It's an essential piece of the work that's being done here in Glasgow. And I think it is representative of an essential element of anything that we're going to do collectively on the climate crisis, a recognition that all of us have a part to play, all of us have work to do, all of us have sacrifices to make, but those of us who live in big, wealthy nations, those of us who help to precipitate the problem, we have an added burden to make sure that we are working with and helping and assisting those who are less responsible and less able, but are more vulnerable to this oncoming crisis. Also, as a Hawaiian and as American, I was proud to see the Biden administration embrace the local 2030 island network. Through this initiative, U.S. islands like Hawaii, Guam, and Puerto Rico will connect with island nations and islands around the world as they take the lead in pursuing sustainable development and adapting to climate change. Initiatives like these help provide badly needed resources, but they also forge connections. And by sharing best practices and forging a unity of purpose, they offer a model of what's needed around the world if we're going to make sure that the promises in Paris and the promises that are made here in Glasgow are actually kept, and that we are continually increasing ambition until we get a full handle on this problem. I'll close just by saying there's an old Hawaiian proverb, pupukahi I holumua. That's roughly translated into unite to move forward. It's a reminder that if you want to paddle a canoe, you better all be rowing in the same direction and at the same time. Every oar has to move in unison. That's the only way that you move forward. And that's the kind of spirit that we need to protect our island resources. That's the kind of spirit we need to protect our people. It's a different mindset. It's an open spirit, and that's what all of you bring to bear in this discussion. Some of you are small countries, don't have large populations, but you got a lot of heart. And you are protectors and preservers of what is a vital link for all humanity to this planet. Your voice has to be heard, and I'm glad you're here representing those nations and making sure that the rest of the world is listening. All right?
Thank you, President Obama. Let me start by thanking Assistant Secretary Monica Medina for that very warm introduction and opening remarks, and a special thanks to you, President Obama, for joining our island event and providing these insightful remarks that we've heard, drawing from your own personal perspectives growing up in an island nation. Your leadership on climate change and issues strongly reflected by your actions as President, including the expansion of the Papahanaumakuakea National Marine Monument to become one of the largest protected areas in the world, is just one example. Conserving our marine and coastal ecosystems protects vital blue carbon and provides additional support to climate-stressed resources such as coral reefs. We're also very fortunate, as you heard from Assistant Secretary Medina, to have a panel of leaders and visionaries for our discussions here today. And I have the privilege of serving as a moderator for what I'm sure will be a very fruitful discussion. We're joined by the Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, Frank Bainimarama, who has been a powerful voice on climate change issues in the Pacific and for islands around the world for many years. Thank you, sir. I'm also pleased to introduce Minister for Climate Resilience and Environment, Simon Steele from Grenada, an outstanding champion of climate actions in the Caribbean. Thank you, sir. And I'm especially pleased to introduce Kathy Jetnil-Kijiner, co-founder and director of the Republic of the Marshall Islands-based nonprofit Jojicum, dedicated to youth and environmentalism, and an Obama leader, Asia Pacific, and member of the inaugural design cohort. Island nations are among the most vulnerable to climate change, but they're also at the forefront of efforts to adapt and develop pathways to climate resilience and sustainable development. Today's event is an opportunity to highlight the unique challenges and opportunities facing our island nations and ways we can share solutions and learn from one another. Knowledge and information, particularly that which is co-developed and tailored through community engagement, are key elements of efforts to address climate risks and vulnerabilities and foster adaptation solutions. Climate products, services, Decision support tools and early warning systems enable us to better prepare for and respond to climate change. The more we know, the more we can do. This information is most useful when it's developed through scientific collaboration and partnerships, local ingenuity, and sharing of experiences across national borders. I would like to reaffirm the commitment of my agency, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to working with the global community to foster adaptation and resilience. We are pleased to be part of partnerships that bring people together to address the climate challenge, such as the Local 2030 Islands Network that you heard mentioned by President Obama and Assistant Secretary Medina, and the new Pacific Regional Training Center for Ocean Acidification, a critical issue. Hosted by Fiji, it's a good example of countries and organizations coming together to monitor and understand changing conditions in the environment. Toward this end, I'm honored to have this opportunity to moderate today's roundtable to learn from 3 renowned champions of island adaptation and resilience. So let's begin, and I'd like to start by asking a question that is specific to what's going on here in Glasgow these 2 weeks. The question for the panel is, what Paris promised the world we are charged to deliver here in Glasgow. With 1 week of this milestone gathering behind us now, what has most excited you about the global pledges and actions announced, both for your island's clean energy future and for adaptation and resilience? Prime Minister, I'd ask you to start, please.
Thank you, and good morning to you all. Good morning, Mr. President. Mr. President, seeing you here remind me of COP21 in Paris. There, the American and Pacific leadership rallied the world to produce the Paris Accords that we are now here in Glasgow to turn into action. Mr. President, thank you for making the trip to be with us in Glasgow. We all know that you are the son of a Pacific, and I need not remind you of the threat, excuse me, our region faces from a changing climate. Alongside the late, great Tony de Broom, and I understand great niece is here with us, you helped to deliver the Paris Accords that we are here to enact. That legacy of leadership is at stake here in Glasgow. And so is the very existence of Fiji's low-lying neighbors of Tuvalu, of Kiribati, and the Marshall Islands. We welcome the new commitments made last week, but with due respect, Mr. President, I can't feel any excitement for them because they are timid and inadequate. Several major players, of course, as you know, are missing in action, and others have shown up with insufficient commitments that have succeeded only in erecting speed bumps on the road that leads to the wrong side of 1.5 degrees of warming. Developed nations are failing us. They are the ones with the resources and the technology to make a difference. Yet, they have left the potential for clean energy and adaptation on the table by missing the 100 billion pledge 2 years running. Among others, the USA is woefully short of paying its fair share of climate finance. Now we, the most vulnerable, are told to suck it up and wait until 2023. There's no delay, Mr. President, to build resilience across Fiji's over 110 populated areas, islands. 13 cyclones have struck Fiji since we ratified the Paris Agreement. 13. And though our carbon emissions are negligible, we are embracing the opportunity of net zero and the good green jobs and energy independence it can create. But money matters, plain and simple. These changes require upfront investments we cannot always mount alone. We are doing all we can. Fiji is creating an entire economic sector that is dedicated to building climate resilience. Through a groundbreaking Climate Change Act, we have legally empowered ourselves to become net zero. harness nature-based solutions, fortify our infrastructure, and hold the private sector accountable, while also unlocking its innovative potential. That is all good. But we're also breaking ground in tragic ways we never wanted. Pacific nations have collectively agreed to a declaration to preserve the sovereignty of our waters, even if land masses are lost entirely. Fiji has a trust fund for relocation that finances the movement of communities and infrastructure to higher ground. And we have offered refuge to the people of Kiribati, Tuvalu, in the event their nations are lost to the rising seas. So to answer your question, sir, no, I'm not excited. I'm not prepared, along with every Fijian, to do what is necessary to secure our future and ensure we can grow our island economy in a warmer world. We have solutions. We're developing more, and we are always keen to share our experiences, just as we are keen to grow small island development states' share of access to finance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for that particularly insightful and cogent comment and very candid observations. Very much appreciate that. Minister Steele, would you care to comment?
Thing is like, yeah. So thank you, Chair, and recognizing President Obama, Island Kid, fellow panelists. What we've seen over the past week are a string of announcements and initiatives, whether that's on coal phase-out, the global methane pledge, commitments to end public financing for the fossil fuel sector, new initiatives and signatories on deforestation, clean technologies, nature, agriculture. These are all important for ambition and action, for the global financial markets, for the private sector. And it's important to recognize the leadership of the UK Presidency in driving the process to get us here. And for my great ocean state of Grenada, the future of countries like mine depend on whether or not coal seams around the world are left as they are. So these are all important steps that we are seeing here in Glasgow. However, we also need to see the promises trickle down to meaningful action on the ground in countries and communities that are working hard to transition to clean energy and a more resilient future. Across different sectors, energy, transport, waste management, etc., the call for a just transition is very, very real. Now, back to the international stage, let's be clear. Our job here in Glasgow is far from done. Political heavy lifting is needed in this second week if we are to collectively deliver on truly keeping 1.5 within reach. The science tells us we still have a long way to go. The latest NDC synthesis numbers tells us we're tracking to a 14% increase in emissions rather than a 45% reduction by 2030, and that we are on a 2.7 degrees C of warming trajectory, not the 1.5 that we in the islands so desperately need the global community to hit. So efforts need to continue immediately after this COP. And our decisions here in Glasgow need to translate into more ambitious, accelerated action starting in 2022. as President Obama said, climate change for us in the islands is not an abstract thing. It's real and it's lived every single day. And if mitigation is a marathon getting us to that 1.5-degree target, adaptation and resilience building is the sprint as we battle the daily impacts of intense hurricanes, more frequent floods, droughts, and the urgency to protect lives and livelihoods. Challenges are still before us, the announcements heard promising, but we need to deliver still on very, very concrete actions. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Minister Steele. Director Jetnil Kijiner, would you care to comment on the question of what has most excited you halfway through COP26?
Thank you. Excellencies, President Obama, I'm really grateful to be here and to be able to speak on behalf of Marshall Islands. I think it was Tepeli Ofa, the Tongan scholar, who said smallness is a state of mind. And I think that's really applicable to the ways in which islanders, despite being small in landmass, has been really holding their weight throughout these conversations and holding the line in these negotiations. So we're really grateful to also be a part of the Local 2030 Islands Network that will allow us to continue to exchange knowledge across islands. As far as this week and the pledges that have been coming forward, we are excited about the different pledges like the Deforestation Pledge and the Global Methane Pledge. I think that a pledge is a good start. However, we are more looking closely at implementation. So what comes after these pledges? What comes with action? And that's where we'll really be holding the larger states accountable for how they will deliver on these commitments. As convener of the High Ambition Coalition, we're also really excited about the statement that has been put forward that includes doubling adaptation commitments. And I was also appreciative of the announcement that was just made from the U.S. about increasing adaptation funding. I think the thing that I'm most concerned about coming into this COP was increasing funds for adaptation specifically. For the Marshall Islands, we're looking at several billions of dollars for implementing our national adaptation plan. We've received preliminary studies that show us estimates, and it's tens of billions for reclaiming land, for elevating parts of our land, for internal migration within our islands. And these are really extreme, hard adaptation solutions that are coming down the barrel, and they're coming down quite soon. Considering the fact that we are passing the 1.5-degree threshold very, very soon. So for us, adaptation implementation is key. The funding towards that is what we really need. So it was really exciting for us to see that the signatories have committed to doubling adaptation within the High Ambition Coalition statement. And another important thing that commits signatories within the statement is when we negotiate the new target in 2025, these targets will be based off of science. As we know, the $100 billion mark was sort of just an estimate that wasn't based off of real science. And if we look at the science and the costs, it'll probably be a lot more than the $100 billion that we have right now. And so seeing that and being able to base it off of science, I think that will really help with managing the type of funds that small island states really need to be able to implement the adaptation structures that we're planning, the adaptation pathways that we're currently planning. So I think I'll just close with that, and thank you again for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I wonder, President Obama, if you might make some comments based on what you've heard.
I do. First of all, let me start with Kathy, who I had a chance to know some of the work we've been doing in the foundation. I think she is an example of the kind of next generation of leader that is on the front lines of this fight. and whose voices are necessary. Us old folks, the gray-haired types or the no-haired types, sometimes I think make excuses for why things aren't happening as fast as they should and this and that. And the youthful impatience and willingness to speak truth to power and do the work, I think is absolutely vital. I'll be addressing that a little bit later, both in a plenary speech I'm making and then a roundtable with young leaders from around the world. Two themes that I heard discussed that I think are important. The first is the importance of follow-through. Look, I've been talking to John Kerry and others who've been involved in pushing as hard as we can in this process. And I know that, as was true in Paris, the current national plans cumulatively and pledges made still don't get to 1.5. And so there are times, I think, when that makes us feel discouraged, naturally. On the other hand, if everybody follows through with just the commitments that have already been made at this conference, the latest data indicates that we'd get to about 1.8. Now, that's a big if. That's still not enough. On the other hand, there's a difference, as the Prime Minister of Fiji mentioned, the number 2.7. 2.7 and 1.8 makes a big difference for island nations. And then 1.8 and 1.5, that makes a big difference. So every degree to which we can mitigate counts. And I think that, as Kathy indicated and as both the ministers implied, if we are following through on all the bold pronouncements and steps and pledges that have been made, then that's real progress. Not enough, but it moves us in the right direction. But that does require ongoing activism in between these COP conferences. And it means citizen pressure on both public sector and private sector actors to ensure that there is actual follow-up and that we're actually documenting that. And island nations, I think, have a story to tell because they're on the front lines of making sure and calling larger nations, the main emitters, into account if they are not following up. So, and you know what? I'll help give you a platform for that if that's the case. The second point, I very much liked what Minister Scilly talked about when he says mitigation is a marathon, adaptation, resilience is a sprint. I think that is a good framework to think about this. The truth is that organizing a lot of nations around the world, all of whom have legacy energy systems, vested interests, politics, et cetera, coordinating all that to move the entire planet's energy grid in a new direction is not going to happen overnight. It has to happen, and we have to push. But there are going to be, we're going to go forward. There are going to be some setbacks. There are going to be laggards, right? Nations that don't follow through. And so we just have to be determined and have massive patience and just continually pound away at the problem. But resilience and adaptation, that has to happen now. And I think having that parallel time frame, recognizing that in assisting island nations, particularly those that almost by definition had nothing to do with this problem and are bearing the effects most severely, There is a documentable, finite amount of money that can go to helping those countries right now. And the sooner we start helping, in fact, the better off we're going to be, and in some cases, the more money we'll save, rather than waiting until things are crumbling and you've got crisis. So I do think that it is worthwhile for countries to think about green funding, both in terms of long-term, but allocate and be definite, have a clear plan about what is it that we're doing to help those who are in harm's way as we speak. And that's something, again, that I would be open to championing as we go forward. So I appreciate very much the input. I think I'm going to get dragged to another portion of this gathering, so I'm going to be taking my leave at the moment. I may see you, I'm sure I'll see some of you in the next thing. I do want to say one last thing, and this is for Richard and Monica. The politics in the United States are not always easy, as you may have noticed. And my successor maybe wasn't as interested in climate science as I was, it turned out. But there are a lot of people in the U.S. government who care about this deeply and work really hard and are invested. Our politics are not always easy. And yeah, we're not unique in that regard, but I think it's a good time now, because most of the time when you are dealing with and sometimes expressing frustration towards U.S. delegates at these COP conferences, I just want you to know that they're the ones who are championing your cause back home. It's just that, you know, we got our own politics that we got to deal with, but these are outstanding public servants and scientists who really care about these issues and are listening to you. Sometimes it'll feel, I guess specifically to the point that the Prime Minister of Fiji mentioned, sometimes it may feel like the United States, like some other countries, are not always moving as fast or following through on their commitments as much as we'd like. It's not for lack of trying by the kinds of people who you are working with here. But you know, we've got our contentious battle. It's one of the things about democracy. It turns out you don't always get your way. But two cheers for democracy, as they say. I think that was Mr. Churchill who said that. So I want to say that because both Richard, Monica, John Kerry, those folks are really working hard and care about this issue a lot. And so that's not to let us off the hook when we're not doing what we need to do, but it's just for you to know that oftentimes you're preaching to the choir when it comes to the delegations that are represented here. So, all right, see you guys in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, President Obama, for your strong, clear-eyed leadership throughout, and also for that shout out to the civil servants around the world who are working hard to solve the problems.
They're all underpaid.
You got some applause for that. Thank you, sir.
That's not unique to the U.S.
We have just about 10 minutes. We have another important question that I'd like to ask of the panel. And as I was listening carefully to your comments, there was a statement that you made, Minister Steele, about having a core for a just transition. And so this question deals with the progress that we have made. And I'd like to ask you specifically in that regard, we have together made great strides in our understanding of climate change and its impacts on people and places, as well as options to address them. We've improved information, tools, and decision support services. How have these approaches helped island communities, cultures, economies, and ecosystems adapt and become more resilient. Prime Minister?
Thank you. Thank you for that statement. I'd like to say that today, no nation can claim inaction out of ignorance. We have known about this threat for decades. And the most recent IPCC report has put a mountain of evidence behind their experiences. My people have lived and confirmed our worst fears. The latest science shows us we must have global emission by 2030, half global emission by 2030, and achieve net zero by 2050. If we fail, the 1.5-degree aspiration of the Paris Agreement will be our epitaph. One arena in which Fiji has made remarkable progress is our work to reduce disaster risks. I have mentioned about Cyclone Winston often. In 2016, Cyclone Winston struck Fiji as the strongest cyclone to ever make landfall south of the equator. It claimed 44 lives and wiped out 1/3 of the value of our GDP in 36 hours. By improving community readiness to this new breed of superstorms, we've saved countless lives through the 12 storms that have followed on Winston's heels. Our forecasting technology has been upgraded, and communities now know what to do and where to go. And most importantly, they know how to treat advanced storm warnings with deadly seriousness. Building off new and existing science, Fiji is working with the UK Space Agency and NORAD to enhance our ability to map sea level rise, improve coastal development, manage climate-induced human migration, and perform hydrological and wind modeling to better understand our island's renewable energy potential. Our economy, however, is still extremely vulnerable. Our networks of infrastructure will take years and massive levels of investment to properly adapt our roads, schools, homes, utility infrastructure. All of it must now meet new standards of resilience. And we know that adapting now is more affordable than rebuilding from the rubble of cyclone-driven devastation. Nature is one way we're delivering solutions that work and that we can afford. The number one request I hear when I visit Fijian communities is for new seawalls. Concrete seawalls are a major investment. They take time and they demand huge resources. But we've learned that eco-walls made of boulders, big boulders, mangroves, and vetiver grass work just as well, if not even better. They're cheaper. Communities already have much of the expertise needed to do the work to build them. And we are also beginning constructions on an photovoltaic farm on our fourth largest island in pursuit of 100% renewable energy generation. We recognize that a healthy ocean makes for a healthy climate. And we have committed to bring all 1.3 million square kilometers of Fiji's ocean under sustainable management, with 30% as marine protected areas. The ocean has been our shield against the worst of climate change by serving as a carbon sink. We believe that paired with emission cuts, it can become a solution to energy generation and a source of resilient economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Minister Steele.
Thank you. Just heard from the Prime Minister of Fiji. We'll hear from the Marshall Islands, Grenada. You'll hear from all of the islands in this room, some of the great work that is taking place in islands all around the world. Small island developing states continue to demonstrate real leadership in these very and increasingly challenging times. Grenada was the first in the region to establish a dedicated Ministry of Climate Resilience focused on building resilience in, on our island. Progressive policies, programs, one of the first to submit a new NDC globally, mainstream climate change across the whole of government projects. In relative terms, one of the more successful islands within the region in terms of resource mobilization and information tools, support. All of those things are central to the decision-making processes that have gotten us to where we are. Our small size gives us a very deep understanding of the problems that we face and how to tackle them, whether that's from an environmental perspective, social, economic, technical. We can see the cause and effect of positive actions, negative actions, and the respective outcomes. And with all of these challenges that we face, we're also presented with a massive opportunity, an opportunity to be a global exemplar, to be able to demonstrate to larger, more developed nations what can be achieved with real political will. But there's a however to this. Without the right support, and we come back to the points raised in the earlier question, without the right support, we will always be the victims in this story. But with the right support, and we are far away from that, we can be a part of the global solution also. And this is all that we ask, to be given a chance, not only to save our island nations, but to be that exemplar of leadership and action to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Director Chetneel Kijiner, please.
Thank you. I think I want to talk about our National Adaptation Plan. That's been a real key focus of everything that we've been discussing out here when we've been at COP, and for good reason. Our National Adaptation Plan is what we're calling our survival plan. It's our most comprehensive plan that we've developed so far that is including a community consultation and including science that we've collected on our own already. It's based off of surveys and community plans that were developed by each island, conservation plans called Remalak. I know that the Local 2030 Network looks at not just climate change, but also environmental, all around environmental issues. And the Remalak Conservation Framework is a framework that was developed by Marshallese people within our Marine Resources Authority department. And each of these framework has the members of the MIMRA staff going to different islands and working with the communities there to develop their own conservation plan. Now, these conservation plans ended up being the basis for our National Adaptation Plan because they do touch on the conservation issues that they're looking at, but they also look at social issues, and they touch very briefly on adaptation. Now, besides this conservation plan and all of that kind of science that forms the basis of the National Adaptation Plan, we're now embarking onto our community consultations. And this is really exciting for me to be a part of as climate envoy, but also as director of our nonprofit, Jojigum. The community consultations is going to be our biggest widespread sort of public outreach on climate change. What people don't know is the Marshall Islands has over 20 different islands within our island chain. Each of them have different histories, different communities. Nobody ever says, I'm from the Marshall Islands within the Marshall Islands. They say what island they're from specifically, and they hold it very proudly. So with that in mind, we have to go to each of these islands and get their perspectives on what kind of adaptation pathway they would want. So instead of a top-down approach for planning our future, we're actually doing a human rights-based approach that takes into consideration what our community actually needs and what they actually want. And that involves actually working with nonprofits, who will target different vulnerable groups. And so our nonprofit Jochigum will be leading the youth engagement on these community consultations. And we're actually training the youth we work with to lead the workshops and the consultations. So it's youth-led and youth-voiced within that consultation. And we also have women's groups leading some of the consultations and the conservation groups to make sure that each of the different vulnerable voices are highlighted within our national adaptation plan. And so I think this is, there's a lot of areas in which Marshall Islands has been leading the way in declaring a climate emergency early on, in developing our energy roadmap, which we're working on implementing right now. But right now, this is the consultation that's underway right as we're speaking here at this conference. The agency which is delivering it, the International Organization on Migration, is working on that as we speak. And our youth, my youth that I work with, are helping to develop that as we're talking on this panel. So I think that's probably what the world could really learn from, is the ways in which we engage with our community in a much more holistic and community-driven way. And I think the rest of the world can incorporate that into their own adaptation planning, because it really shouldn't be top-down. The most vulnerable groups will be hit the hardest, and they need to be voiced and they need to be heard as we're planning for our futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. This brings to a close our session here today. I'd just like to make a personal comment on perspective and thank the panel for some very particular approaches. One is the specificity of your comment. One is the seriousness of the issue as you presented it to us, issues. And the third, and probably the most important in closing, is what I would characterize as the guarded optimism of the solutions-oriented actions that each of you addressed. Combating the climate crisis is a challenge, but reflecting on what we've heard here today in this session and this week, I am optimistic that working together we are stronger in moving in the right direction to help our island communities. I'll close simply by saying that I look forward to continuing this very important discussion, even as soon as at the Our Ocean Conference in Palau in February. With that, I say mahalo, aloha, and ask you to thank our distinguished panel. Thank you very much.
And so that panel comes to an end, entitled Island Resilience, Sharing Solutions in the Great Ocean States panel. You can see the lineup there. It included the Prime Minister of Fiji, Grenada Simon Steele, and also Kathy Jetnil Kitchener of the Marshall Islands. You can't see President Obama, the former US president, of course, but he did speak earlier. He had to leave. He's got a very full day today, and we'll be picking up on some of his other commitments a little bit later on. But he talked about the importance of the island nations. He said he was an island kid himself, and he said that in many ways the islands are the canary in the coal mine of the climate crisis. He said they're sending out a message that if we don't act and act boldly, it's going to be too late. He said this is something that's 10, 20 or 30 years down the road. This is now, and we have to act now to help with adaptation and resilience. I should say, he said it's not something that's 10, 20 or 30 years down the line. It's something that's happening now. So let's discuss what he said and what impact that might have with Erin Mayer, who's Wilderness Campaign Director at the Adirondack Council in New York. And I'm also joined by Jerome Ringo, a Goodwill Ambassador and advocate for environmental justice and clean energy from Louisiana in the United States. So welcome, gentlemen. So good to have you here with us. Jerome, if I can start with you. I mean, hearing from former President Obama there, speaking about the plight of island nations and how they're dealing with the climate crisis right now, with some powerful words, but how much political weight would you say that President Obama brings to this discussion? I mean, what was his own legacy like? Has he got real credibility on the issue of climate change?
President Obama has established himself as a leader and a champion on climate during his time as the President of the United States and beyond. I can personally relate to the island idea, as often I feel like I'm on an island. I live on the coast of Louisiana. My home was destroyed last year by a hurricane, and my community was hit by back-to-back hurricanes in the same season. First time that's ever happened in recorded history. 2 Category 4 hurricanes hit a community within 6 weeks of each other. So we often feel like we're on an island as well. Disproportionately impacted communities, poor communities, of color communities. So what President Obama has articulated about the impacts and the now solutions that need to take place to resolve climate issues that impact the islands, it also impacts the many islands in the continental United States, as well as many cities and communities around the world.
Were you personally affected?
Yes, I lost my home.
You lost your home?
My home was completely destroyed by Hurricane Laura. And it took us a year to get back into our home. And now we are ending a hurricane season and looking ahead as to what might happen next season, because the temperature is rising, the climate impacts are greater, and we may be right back to where we were 1 year ago when our home was destroyed with 150-mile-per-hour winds.
You've devoted your life to environmental issues,
Yes.
but having experienced that in Louisiana and losing your home, has it added to your sense of frustration at inaction, or how do you feel about it? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
More than adding to frustration, it's a call for action. It has led me to believe that advocacy is important, but we've got to go from advocacy to action. We need now solutions, we need now action, we need now policies. You know, I agree that there should be ambitious goals in 2030, 2035. Some have mentioned even 2070. But we need solutions right now, because we're dealing with right now issues, right now impacts, and the world is changing right before our eyes. So I'm here because of that.
And Aaron Mayer, what do you make of President Obama's intervention here? I mean, how much more likely is he to amplify the issues? How much more likely is a figure like him likely to be listened to?
Well, it's really important because he is that global figure that still has credibility on this issue. And the world is looking to the United States for leadership, but they also are coming off of that last administration that dismantled the very institutions that Obama had set up. And so now we have the current government that's trying to reinstall. You mentioned the appropriate metaphor. Island nations are the frontline canaries in the proverbial coal mine. And what they don't realize in the politics that Obama was talking about, the tough part and structures within our democracy that makes it difficult. Right now, the current manager of that coal mine is from coal country. And in his mind, and he wants more investment in coal and climate-killing carbon. And so we are right now not only needing Obama to inspire and lift our nation up and lift up the voices of activists. Obama said the next key line, right now, it's the pressure and the power of the people and the grassroots on the outside. It is those voices from the island nations. Remember, this is an island nation. The UK is a very powerful island nation. And the Extinction Rebellion and their voices, people want to write them off as crank and we're inconveniences with traffic. But that is the alarm clock and the alarm bell that we now need to hear and act on. And Brother Jerome lost his home. I was down in the lower ninth with Brother Jerome at the end of Hurricane Katrina. When you see and witness the destruction and the loss of life, and then the government response after, they are still dealing with resilience projects from something over a decade, well over a decade ago. So if they're that late in the United States with adaptation, and we have now, since Paris, almost $0 in action on adaptation and support for these frontline communities. It is the sprint that they're talking about that we must engage in. The talk of mitigation, the talk of setting up the funds is like a pause, and that's a political pause. But the needs and the will of the people and the risks that they're facing right now, we need to act now on climate.
And Jerome, America is a wealthy nation, and if there are concerns amongst people whose jobs it is to look after the environment, that America's not ready for climate change, do you find it easier to kind of identify with those smaller nations who are experiencing this right now? There are whole communities having to move, they're not able to farm land in certain areas, there are whole cities built on coastlines that are being affected. I mean, it does really focus the mind, doesn't it?
Well, sure, and history has shown us that the greatest attention will be given by the people that are impacted the most. I remember when I went to my first climate conference in Kyoto. Back then, there was not lots of talk about climate change within the continental United States. More of the impact of climate in America was felt by the people of the Gwich'in tribe in northern Alaska, or those people that lived in the Arctic regions. Now California is on fire. Louisiana is being destroyed by hurricanes. The East Coast is being hit by hurricanes that are unprecedented. We're now seeing the highest temperatures in recorded history occurring within the continental United States and beyond. So now it's beginning to get the attention of people because the impact is hitting home. Hurricane Ida hit Louisiana, and it made headline news. But when Hurricane Ida, the same storm, made its way and hit New York, it hit Madison Avenue. And then it got global attention. Then you had the President of the United States, the Vice President, you had the Governor of New York, the Mayor of New York, all standing side by side saying, this is a real problem and we got to do something about it. When it affects the economy, when it affects the bottom line money of a country, of continents, it's going to get people's attention.
Well, that's right, and getting attention is vital, isn't it? And right. President Obama was very interesting there because obviously he remembers the Paris Agreement being signed at COP15 in 2015. And he said that without the Marshall Islands speaking up and saying, this is happening now in our country, we're at risk of disappearing underwater, it may have been that galvanized everybody to come together around an agreement. And they will complain along with other island nations that they're not being listened to. Do you think that the fact that there are problems in other nations like America is going to galvanize people generally to focus on the people who are most affected now?
Let's be clear. There are significant island territories within the United States, U.S. citizens sitting on the Virgin Islands, sitting on Puerto Rico, sitting on Guam. So the impacts are real. Puerto Rico still hasn't been rebuilt from the last administration. In fact, the politics that we're talking about of finance and aid to repair, when it is picked and chosen from political donors, who gets the contracts, who gets to do the resilience rebuilding, and not even looking at the impacted populations, those are harbingers that people should be leaning forward and monitoring. It's not so much that the U.S. is a wealthy nation. The question is, how is the U.S. as a wealthy nation dealing with people of color within its territorial borders and within its territories and island territories that are frontline harbingers of what other nations around the world will face. It is really tragic that in spite of all of the signals that America to this moment, in its own domestic interest, protecting frontline communities of colors on island territories that are its possession, that it has a duty to. The very Congress has not leaned forward and, as I said, made it right, as they say in the terms of Louisiana, make it right, which is equal treatment under law. So when a hurricane hits Wall Street, it hits Staten Island, the wealthy white areas within the United States. When we talk about climate justice and global environmental racism, that's when all of a sudden it's a crisis. But when it hits nations or territories made up of brown people within the United States, they are still treated and financed as second-class citizens. So this is a whole issue when it comes to global island nations and global nations living up to their commitment, because these are not the nations that created the global climate crisis. They are the frontline victims.
You both made it very clear that money is needed, and money was committed for developing nations. Back in 2009, Obama, I think, was just about president by then, and that money has not been forthcoming. In fact, there was a little protest. I don't know if you were sitting here listening while Obama was speaking, and they were saying, show me the money. It's still not here. I mean, that is absolutely crucial and crucial to these talks, isn't it?
Right. The $50 billion commitment has not been met. I believe only $9 billion has actually been put into the fund. So people must, and countries must not just talk the talk, but they've got to walk the walk. And that's where I talk about advocacy to action. We've got to see some real tangible action by countries, by representatives, by the negotiators, to not just come up with an agreement that looks good on paper, not just an agreement that's going to make the headlines of the news, but agreements that can be implemented quickly so that we can see a change and that affect the people that are the canaries in the mine, but also those that are the most adversely impacted. And as was so eloquently presented, those are the poor people and people of color.
But the other piece is that we also need a healthy and strong fourth estate. You, the media, print media, are very critical. The past 4 years, they have taken a pounding by right-leaning administrations, not only domestically, but internationally and globally. Why is the media critical? When we talk about the financing or the fact that the $50 billion hasn't been made whole, we also got to monitor who are going to be the stewards and the custodians of that $50 billion. The big battle that there's been since Paris are banking institutions and financial institutions that are seeking to monetize, or who's going to basically manage those funds. So they're looking to profit off of the climate disaster because of the interest and fees that they will generate. There needs to actually be, these funds need to be managed by the nations, the states like the United States or the UN, and the stewardship and accountability. We need the fourth estate to really shine light on what's coming in and what's being invested. And with the fourth estate right now being backed up by regimes saying that you're fake news and you're not telling the truth, the climate crisis is here. We're seeing the pain and suffering right now. When it comes down to the financing, we need that fourth estate to focus in on, as they not show me the money, but where is the money and where is it going? And that's a critical piece of analysis that we need a healthy global media to help shine a light on.
Well, transparency and monitoring are clearly crucial things. We have had a number of pledges. Do you think this COP will be any different? You say you've visited ones before. Do you think that these promises, we can believe them, that have been made at this COP?
I want to be optimistic. Since I began at Kyoto, I believe that we're not where we were, but clearly we're not where we want to be. So we've got a long way to go. Hopefully this COP will sort of take us to the next step as we go into COP27, that we can begin to move the needle. We can begin to see tangible amounts of money put into the fund, and of course, it managed properly and distributed properly. Hopefully, this can be the beginning of an answer to the problems that we are having that are climate related. One, to curb the CO2 to the atmosphere, save this planet for those generations that are yet unborn, but at the same time, make a real difference in today's society to where we create those pathways out of poverty, but also reduce the impact on those people, as we mentioned, are already, right now, disproportionately impacted.
So agreements on methane, on coal, on forests in the last week. How optimistic are you, Aaron?
Well, President Obama's body language told me a lot, because you can see in it the polite sense and the intense qualm of intensity of urgency. It was not a body language of hope, but he did say the right words of the sense of urgency. We need to act. And right now, when you talk about those factors and those curbing of funds, right now we need to invest in wilderness. Wilderness will create the jobs. It will employ the planet. We have to look at those financing mechanisms, and we want to make sure that the money goes into the fight, not in the pockets so far as basis points in this, what I call the skim, and the profits to be earned off of managing the fund. All of that fund must go forward into the fight. So to the extent that this COP shines a light on, yes, the financing, but the $52,000 question is making sure the financing is not going to managed by those who finance planet's destruction. Banks and funds that finance and still support and invest in coal, gas, and natural, and oil, They should not be stewards of these funds. There should be a clean energy funds, new funds that are not, as I say, feeding their bottom lines, but feeding the safety and, as I say, the challenges that we need to meet, as I say, and pledge to here at COP26.
Okay, well, we must leave it there. Aaron Mayer and Jerome Foster, so interesting to get your take on it all. Thanks very much indeed for your time. We appreciate it.
It's okay. Thank you.
You're watching Sky News Climate Live. Do stick around. We've got loads of events to get you up to date on in just a moment. Now, coal, cars, cash and trees. That's been Boris Johnson's mantra at COP26. Well, one country already making some bold commitments on trees is the United States. The US Congress has approved the infrastructure bill, which includes at least $5.75 billion for restoring, monitoring and researching forests. Now, the package also includes policies that could make it easier for local communities to prepare for wildfires. Well, here with me to discuss just that is Jad Daly, who's President and Chief Executive of American Forests. So tell us, why do forests and trees matter?
Well, forests and trees don't only help us slow climate change, but they're right at the intersection of our greatest adaptation and resilience challenges as well. You mentioned wildfire, and look, in the United States, due to climate change, the extent of wildfire has doubled in just the last few decades. And that's terrible for the climate because it means more carbon emissions, but it's also a huge danger to communities. Both wildfires are burning, but then also the wreckage that's left in their wake, burned over areas that become mudslides and dangers to water supplies. And so you're right, I'm really proud that the United States, with this infrastructure bill, has put more than $5 billion into solving that problem in partnership with communities. And look, this Build Back Better legislation that's right behind it has an additional $24 billion for that same purpose. So wildfire is definitely a key dimension of this, and we're really investing and leading on it in a big way. But there are also urban connections too, and other ways that trees can help us become resilient to climate change, and so that's, I think, an important part of the story as well.
Well, absolutely. So how should the money be spent? How do you make sure that you protect your forests?
Well, one of the things that we need to do is drive our work with science and make sure that we're using climate science to understand how are we actually pre-storing forests for the condition of the future. You know, we've tended to think about how do we turn them back into what they once were. But in reality, we need to understand what conditions will be there in the future and what types of forests can survive and thrive. And so in the context of wildfire, that's really what we're trying to do. In some cases, it means a lot fewer trees because there just isn't as much water to sustain those forests into the future.
Why is there constraints on water?
Because of climate change. You know, as I mentioned, this doubling of the extent of wildfire in the western United States in the last few decades, it is directly attributable to the way that climate change is drying out our forests. It's hotter and drier, and it's just literally baking our forests tinder dry. In fact, this is remarkable. In the past year, we had wildfire that jumped all the way across the Sierra Nevada mountain range out in California for the first time, and it happened twice. So that's how dramatically the impacts of climate change on our forests are leading to dramatically different risks like wildfire.
So you can have fewer trees sometimes because then there's enough water to make sure that each tree stays healthy. Is that the thinking?
That's exactly right. We need to get the species and genetics in our forests in balance with what can be resilient to a future climate.
And is that changing? So is it now appropriate to plant different species in America just because of climate change?
That's absolutely right. In fact, we just released a plan with the Bureau of Land Management, a U.S. government agency, in which we're restoring the worst burned area in America, the Camp Fire. It was the most destructive wildfire in U.S. history. And so now we're replanting this burned over area. And what we have realized, what science is telling us, we can't just put it back the way that it was, or it will just burn again and be a danger to communities. And so we're adjusting the species and the genetics of those species, some of the ones that are there now, bringing in some species from other parts of California that are hotter and drier and that we know will be able to survive in this new environment. But we're also planting fewer of them so that the wildfire can pass through, and so you have small, regular fires that keep the forest in balance instead of these catastrophic mega fires that are a danger to communities, and they're also a danger to our climate because of all the carbon that they release.
So some fires, small, containable fires, are important?
Absolutely. Actually, that's one of the misnomers, that fire is bad or good. It's actually a mixture of the two. We need to avoid catastrophic fires that damage our forests to a point where the only way that we can bring them back now is to replant them. And so what we need to do is actually do small, regular fires, in some cases lighting them ourselves, and keep our forests in balance, keep them from being overgrown.
What do you mean in terms of imbalance? Being overgrown to keep the distance between trees and make sure there aren't too many drawing down the resources?
That's exactly right. When our forests become overcrowded, when we actually prevent healthy fires from moving through, they become too dense. And then when all that dense material is dried out by climate change, it suddenly becomes a tinderbox. And that's why we're seeing this incredible change in wildfire in the western United States right now. And actually, because of this effect is so strong, places in the United States that didn't used to be known for wildfire are becoming increasingly at risk, including, for example, in the southeastern United States. And so that managing our forests so that we get them to a new state of resilience, guided by what climate science tells us, the types of forests that can be resilient into the future under those new conditions, that's really the puzzle of wildfire resilience at this moment in time. And we have now the money to do it with this new legislation, and we hope a whole lot more with the Build Back Better Act to come.
Well, yes, and we hear an awful lot about the importance of protecting biodiversity and nature-based solutions.
Yes.
I mean, is the main point of keeping our forests safe is for the absorption of carbon dioxide, or can they perform other helpful purposes as well?
Thank you so much for that point. I actually published a piece on this week with the World Economic Forum, making the point that forests are a uniquely multitasking climate change solution. They're great for slowing climate change, and they're great for protecting us from its impacts. They're also great at addressing other crises that we face: the biodiversity crisis, the water security crisis, the need to create green jobs for everyone. And forests can perform in all those areas. And so the science that we're using to make our forests climate resilient, well, we're also making them resilient as habitat. We're also making sure that they're going to provide the function of filtering and collecting our water supplies. And so it's really healthy and resilient forests is actually what we need. And if we get that right in a changing climate, we'll get that full spectrum of benefits to slow climate change down and to sustain our natural resources into the future.
And I also know that you're a big advocate of trees in cities as well.
Yes, thank you so much for getting to that point, because there's something, and for my organization, we don't think about this as an environmental issue, we think about it as a moral imperative. We have mapped in America the reality that a map of trees in our cities is actually a map of income, and it's a map of race in ways that transcends income. And this is literally killing people. The lack of trees in your neighborhood can make it as much as 20 degrees hotter. Now, look, right now, today, 12,000 Americans per year die because of extreme heat. We have projections showing that within this century, That's going to be 100,000 people per year. And they're not going to be dying in leafy neighborhoods where everyone has great air conditioning and a platinum healthcare plan. They're going to be dying in these hotter neighborhoods that, by the way, also have more polluted air, because they have a lack of trees to provide natural cooling, to provide air filtration. And so by mapping these inequities of trees in our country, we've mapped every urban neighborhood in America with something called Tree Equity Score. We've successfully made the case to Congress to put $500 million into planting and caring for trees in these underserved neighborhoods through the infrastructure bill. And we have $2.8 billion in the Build Back Better Act to do much, much more of it. And it's great having President Obama here. He's been such a climate justice champion, not just climate action, but he's been a great voice for climate justice. President Biden as well, and all of our congressional leaders were here the last few days. And so I'm just so proud that what America is doing with forests, it's not just the obvious things like addressing wildfire, but we're going all in on this idea of trees for environmental justice. And in cities, that means tree equity.
Okay, well, Jed, thanks very much indeed for talking to us. Jed Daly there, thanks very much indeed for talking us through the importance of trees.
Thanks.
Well, our conversation there about resilience and adaptation, focusing on forests, but lots more of that discussion across the day here on Sky News Climate Live, because that is the theme of the day here at COP26 in Glasgow. It's week 2 of the COP26 Climate Summit as negotiations continue in an attempt to halt global warming. You're watching a dedicated channel live in the heart of the conference. This is Sky News Climate Live. You're watching Sky News Climate Live at COP26. Today's top stories. Protecting island nations, former US President Barack Obama brings star power to the call for climate action.
Those of us who live in big, wealthy nations, those of us who help to precipitate the problem, we have an added burden.
The race is on. The COP president says pledges must be delivered on as the summit goes into its second week. The UK government pledges £290 million to support countries dealing with the impact of climate change. And we're in the Isles of Scilly, where the land could become uninhabitable without urgent action.
The majority of the population lives here in Hewtown, but it's also one of the most vulnerable parts of the Isles.
Hello, good afternoon. The pressure is on here in Glasgow with less than a week to go until negotiations wrap up. And the COP President Alok Sharma has insisted that pledges are delivered to meet the goal of halting global warming at 1.5 degrees. And there's a real buzz in the room today with the arrival of the former US President Barack Obama, who's been holding an event to encourage protection of the small island nations being affected by climate change. And it's all for a day looking into adaptation, loss and damage here at COP26. And we'll be here bringing you all the latest news, the debate, as well as special guests and analysis from not only today, but right the way through the week. So let's take a listen then to the former president speaking just a short time ago.
I have been shaped by my experience growing up in Hawaii, and I know that our outstanding governor from Hawaii, Governor Ige and First Lady are both here, and I'm grateful for all that they've done to protect our islands. I am an island kid, and while I was president, I was proud of the work that we did to work with island nations who were most vulnerable to changing climate, even as they did far, far less, if anything, than the larger nations in actually causing the climate crisis. And I remember in Paris, we had a meeting of a group of island leaders to hear directly from them about how climate change was already having an impact. And the effect of that meeting was outsized. It had a huge impact, in part because these leaders were able to communicate in very concrete human terms what so often is a bunch of abstract numbers. People were being affected in very specific and immediate ways, and tragic ways. And so it put images and faces and emotions and moral authority behind the efforts to form the Paris Accords. It was a reminder that that in many ways our islands are the canary in the coal mine in this situation, that they are sending a message now that if we don't act, and act boldly, it's going to be too late. And it also highlighted the fact that this is not something that's 10 or 20 or 30 years down the road. This is now, and we have to act now to help with adaptation and resilience, which I know is a theme of COP26 today. So I genuinely think we would not have gotten as ambitious an agreement in Paris had it not been for the willingness and the capacity of island nations to step up and be heard. And for that, we want to thank you. But I also think that it's important for us to recognize that, as was true 5 years ago, we have not done enough, and our islands are threatened more than ever. And that's part of the reason why I'm so proud of the fact that the U.S. government and Joe Biden is giving the issue the attention that it deserves. His commitment to provide an additional $3 billion to extend a hand and support those who are most vulnerable to the impact of climate change, including islands, can make a difference. That's a substantial increase in support. It's an investment in our common humanity. It's an essential piece of the work that's being done here in Glasgow. And I think it is representative of an essential element of anything that we're going to do collectively on the climate crisis, a recognition that all of us have a part to play, all of us have work to do, all of us have sacrifices to make, but those of us who live in big, wealthy nations, those of us who help to precipitate the problem, we have an added burden to make sure that we are working with and helping and assisting those who are less responsible and less able, but are more vulnerable to this oncoming crisis. Also, as a Hawaiian and as American, I was proud to see the Biden administration embrace the local 2030 island network. Through this initiative, U.S. islands like Hawaii, Guam, and Puerto Rico will connect with island nations and islands around the world as they take the lead in pursuing sustainable development and adapting to climate change. Initiatives like these help provide badly needed resources, but they also forge connections. And by sharing best practices and forging a unity of purpose, they offer a model of what's needed around the world if we're going to make sure that the promises in Paris and the promises that are made here in Glasgow are actually kept, and that we are continually increasing ambition until we get a full handle on this problem. I'll close just by saying there's an old Hawaiian proverb, pupukahi I holumua. That's roughly translated into unite to move forward. And it's a reminder that if you want to paddle a canoe, you better all be rowing in the same direction and at the same time. Every oar has to move in unison. That's the only way that you move forward. And that's the kind of spirit that we need to protect our island resources. That's the kind of spirit we need to protect our people. It's a different mindset. It's an open spirit, and that's what all of you bring to bear in this discussion. Some of you are small countries, don't have large populations, but you got a lot of heart. And you are protectors and preservers of what is a vital link for all humanity to this planet. Your voice has to be heard, and I'm glad you're here representing those nations and making sure that the rest of the world is listening.
Well, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, Secretary of State for International Trade and also UK's international champion on adaptation and resilience for COP26, spoke to Sky News this morning about that pledge to help island nations.
We're going to be announcing an extra £290 million to support the least developed countries and small island states to help tackle the urgent challenges that they need to be resilient and to adapt to the climate shocks that are coming now. Even if we fix the CO2 emissions challenge today, we would see the heightened climate impacts continuing to affect those most vulnerable countries for up to 100 years to come. So adaptation to the changing climate in their own locally led communities is critical, and this is something we're going to be discussing in depth today and hearing from voices across the world about how they're adapting and how they're becoming more resilient to the day-to-day challenges of these climate shocks.
Indigenous people are particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, with many of them forced to move away as their traditional lands become uninhabitable. Adaptation is becoming increasingly important for these communities to continue to live sustainably off the land. Well, joining me now is Gideon Sinago, a climate change coordinator for the Pastoralists Indigenous non-governmental organisation. So welcome to you. Thank you for coming to talk to us.
Thanks so much.
Why have you come here? What do you want from this summit?
Thank you so much. Indigenous people in Tanzania, mainly Maasai, the Barbaik, those are the pastoralists, and we have the hunter-gatherers groups. So we have two groups in Tanzania who are the mainly indigenous people in Tanzania. And I belong to the Maasai communities in Tanzania. As you said, I work with Pingos Forum. I'm here to represent the voices of the marginalized and vulnerable groups of indigenous people who are affected by the impact of climate change. We are people who are friendly with nature. We are in the front line of the impact of climate change. So I'm here to present their voices to make sure that all the negotiation taking place here, the rights of indigenous people have to be taken into considerations, and this is why I'm here.
And how are your people, your community being affected by climate change right now?
Yes, we are affected by climate change in so different ways. we have the severe droughts that have been, occurring in different places of the country where indigenous people are living. We have witnessed a lot of diseases, both for livestock and the people. And we are people who have a kind of cycle grazing management with our livestock, which are cows, sheep, and goats. So these our animals or cows have been affected by the climate change in a way that there's no enough grazing or pasture and lack of water, access to water, not only clean, but access to even water. So we have been moving from one place to another to search for, water and pasture for our livestock. And for the hunter-gatherers communities who I've already mentioned, they are really affected because they depend on nature, they depend on forests, they depend on honey collection of wild fruits for their survival. So because of the climate change impacts, they are now really, affected in a way that they cannot access the forest products as they used to. So we are in the front line of the climate change impacts by these communities that we are presenting their voices here. So the other thing is that the riverbeds were dried. So the knowledge of indigenous people that they used over time to predict weather, they are also, affected. We cannot predict the way we used to because of these climate changes. Because we have this amazing, knowledge of indigenous people in weather predictions, in all issues about the forest and land. So we are really, really affected by the climate change.
Of course. So what can be done? I mean, if there was money that was given to Tanzania, could it be spent to help people?
The first and foremost, I think, is not money. It's the issue of recognition of the right of indigenous people. We should really be recognized in terms of land ownership and our way of life, our way of, living with nature. So that's the first and the most important thing, to recognize the right of the people to their land, to access to their forest products, to access to their, all sort of livelihoods. Now, when it comes to money, we really need this money. We need funding so that we adapt to climate change effect. And this, just recently, the developed countries announced 1.7 billion for local communities and indigenous people. So for us as indigenous people, we are marginalized, we are vulnerable, we are minority. When you talk about local communities, there are so many people who are called local communities. So we need this money to be specifically channeled to indigenous people. Now the question is, how does this money be channeled? Because it has been channeled through different, ways like governments or like other private entities. We need a kind of a specific mechanism to support or to address this money and channel it so that indigenous people can access easily. Otherwise, we'll end up just like promises that there's 1.7 billion that have been sent to indigenous people and supporting the local communities. But at the end of the day, then they won't really access this funding.
How confident are you that the money will go to the people that you want it to go to?
Well, first and foremost, I think we must, under this scope, we must, lower our expectation. I am not too much optimistic. So I think the money that have been promised, because it's just a promise, it should be really taken into actions. We need now actions than ever. Not for tomorrow. Now we need actions. So we need this money, but it should be directed to a right channel. Create a dedicated mechanism for indigenous people so that we can easily access this funding.
You say you're not too confident. Why is that? Do you feel that you're not being listened to here?
We are listened, and I think the way that we really need to be listened is to reflect the human rights and the rights of indigenous people within the text. For example, the sub-star under the COP's discussion is taking place. We want to see the text, the specific text that address the right of indigenous people. That's why, because I'm saying, money is just not enough to say we are channeling money to indigenous people. what about the right of indigenous people? What about the human rights-based approach? So this is what we are really seeking all, and as well as the nature-based solutions. That is another very important thing that we need to be addressed.
Give us some idea of some of the nature-based solutions that could help.
You know, like land and territories of indigenous people, and our knowledge to forests and land management, water management, our landscape, because the remaining forests today, as we speak, the remaining forests today, for instance, in Tanzania, are found at indigenous people land. So we are friends to nature. We want to see all these negotiations reflecting the needs and concern and the right of indigenous people.
And to what extent should indigenous communities be part of the conversation about change? Because they're the people that know the land so well. Do you have trust that they will be included in decision-making about what happens next?
We should build a kind of trust and mutual kind of working together to ensure we attain the results. So it's my hope that at the end of these COPs or ongoing discussions should really bring the voices of indigenous people. And at the end of the COP, we would like to see the positive references of the issue related to indigenous people within the outcome of this COP.
Well, we will wait and see and perhaps come back at the end of the week and tell us. But Gideon Sanago, thank you very much indeed for talking to us today.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Now, Australia has said it will sell coal for decades into the future after refusing to sign up to a deal pledging to phase out fossil fuels here at COP26 in Glasgow.
Australia produces just 4% of the world's thermal coal. It's some of the world's highest quality, and that's why we'll continue to have markets for decades into the future. And if they're buying, Hamish, well, we are selling. Demand is increasing, prices are up, and we expect that increase in demand to continue out to around 2030. We don't expect countries will immediately go and close down their coal-fired generation, particularly where they're new, and in fact some are still under construction. And if we aren't filling that market, somebody else will. And I'd much rather it be Australia's high-quality product.
Well, our Southeast Asia correspondent Siobhan Robbins has the latest from Sydney.
Well, there's been a lot of pressure on the Australian government coming into COP26. It was just days before the conference kicked off that they finally managed to announce a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. Then last week, in the first week of the conference, we saw that they failed to sign up to the methane cut pledge. They failed to sign up to the lists of countries and organisations which have pledged to phase out coal power. And today, the Resources Minister has said very clearly in an interview that they will not be closing coal mines and they will not be closing coal-powered fire stations. Now, he was speaking to ABC, the broadcaster here in Australia, and he said that there's still a huge demand for coal around the world. They said that they expected that increasing demand to continue till at least 2030, and in his words, if they want it, we will sell it. And he said that if Australia wasn't selling the coal, which he claims is some of the highest quality in the world, then other countries would step into the breach. He also doubled down, saying that they would meet the commitments that they've made for 2050, but in his words, they wouldn't destroy the economy trying to meet those commitments earlier, and that 300,000 people around the country rely on coal. Now, we've seen a very similar message coming from the coal communities that we've been visiting over the last week, saying that they shouldn't be cutting coal mines now, that people need the money, that it's well-paid jobs, that there's still demand, that if Australia steps back, then someone else will just step into the breach. But the big problem is that even though Australia isn't a big global emitter, it emits around 1.3% of global emissions, it's a massive exporter of coal. It's the second biggest exporter of coal in the world. So in that sense, climate campaigners say it's essentially like a world dealer of the dirtiest fossil fuel in the world. So how is the rest of the world meant to step up and meet emissions if Australia won't step up and cut coal?
You're watching Sky News Climate Live. Do stay with us. We'll have all the latest coming up from the Isles of Scilly, which is already feeling the impacts of climate change. Welcome back to Sky News Climate Live. We'll bring you all the latest climate news from the heart of this UN Climate Summit, COP26. And just to let you know a few things that are coming up shortly, at 2 o'clock we're going to bring you another event involving the former US President Barack Obama. He's spoken this morning about small island nations. We're going to hear from him again at an event this afternoon. And then in around 10 minutes' time, we're due to hear from the COP26 President Alok Sharma. He holds a daily news conference here at COP26, so we'll get the latest from him. And if you're not watching it on the Pop-Up channel, I think you may well be, but if you want to, it's channel 525 on your television and on Sky Glass and Sky Go, as well as it's streaming online too. Now, with ministers arriving for the political stage of negotiations here at COP26, we've been to an area of the UK which could become uninhabitable if action isn't taken to tackle climate change. Our West of England correspondent Dan Whitehead reports now from the Isles of Scilly.
28 miles off the tip of Cornwall, a climate emergency is unfolding. Less than 1,000 years ago, the Isles of Scilly was a single landmass. Now it's 140 islands and 2,000 residents are battling the impact of rising sea levels and intense storms.
This is the main defence of our water supply, which is just the other side of this bank.
Protecting the island's water from sea contamination is just one of the plans to ensure that future generations can still live here.
What's the worst case scenario for the people of the Isles of Scilly?
Well, evacuation, basically, because we wouldn't be able to live here. I'm not talking about the next 10 years, 20 or even 100 years, but it could eventually lead to evacuation.
The council says it must robustly defend the islands and is spending millions on protecting its coastline, homes and businesses. The majority of the population lives here in Hewtown, but it's also one of the most vulnerable parts of the Isles. At its narrowest, it's around 130 metres wide, sandwiched between two beaches. Climate change is literally squeezing and eroding this community. 20 minutes by boat and we arrive at St Agnes, population 80. Farmers Aidan and Grace rear cattle, but also grow crops for oils and gin.
So normally we'd be harvesting these plants and they'd be up like this.
Intense dry spells are making business difficult.
Summers like this summer have made us have to rethink completely, and we're having to look at investing in permanent irrigation systems now to see us through. It's just happening too often for us to risk year on year the crops failing.
But climate change isn't just impacting those on land. The Wildlife Trust says in 2017 nearly all seal pups died after being swept out to sea too soon by a series of ferocious storms.
This is the main entrance to the school.
15-year-old Will Schwartz is a climate champion at the island's only school. He's passionate and fearful about the future of the Scillys.
It definitely worries me the future generations won't be able to have the same experiences over here than I did, than my generation did, which is a little bit sad, and it's a bit worrying because we might already be too late.
This island community is taking action now, knowing climate change is posing an urgent threat to its very way of life. Dan Whitehead, Sky News, on the Isles of Scilly.
Well, let's speak now to Dan Whitehead, who's there. So, Dan, how concerned are people there about the effects of climate change on their homes?
Well, there is real concern. We're in Hewtown, which you saw in my report there, and you can see that the tide is out at the minute, but at high tide twice a day, you'll see the water crashing against these properties and these homes and these businesses. Now, it's been like that for a long time, but what the people on the Isles of Scilly are seeing here is a change in weather patterns, with those ferocious storms becoming more frequent. That is causing concern about coastal flooding and land erosion. Those are the two real big worries for the islands here, and it's already having an impact. We've been speaking to farmers who have seen some of their land eroded, as well as those farmers we spoke to in our VT there, talking about the changes in the temperatures and how it's affecting their crops. So there is real concern here. And what's happening on the Isles today is they are holding a virtual COP26 summit as they present their climate change action plan, which has gone out for public consultation today, right through until December. Among the plans in that consultation is an ambition for the Isles of Scilly to become zero carbon by 2030. Other things in the sort of mitigation of climate change, such as solar panels and more electric vehicles as some of their big aims in the next couple of years. But where the millions of pounds is being spent here on the Isles of Scilly is when it comes to sea defences. So all around the islands here, there's 140 islands, 5 big ones which are inhabited. They are spending millions of pounds on improving their sea defences. And one of those, Porth Hellick, is under real threat because just metres away from where the sea is and where the waves are crashing is the only freshwater lake which provides the water for St Mary's here. And there is a real worry about sea contamination, and that would have an instant impact on people being able to literally have water to drink here. Just 28 miles, as I say, off the coast of Cornwall. So there is big plans when it comes to mitigation and adaptation, and there is real concern. This is not going to be a community that erodes, as we heard from the councillor, in the next 10, 20, even 100 years. But they are starting to see, not only in the wildlife, but also in the erosion, the land erosion, things starting to change already. And there are projections in the next 100 years of this squeeze in Hewtown here, these beaches getting narrower and narrower, and that will have an impact on where the vast majority of people live on the Isles of Scilly. It's basically a sandbar where these buildings are built, and they are under threat in the coming decades. So that is why they are taking this urgent and robust action, is what they call it, to bolster those sea defences as well as mitigate against their own carbon footprints with other initiatives.
Dan, thanks very much indeed. Now, the Climate Action Network Group is warning that the goals of COP26 are at risk if no progress is made on adaptation, loss and damage. It comes as the UK government is calling for urgent action to support developing countries cope with the impacts of climate change. Well, joining me now is Caroline Lucas, former leader and co-leader of the Green Party. So welcome to you.
Thank you.
I mean, first of all, let's talk a little bit about adaptation, because that's the theme of today. The idea that there are an awful lot of nations who are already suffering right now from climate change and need help to adapt to deal with it so that people don't have to migrate and lose their livelihoods. How important a part of the conversation is that, do you think, and is it getting the attention you'd like?
It is a massive part of what needs to happen at this conference, and it's not getting the attention that it needs. We know already that the famous $100 billion that hasn't been forthcoming yet, 50% of that is supposed to be for adaptation. So far, only 25% of the money that's been raised has been earmarked for adaptation. It is so crucial for some of the poorest countries to be able to get the funding they need to be able to transition their economies in such a way that they're more resilient and make their infrastructure more resilient too. So adaptation matters a lot. even more, in a sense, matters this a new idea called loss and damage. Loss and damage is separate from adaptation in the sense that they want and deserve new money to recognise the fact that already their economies have been absolutely shattered by climate events. I'm thinking, for example, of the hurricane that hit Dominica in 2017. That caused about a loss equivalent to 224% of their GDP, and these happen year after year. They cannot adapt to that. So we need a separate budget stream for loss and damage, and that hasn't been forthcoming either.
And do you have faith that the money will come? We've heard a lot about it. Obviously, the calls from developing nations asking for it, saying it should have been here last year. We're being told that it will probably be forthcoming in 2023, possibly earlier, and there's new money announced last week from Japan as well. Do you feel that progress has been made and that people are pushing hard enough?
No, I don't. I think it's outrageous that right now in COP26, we are not coming forward with the finance that the developing countries have been asking for, that we have promised them, actually since 2009. It was supposed to be fulfilled in full by last year, as you say, but we've been promising this for years. There will be no sustainable outcome from this COP summit unless the finance is forthcoming. The UK has a bigger role to play than it is. It cannot have leverage with other countries when it has cut its own aid budget by £4 billion. So it needs to be doing an awful lot more itself. It needs to be stepping up to the plate. It needs to be making sure that the voices of developing countries are heard as well. There's been so much anger here that, first of all, some of the non-government organisations from those countries haven't been given visas, so they can't be here. I've just been in a meeting, a plenary meeting, when some of the representatives of the small island states were saying that negotiations are happening that they can't attend because there are 4 or 5 meetings happening simultaneously, and they simply don't have the negotiators to be able to staff all of those meetings at the same time. So there needs to be far greater consideration about how we hear those voices of the people who are on the front line of the climate emergency. They have done least to cause it, and theirs are the lives that are being wrecked first by it.
The organisers would no doubt say they've made every effort to try to be as inclusive as possible, and today is a day that's focusing on their needs right now. Plus, every day needs to be focusing on their needs, and I simply say that it cannot be the case that they have done everything they could in order to be able to hear the voices of some of those small island states, because clearly we had the representative of those states very, very angry, rightly so, this morning. So more needs to be done, and frankly the needs and demands of the developing countries have to be front and centre of this conference, not just on one day of the 2 weeks, but of every single day. Well, let's look at what has been achieved so far. There have been pledges that we've heard sprinkled through the last week. We've had an agreement on cutting methane emissions, on coal production, and also for protecting forests and trying to prevent deforestation. Do you accept that some progress has been made?
Of course, there are some incremental steps in the right direction, but even on those agreements that you're describing, the real worry is that there's no detail on the accountability and the transparency, how we really do hold government and institutions to account on the promises that they're making. There's no legal requirement for them to deliver on these things. When it comes to some of the financial things that have been committed, again, we're seeing that there's no way of holding them to account. They can still go ahead and fund new coal, even though they are making pledges themselves about trying to move away towards more green and sustainable ways forward. So if at the same time they're doing the good stuff, they're also still doing the bad stuff, if they are still funding fossil fuels, then that isn't good enough, and that needs to be far more transparent.
And yet we did have analysis, didn't we, from the IEA last week, suggesting that if the pledges were met, and that is a big caveat, because people can make promises and obviously they've got to deliver on them, but if they did meet their commitments that have been made during the course of this conference as well as previous commitments, the hope of 1.5 is closer in touch. They suggest that it would take us to a global warming ceiling of 1.8 degrees. What do you make of that? Are you encouraged by that, or are you sceptical?
Well, the bit I'm sceptical about is the big if in your comment, really, as if those countries and those institutions do deliver on these pledges. When you've got pledges that are, decades away in some cases, when you've got pledges that are being made that have absolutely no accountability mechanisms whatsoever, I think it would be an extraordinary leap of faith to believe that those are going to deliver. We knew that the previous forestry agreement that was made in 2014 didn't deliver. This time around, there is some more money, which is good. There is more of a focus on Indigenous communities, which is good. but there's still no transparency as to whether or not there will be mechanisms and levers for people to hold to account those organisations who are making those pledges. And until we get those, I don't think any of us can be relaxed about the future.
And to return to the theme of the day, adaptation and resilience, clearly the urgent need now is for those people whose communities are being destroyed by climate change. But, however, let's also look at the UK's position as well. To what extent do you think that we're ready for some of the effects of climate change in this country?
Well, I think the fact that we continue to build on floodplains, the fact that the government ruled out new legislation on zero carbon homes, they actually ditched that earlier, so we are still building homes that we're going to have to retrofit quite soon because we're not building them to be resilient to a climate dangerous future. So we're not doing enough here in the UK, and in a sense, we're letting down new homeowners who are buying houses in good faith, assuming that they're going to be able to withstand climate effects. And we know that they're not, because they're being built in the wrong places and they're not being built to the highest standards.
And yet the government did release its net zero strategy in the run-up to COP26. Do you feel that that is a good plan for trying to keep our emissions down, but also adapt to a changing climate?
I think it's just not joined up. You know, part of the net zero strategy was also the heat and building strategy that came out at around the same time, which had a big fanfare about, for example, heat pumps, that there was going to be money for people to put heat pumps in their homes, but hardly any money for insulation. There's no point in putting a heat pump in your home if you haven't already got good insulation. It's like buying a leaky teapot. It's useless. The thing just leaks out of your home. So that's just one little example of how still this net zero strategy is not joined up. Neither is the heat and building strategy. So we need the government to step up here.
And yet they would argue that we're one of the few countries in the world that have really set out detailed plans. And we've not just set ambitious targets, but we've set out detailed plans of meeting them. They should be credited with that, shouldn't they?
Well, there is a step forward in the sense that until very, very recently, all we had was targets. And obviously targets don't cut emissions. You need the delivery plans. And that's why the Committee on Climate Change, the independent watchdog, if you like, has said again and again, delivery, delivery, delivery. You're right, now we do have some plans. Let's wait to see if they actually do get delivered on. And let's just try and get the government to stop doing the bad stuff. It's so easy to say they're doing some good stuff, but if at the same time they're promoting a new oil field in Cambo, if at the same time they are still giving a green light to a coal mine in Cumbria, if at the same time they're building £27 billion worth of roads, it doesn't matter how much of the good stuff they're doing if they don't stop doing the bad stuff.
And both those fossil fuel projects are under investigation at the moment.
Cambo is not. Eventually, when it came to the Cumbrian coal mine, yes, the government finally was persuaded to call it in. We don't know what the outcome of that will be, but they should have called it in much sooner. On Cambo, it's been pushed till after the COP, so it doesn't embarrass the government, but we've heard no indication yet that the government isn't going to greenlight that. And I've been asking that question again and again in the House of Commons, and Boris Johnson certainly has not ruled that out.
Yes, and they talk about the fact that the licence was awarded a long time ago.
I
But let's not go down that.
I don't think the climate matter cares when the licence was issued. What it cares about is when the emissions are emitted, and they're going to be emitted now, and that's what's so dangerous.
Okay, and we'll find out about that in future. But let's look ahead to the end of the week. What is your hope and expectation for the end of COP26? One of the big kind of missions is to keep global warming capped at 1.5 degrees, to keep 1.5 alive. Do you think it can be?
I certainly think it can be if we have if that's a different question. I hope so, but I think first of all that the developing countries' very real and legitimate concerns need to be met. So that 100 billion, it's no good having that in 2023. That needs to come forward. There needs to be a separate pot of money for loss and damage. And then again, we also need much more robust mechanisms for analysing whether or not the emission reduction targets are going to add up to keeping below 1.5. And we also need not to have this massive loophole which is around carbon markets. Essentially what we're having now is countries saying that they're going to meet net zero by offsetting their emissions. That means that they will, for example, plant lots of trees in other countries to try to absorb their emissions, and that's how they get to be net zero. I've just been in a meeting where it was said that just for Shell, one company that has a net zero target for 2030, if it were to deliver on that, the number of trees it would have to plant would be 3 times the size of the Netherlands. There are some really big questions here about the kinds of statements that are being made and whether or not they really do add up.
Okay, and I know nothing about what Shell has to do, so I can't answer on that one. Okay. Anyway, Caroline Lucas, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for your time. Now, the UN estimates that methane gas has accounted for 30% of global warming since the Industrial Revolution. The oil and gas industry are well known to be big and unregulated emitters of methane, with the cattle industry too often criticised. But another key emitter of the potent gas is our own rubbish. Well, Mark Stone reports now from Texas, where they're trying new ways to capture the methane from the mountains of refuse that we produce.
We all contribute to landfill, but up close there is something overwhelming about a place like this. And in consumer-obsessed America, the scale is quite something. So too, the lack of effective recycling. Just look at the plastic and the cardboard here. Space is cleared for more and more because the average American produces nearly a ton of rubbish every year. That's 3 times as much as the average Briton. We are seemingly unstoppable generators of waste, which is why management is so vital.
So this is the most interesting work I've ever done.
Zachary Peterson manages this vast landfill outside Houston, America's 4th largest city. And he's proud of a process that, despite flaws caused by consumer culture and poor regulation, is, he says, sustainable.
My passion for landfills is I can affect change, and it affects our community. It affects, being a good neighbor. It affects the environment. I'm directly affecting the world my daughter's going to grow up in by doing proper landfilling.
Under this pasture is tons of waste. Among the huge challenges of landfill is methane. Without effective management, methane seeps out of the earth as the waste decomposes. And it is a greenhouse gas that short-term warms our planet faster than any other. In America alone, landfill accounts for nearly 20% of human-caused methane emissions. But here, a solution. We've watched the trucks coming in through the morning, tons and tons of waste, flattened and compacted on top of a plastic shell that already lines the landfill site. Eventually, that shell will be sealed, the waste within it will decompose, and from that, the methane can then be extracted. These stumps are the methane wells dotted across the landscape. They are the heart of the operation, and they are the success story.
The example I like to use being, if you imagine a milkshake, you have a straw in the milkshake's your landfill, the straw is the extraction well. You exert the vacuum using your mouth, or in our case, a blower system, and the content is removed at some point.
On the edge of the site, the gas, which would otherwise seep out of the earth, is piped into a refinery, cleaned, and then sold on to power cars and heat homes. This methane capture is a technology used increasingly around the developed world, yet beyond it is literally an ever-growing challenge. And while this may be a success of sorts, the troubling fact is that even here, so much of this will never decompose. Mark Stone, Sky News in Texas.
You're watching Sky News Climate Live. Coming up, we're expecting to hear from COP President Alok Sharma in his daily news conference. Do stay with us. So this is COP President Alok Sharma holding his daily news conference. Let's listen in.
Nowhere is immune to climate change, and this is precisely why we must come together to forge global agreement here in Glasgow, responding to adaptation needs, which is vital. Today, ministers are starting their work on the negotiations. Together, we face the arduous task of building political consensus between almost 200 countries. Finding consensus is not going to be straightforward, but the progress made last week demonstrates that a constructive spirit amongst negotiators exists, and here in Glasgow we have a unique opportunity to reach a historic outcome, and I'm committed to bringing countries together. We want to forge agreement that means we see more action this decade to help keep the limit of 1.5 degrees global temperature rise in reach. Now, during the informal stock-taking plenary, which was held this morning, I outlined how we will work during this week. I also announced ministerial pairings on key topics. These include adaptation, loss and damage, finance, keeping 1.5 alive, and of course the key rulebook issues of common timeframes, Article 6 on carbon markets, and transparency. My priority now is pace. There needs to be a sense of urgency in all our negotiations. The science is clear, we have no time to lose, and I will ensure that negotiations proceed in a timely manner, whilst, of course, ensuring transparency and inclusivity. Last week, countries made commitments which will all help to protect our planet, but they must be delivered on and accounted for. Today, on Adaptation and Loss and Damage Day, the spotlight will be on those nations and communities which are most vulnerable to climate change, those whose voices are too often left unheard. And we know that even if we stopped polluting our world tomorrow, there will be negative consequences for many millions. And that is why issues such as adaptation are so important. Now, I'm pleased to see progress on these topics today, and particularly welcome the commitments to the Adaptation Fund, which will be made in the next few hours, including from the UK, to support vulnerable communities to respond to climate change. Developed countries and development banks recognise they need to increase levels of finance for adaptation, and I hope we will be able to capture this renewed commitment in the COP26 negotiated outcome. Those of you who have followed this process will know that loss and damage has historically been seen as a polarizing issue. But I'm encouraged that the mood music has changed somewhat, and there is now a practical recognition that action is needed on this topic in the face of growing impacts. The conclusion of discussions within the subsidiary bodies on the Santiago network is a testament to that, and paves the way for greater resources to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. Climate vulnerable communities are particularly at the forefront of my mind and will be so throughout these negotiations. They, and the generations to come, will not forgive us if we fail to deliver in Glasgow. I'd now like to pass to the UNFCCC Executive Secretary Patricia Espinosa for her remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, and thanks to all of you for being here, joining this Presidency's press conference. I want to just maybe building on the very comprehensive summary that the President has just presented, underline that the arrangements that he has put in place for this week and the involvement of ministers, in my view, are a very, very positive development. They have, many of them have already arrived. I would say most of them have already arrived, and they are all eager and willing to get involved in the negotiations. And actually, the decisions that need to be taken now are more of political level decisions. So that is really a very, very welcomed development, and the way that the President has arranged the organization of work for week 2, I think should allow us to be successful, to be able to adopt a meaningful group of decisions at the end of this week. I am cautiously optimistic, I would say, about it. Yes, because the issues under discussion are not easy, but what I can see now is that the will and the political level participation is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Yes, the acronym is always a challenge. UNFCCC stands for United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. For the reporting, it may be easier to use UN climate change. Thank you. Is there any statement to come, or shall we proceed for Q&As?
I think we were happy to take questions.
Okay, please. Let's start in the first row.
Hi, Leslie Hook from the Financial Times. A question for Alec. What would you like to see in the cover text? What's the sort of ideal contents of that document? Thank you.
So, Leslie, thank you for that. We have put out a non-paper, as you are aware, detailing the issues that have been raised by parties over the last week. Obviously, we're going to have a discussion around that. Archie Young, my chief negotiator, has been leading on that work, and there will be a heads of delegation meeting later on this afternoon to discuss those issues. So maybe, Archie, if you wanted to comment.
Thank you very much. As the COP President says, we've been engaging widely with parties and with groups, both bilaterally and also we have held multilateral consultations in order to hear from all what their expectations are, what they would like to see. As a result, we put out the non-paper over the weekend. We have already heard some feedback and we continue to welcome that. We will be having a meeting this afternoon with all heads of delegation in order to continue to hear the feedback, and on the basis of that, we will then set out next steps. 2 points I would raise on it. One is that we have been clear through the various reflections notes from the COP President, from the ministerial meetings that we have held, our expectations that this conference will deliver in terms of the science and in terms of the expectations of all of our citizens. And the second is to highlight the inclusive approach that we're taking by really co-creating this with all parties and with groups, so that this is not simply a text which is kind of arrives from the Presidency, but one which is really developed constructively and collaboratively with all parties and groups. Thank you.
We continue in the first row, please.
Thank you. My name is Justin Catanoso. I'm with Manga Bay. This issue is to transparency and accountability. In the United Kingdom and the European Union, the biggest source of renewable energy is burning forest biomass instead of coal. So I'll set aside for a moment the question of whether this is driving deforestation in places like the United States and Canada, which are producing these wood pellets. My question is, are you concerned that the emissions from millions of tons of burning wood are not counted at the smokestack in the European Union, in the UK, and that this is, in effect, affecting the accuracy of the carbon accounting in those countries and the transparency as well? And this comes in light of today's investigative story in the Washington Post about many, many countries underreporting their emissions and a lack of transparency and accuracy. This gets to the heart of what you're trying to accomplish here. Thank you.
Well, I mean, obviously, as I've said, one of the things that we are very keen to close off are all the outstanding elements of the Rulebook, and transparency is a key outstanding element, and that is something that we have been discussing for some years now. Transparency absolutely underpins the Paris Agreement, and obviously we need to be able to see that the commitments that are being made are actually being delivered on. And there's an enormous amount of work that has been done so far by our officials and negotiators on this issue. But of course, what we need to see is that we close off transparency at this COP. Do you want to say that? Would you like to come in? No. Sorry, the use of well, look, I mean, I think what we're going to, as I said, I think the key issue here is to ensure that we get agreement on the transparency tables that are going to form the basis of what is reported. There are a range of emissions that will be part of those transparency tables, and as I said, what we want to do is to reach consensus on that.
The gentleman in row 3. Sorry, 4.
Hello, Felix von Geyer with neworator.com. Now, I think anyone who's been on the COPs before would realize that, as you were saying, they've been very politically polarized, for example, in Madrid. While some of the politics haven't quite gone away, I think many of the issues are probably now more technical in things like corresponding adjustments, carryovers, and loss and damage. Is there anything you would like to say about these technical issues, particularly on, say, corresponding adjustments and loss and damage, which would be instructive to journalists understanding where we are with current negotiations? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I think, as you'll have heard from the SB chairs this morning, there are a range of issues that were closed off by them, and I really welcome the work that they and their teams have put in. Clearly, some of those elements that are coming forward are technical, but there are also elements which are political as well. And I think closing off on Article 6, on transparency and common timeframes, will require a political consensus to be built amongst ministers. And it's why I outlined for you the 7 areas as well, and in the plenary I set out which pairings of ministers will lead work on this. I'll invite Archie Young if he wants to say anything from a technical perspective on what's gone on in the last week.
You're watching Sky News Climate Live. Just to let you know, at 2 o'clock, as it is now, we are watching the COP President Alok Sharma's daily news conference. But just to let you know that we are expecting to hear very shortly from President Obama with his second session of the day. And we'll be crossing to that just as soon as he stands up to speak.
To be resolved. You mentioned corresponding adjustments. For those who aren't familiar, that's one of the main issues outstanding with regard to Article 6, but the issue of how you make sure that there is consistent and clear accounting on the new 6.4 mechanism. And that is a technical issue, but actually it is political in terms of both the strong interests, the national interests that are driving different positions, and also political in terms of the way that it can uphold environmental integrity in Article 6 and the Paris Agreement as a whole. On loss and damage, as the COP President said, we're pleased at the progress that was made on the technical work through the subsidiary bodies over the last week in clarifying the functions of the new Santiago network on loss and damage. But equally, we've heard clearly a political desire for more work on loss and damage, for more work on the functions, and also for more work on how we can scale up the finance that can avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. So I think on all of these, there is the technical work, but it is never far from the political considerations that are driving the work here. Thank you.
So, if I may just to add on this point, I hope it's useful. I think it's also important to take into account that here we're talking about issues that are interrelated, and that the climate change architecture has a balance between the different components. We have mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, means of implementation, including finance, technology, and capacity building. So that also plays a part in the way that the negotiations are addressed, and also explains why there needs to be these political level interventions. In the case of Article 6, for example, it is very directly linked to adaptation, especially adaptation finance. It is linked to transparency as well. And on the other hand, transparency is linked to different other parts of the package. So this is why the COP president has put together this group of ministers under his leadership is so important, because it's really the best way to put together the whole package and find that very delicate balance.
Thank you. The lady in green, row 3. 3. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Katie Collins with CNET. I'm here today with two questions. Firstly, Global Witness released a report this morning saying that there were more than 500 fossil fuel lobbyists here at COP, more than in any national delegation. How and why has this been allowed to happen? What role are they playing here, and how can this be justified given their complicity in propagating climate change denial narratives and the harm they have done and continue to do that has brought us here in the first place? Secondly, former US President Barack Obama is currently speaking here at COP today with a message to the youth. But the youth here at COP, including Black, Indigenous and people of colour, have not been able to get tickets. In fact, they complained of being shut out of many key events this week, even though outside they are showing themselves to be leaders in this fight. Mr. Obama's message will not be heard by them today. Why has more space not been made for them?
Thank you. Let me take those first, and I think Patricia may want to come in as well on a logistics issue. So, firstly, in terms of attendance by, I think you referred to folks related to oil and gas. I mean, at the end of the day, it is up to parties and observers who gets accredited as part of their delegation. And ultimately, accreditation is a matter for the UNFCCC, and Patricia might want to comment on that. Your second issue was about youth and access. Again, I think the UNFCCC may want to set out the statistics on the number of registered delegates here, particularly those from civil society and observer groups. There has certainly been an issue in terms of access to rooms, but that's been an issue for parties as well as observers, because, of course, we are holding this in quite unprecedented times. There is a reason that we're restricting the numbers in rooms because of COVID safety. There's a reason why, of course, you're all wearing face coverings. We're having our daily testing regime. And I think we have tried, and we will continue to try, to ensure that the process is as inclusive as possible. There is, of course, also an online platform which is available, and as I understand, about 12,000 people have now made use of that as well. Patricia, I don't know whether you want to add anything on these two issues.
Well, regarding the first point about the fossil fuel lobbyists, well, first of all, I think that what I would like to say is we don't have any constituency that that is representatives of fossil fuel companies. I mean, this is not something we don't have a partnership. The UNFCCC doesn't have any partnership with the fossil fuel companies. But in our process, some of the constituencies may accredit some people that are linked, may be linked to some of these fossil fuels. The same in the case of some party delegations. You know, it is really the sovereign right for every government to accredit as as a representative, as part of its delegation, the persons that it deems appropriate. The Secretariat, there's no legal basis for us in the Secretariat to say, okay, we will exclude this or that person. Having said that, what I would like to say is also that we always say this is an inclusive process. And what is a fact is that the transformation, the process of transformation that we need to see requires also a transformation in this sector and requires a just transition, a just energy transition everywhere around the world. So I think that these are the two elements that we take into account when we do engage in dialogue, of course, with those companies, in telling them, making the point very clearly, look, this is something that needs to change. It is not something that you will be able to go on forever. I mean, you know that some of our parties are oil-producing countries. Some of them have also even state-owned oil companies. We need all of that industry also to change. We need them on board. But we do not allow an open lobbying or open promotion of oil and gas, of course. That would be against the objectives of the Paris Agreement and the Convention.
Sorry, Patricia, just in terms of the number of registered society youth delegate issue? I would need to, do you have the number of the youth?
Well, not of the youth. We have, I can give you the number of the observers. It's 14,124 registered participants. Then maybe to put it into perspective, 22,274 party delegates and 3,886 media.
So if I may on that also, it is really a very big number, and we have made also for the observers an effort to allow more people to participate. So you see those high numbers. It doesn't mean that they are here at the same time all the time. Some of them are registered to participate on some dates, not the whole 2 weeks. That was something that took us a long time to figure out, so that we could even issue daily badges, so that, you know, instead of only being, I don't know, 5 people throughout 2 weeks, they could bring in maybe 20 people. And that would make it also for the constituency inside more inclusive. So yes, these are very, very high numbers, and our objective has been that we remain as inclusive as possible. And in accessing the rooms, the limitations that they are experiencing are exactly the same limitations that parties are experiencing. It's the same. It's just the physical space that is available, and what we are doing is ensuring.
So we're going to leave the COP Presidency news conference right there, and as you can see, the event in the other hall is getting underway. We're expecting to hear from President Obama as part of this session, so let's listen in.
The deepest point of the world's ocean. Several years ago, I asked President Obama a question about the military presence in the Pacific Islands. He answered with, raise awareness, gather allies, and unify voices. I took those powerful words with me and kept them close. They've guided me here. I am at COP26 to raise global awareness and consciousness around ways to protect and heal Mother Earth. I am here to gather allies from and for Indigenous communities around the world. As the first stewards of the land and ocean, our traditional knowledge can guide the way. Altogether, we hold the keys to solving the issues of militarization, climate change, and climate colonialism. We are not passive victims. And I am here to amplify the voices of those who live on the front lines. On my island, storms are now unpredictable and frequently turn into super typhoons, strong enough to impact our economy, destroy homes, and create fear at the very sound of wind gusts and heavy rain, all while our shoreline continues to disappear. As a son of the Asia Pacific, President Obama understands how Indigenous people are the keepers of the land and that we are deeply connected to it. He recognizes impacted communities must have a seat at the table as we ensure accountability and action for all parties who create large emissions. Young people must do and are doing our part as well. As the youngest elected official in my House of Representatives, I feel this drive to action every day, and I am not the only one. As President Obama told us at our gathering of Obama leaders, we are the ones we've been waiting for. We have the wisdom of our elders, the enthusiasm of our youth, who have taken their place as leaders in this movement. We must recognize and respect this leadership and see it for the renewable resource that it is. We know it's up to us, and so does he. Please join me in welcoming President Barack Obama.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Glasgow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Well, it is wonderful to be back in the UK. It is, let's face it, wonderful to be traveling anywhere these days. And thank you, Sheila, for that outstanding introduction and for all the work that you are doing in a part of the world that is feeling the effects of climate change right now. Thank you for making what sometimes can seem a bunch of abstract numbers painfully, immediately real. So we're very grateful for her. I am a private citizen now. So trips like this feel a little bit different than they used to. I don't get invited to the big group photo. Traffic is a thing again. Music doesn't play when I walk into the room. On the positive side, I can give a speech like this without wearing a tie and not create a scandal back home. I hope. But even though I'm not required to attend summits like this anymore, old habits die hard. And when the issue at hand is the health of our planet and the world our children and our grandchildren will inherit, then you will have a hard time keeping me away. And that's why I'm here today, to talk about what's happened in the 6 years since I spoke to the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Paris, and to talk about the steps we need to take if we want to keep doing big things. Because when it comes to climate, time really is running out. You heard the same message from world leaders last week. And now that they've left, here's what we can report. Meaningful progress has been made since Paris. And the agreements made here in Glasgow, thanks to so many of you, including my friend John Kerry here, who is tireless, and his team. Thanks to your efforts here in Glasgow, we see the promise of further progress. What is also true is that collectively and individually, we are still falling short. We have not done nearly enough to address this crisis. We are going to have to do more. And whether that happens or not, to a large degree, is going to depend on you. Not just those of you in this room, but anybody who's watching or reading a transcript of what I say here today. That was true 6 years ago as well. And in Paris, our goal was to turn progress into an enduring framework that would give the world confidence in a low-carbon future. An agreement where countries would update their emissions targets on a regular basis. An agreement that would help developing nations get the resources they need to skip the dirty phase of development and help those nations that are most vulnerable to climate change get the resources they need to adapt. An agreement that would give businesses and investors the certainty that the global economy is on a firm path towards a clean and sustainable future. In other words, our hope was to create an agreement that gave our planet a fighting chance. That was our ambition. And by some measures, the agreement has been a success. For the first time, leaders of nearly 200 nations, large and small, developed and developing, made a commitment to work together to confront a threat to the people of all nations. And that seemed proof that for all the divisions in our world, when a crisis threatens all of us, we can come together to address it. At the time, we also believed that if enough national governments showed they were serious about climate, then other institutions, particularly in the private sector, would start raising their sights as well. And over the last 6 years, that is what's happened. Today, more than 1/5 of the world's largest companies have set net zero emissions targets. Not just because it's the right thing to do for the environment, but in many cases because it makes sense for their bottom line. More than 700 cities in more than 50 countries have pledged to cut their emissions in half by the end of the decade and reach net zero by 2050. About 1/3 of the global banking sector has agreed to align their work with the Paris Agreement. So that's meaningful. Now, back in the United States, of course, some of our progress stalled when my successor decided to unilaterally pull out of the Paris Agreement in his first year in office. I wasn't real happy about that. And yet, the determination of our state and local governments, along with the regulations and investment that my administration had already put in place, allowed our country to keep moving forward, despite hostility from the White House. The $90 billion investment that we made in 2009 helped to jumpstart the clean energy industry in the United States, and markets adapted, and so did consumers. And even when the Trump administration rolled back emissions requirements for automakers, along with regulatory changes and efficiency standards, many businesses chose to stay the course. They kept reducing emissions. They continued the transition to electric vehicles and energy-saving appliances. The ball had been rolling, and it didn't stop. And meanwhile, science and technology continued to advance. So today, the price of solar and wind energy has dropped to the point where, in some places, clean energy is cheaper than fossil fuels. Around the world, scientists and entrepreneurs are integrating abundant renewable energy, more powerful batteries, breakthroughs in fields like synthetic biology, to invent a better future that is healthier and more affordable. That's all good news for the planet. And it is also good news for people looking for a job. In the U.S. alone, more than 3 million people now work in clean energy-related jobs. That is more than the number of people currently employed by the entire fossil fuel industry. So despite 4 years of active hostility toward climate science coming from the very top of our federal government, the American people managed to still meet our original commitment under the Paris Agreement. And not only that, but the rest of the world stayed in the deal. And now, with President Biden and his administration rejoining the agreement, the U.S. government is once again engaged and prepared to take a leadership role. And everybody who's been watching John Kerry run around here knows that we take that role seriously. As the world's second largest emitter of greenhouse gases, the U.S. has to lead. We have enormous responsibilities. And obviously, we still have a lot of work to do. But last week, Congress passed President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure bill that will, among other things, create jobs manufacturing solar panels and wind turbines and batteries and electric vehicles, and build out the first ever national network of charging stations so families can travel across the U.S. in electric vehicles. And I'm confident that a version of President Biden's Build Back Better bill will pass through Congress in the coming next few weeks. And here's what it will mean when that bill does pass. That legislation will devote over $500 billion to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by over 1 billion metric tons by the end of the decade, at least 10 times more than any legislation previously passed by Congress. Along the way, it will reduce consumer energy costs, it will invest in a clean energy economy, it will create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and it will set the United States on course to meet its new climate targets, achieving a 50 to 52% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions below 2005 levels by 2030. So the U.S. is back. And in moving more boldly, the U.S. is not alone. Earlier this year, the U.K. government, our hosts, announced a plan to cut emissions by almost 80% by 2035. This summer, the European Union put themselves on a path to carbon neutrality by 2050. Korea passed a carbon neutrality act in September that requires the government to cut greenhouse gas emissions 35% or more by 2030. The Canadian government has laid out a path to carbon neutrality by 2050 with milestones to hit along the way. So, Paris showed the world that progress is possible, created a framework. Important work was done there, and important work has been done here. That is the good news. Now for the bad news. We are nowhere near where we need to be yet. For starters, despite the progress that Paris represented, most countries have failed to meet the action plans that they set 6 years ago. And the consequences of not moving fast enough are becoming more apparent all the time. Last month, a study found that 85% of the global population has experienced weather events that were more severe because of climate change. Stronger storms, longer heat waves, more intense flooding, crippling droughts. Parts of the world are becoming more dangerous to live in, triggering new migration patterns and worsening conflict around the globe. It's one of the reasons why the U.S. Pentagon and other U.S. agencies have said that climate change poses a national security threat for the U.S. and for everyone else. But not only did we not hit all of the targets that were pledged in Paris, but remember, Paris was always supposed to be a beginning, not an endpoint, of our joint effort to control climate change. Back in 2015, we knew that even if the commitments made as a part of the Paris Agreement were fully met, we would still fall short of our goal of keeping global temperature increases below 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that's why Paris was designed to be a framework for countries to constantly ratchet up their ambitions as they got more resources and as technology reduced the cost of transitioning to a clean energy economy. So, we come now here to Glasgow, and just as true with the Paris Agreement, there is good news and bad news about what has happened here this past week. The good news, in large part because of the efforts of the people in this room, the hours of work that you spent with, weak coffee and bad food and feeling sleepy. Because of you, countries around the world are recognizing this is a decisive decade to avoid a climate disaster and are setting some really important goals for 2030. More than 100 countries this past week have committed to reduce methane emissions by 30% by 2030. As all of you know, curbing methane emissions is currently the single fastest and most effective way to limit warming. More than 100 countries have also promised to stop and reverse deforestation by the end of 2030. Businesses from around the world, name brands, some of the biggest businesses on this planet, have agreed to help create a market for the technologies we need to transition to clean energy. Here in Glasgow, nations have also committed to help poorer countries move away from fossil fuels and deal with the effects of climate change. President Biden announced that the U.S. will be quadrupling its annual climate finance pledge over the next few years to $11 billion, including $3 billion dedicated to helping vulnerable countries adapt to the impacts of climate change. And the U.S., along with 20 other countries, agreed to stop publicly financing international fossil fuel development with limited exceptions. So these are significant accomplishments. They are hard-won commitments. You should be proud of yourselves, and we need to celebrate those commitments, even as we demand that the signatories to these commitments actually follow through. We have to track it. They're not self-executing. They're going to require effort. But let's assume that we actually delivered. That's significant. But once again, we also have to acknowledge that this progress is partial. Most nations have failed to be as ambitious as they need to be. The escalation, the ratcheting up of ambition that we anticipated in Paris 6 years ago has not been uniformly realized. I have to confess, it was particularly discouraging to see the leaders of two of the world's largest emitters, China and Russia, decline to even attend the proceedings. And their national plans so far reflect what appears to be a dangerous lack of urgency, a willingness to maintain the status quo on the part of those governments. And that's a shame. We need advanced economies like the U.S. and Europe leading on this issue. But you know the facts. We also need China and India leading on this issue. We need Russia leading on this issue, just as we need Indonesia and South Africa and Brazil leading on this issue. We can't afford anybody on the sidelines. I recognize we're living in a moment when international cooperation has waned. a moment of greater geopolitical tension and stress, in part because of the pandemic, in part because of the rise of nationalism and tribal impulses around the world. And yes, in part because of a lack of leadership on America's part for 4 years on a host of multilateral issues. I understand that it's harder to get international cooperation. There are more global tensions. But there is one thing that should transcend our day-to-day politics and normal geopolitics, and that is climate change. It's not just that we can't afford to go backward. We can't afford to stay where we are. The world has to step up, and it has to step up now. So how is that going to happen? How do we close the gap between what's necessary for our survival and what seems politically possible right now? I confess, I don't have all the answers. As I'm sure is true for all of you out there, those of you who are steeped in this work, who are far more expert than me, there are times where I feel discouraged. There are times where the future seems somewhat bleak. There are times where I am doubtful that humanity can get its act together before it's too late. And images of dystopia start creeping into my dreams. And yet, whenever I feel such despondency, I remind myself that cynicism is the recourse of cowards. We can't afford hopelessness. Instead, we are going to have to muster the will and the passion and the activism of citizens pushing governments, companies, and everyone else to meet this challenge. That's what allowed the U.S. to do its part over the last few years to meet our climate goals, even when we didn't have much leadership on it. It wasn't just elected officials or CEOs doing the right thing. It was ordinary Americans making their voices heard, making it clear we need to solve this problem regardless of the obstacles. People who organized and educated others in their communities, people who put pressure on businesses and governments to do better, people who turn their passion into votes. That's the kind of commitment we're going to need going forward. Because let's face it, this is not just about raw numbers. This is not just about science. This is about politics. It's about culture. It's about morality. It's about the human dynamic. How do we work together to get a big thing done? And it's about participation and power. Thinking back on my own experience as president, I would have had the power to do even more to fight climate change during my time in office if I'd had a stable congressional majority that was willing and eager to take action. And for the bulk of my presidency, I didn't have that majority. Gaining such majorities require an engaged citizenry willing to do what it takes to reward politicians who take this problem seriously and send out of office those who don't. I am convinced that President Biden's Build Back Better bill will be historic and a huge plus for U.S. action on climate change. But keep in mind, Joe Biden wanted to do even more. He's constrained by the absence of a robust majority that's needed to make that happen. Both of us have been constrained in large part by the fact that one of our two major parties has decided not only to sit on the sidelines, but express active hostility toward climate science and make climate change a partisan issue. Perhaps some of you have a similar dynamic in your own countries, although generally speaking, the United States seems to have a more vigorous opposition to climate than in many other places. But my broader point is that's got to stop. Saving the planet isn't a partisan issue. I welcome any faction within the Republican Party in the United States that takes climate change seriously. And that may be a rare breed right now, but keep in mind, such Republican elected officials used to be commonplace, used to exist. President George H.W. Bush, a Republican, was one of the first U.S. presidents to officially recognize the threat of climate change, was a signatory to the Rio Accord. If we are going to act on the scale that's required, climate change can't be seen anywhere in the world as just an opportunity to score political points. And for those listening back home in the U.S., let me say this. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If your Florida house is flooded by rising seas, or your crops fail in the Dakotas, or your California house is burning down. Nature, physics, science do not care about party affiliation. And what is true in the United States is true in every nation. We don't just need the Democrats or the Green Party or progressives to be working together on this existential problem. We need everybody, even if we disagree on other things. And what's also true around the world, true in the U.S., true in all the countries represented here, is that the most important energy in this movement is coming from young people. And the reason is simple. They have more stake in this fight than anybody else. And that's why I want to spend the rest of my time today talking directly to young people who may be watching and wondering what they can do to help. I am the father of two daughters in their early 20s, so I have some sense of all the stuff that gets thrown at young people these days. It's not always easy being young today. And for most of your lives, if you're in that generation, you've been bombarded with warnings about what the future will look like if you don't address climate change. And meanwhile, you've grown up watching many of the adults who are in positions to do something about it either act like the problem doesn't exist or refuse to make the hard decisions necessary to address it. And that's a source of real anxiety and real anger at older people. And some of you no doubt wonder if you'll be able to be safe in the community where you've grown up, whether you'll have to raise your own kids in a world ravaged by extreme weather and climate migration and conflict. As one 16-year-old said, "For us, the destruction of the planet is personal." And that's why my message to young people begins with acknowledging you are right to be frustrated. Folks in my generation have not done enough to deal with a potentially cataclysmic problem that you now stand to inherit. But I also want to share some advice my mother used to give me. You know, if I was feeling anxious or angry or depressed or scared, She'd look at me and she'd say, "Don't sulk. Get busy. Get to work. And change what needs to be changed." And luckily, that's exactly what young people around the world are doing right now. 2 years ago, a Swedish teenager named Greta Thunberg inspired millions of people to join the largest climate demonstrations in decades. A lot of people now know about Greta, but the world is full of Gretas. One of the things I love most about our work at the Obama Foundation is getting to meet young activists from all over the world taking up the baton on climate change. You just heard from Sheila Babata from the Northern Mariana Islands. As an elected representative, Sheila is fighting to preserve natural resources on the island and helping young people take the lead in the fight for human rights and climate action. I've met people like Juan Carlos Monterrey Gomez from Panama. After representing his country at the Paris negotiations, I think he was like 22. Juan then led an effort to amend the Constitution of Panama. Today he's here in Glasgow as a climate negotiator. You've got Colette Pinchon Battle, who is the founder and executive director of the Gulf Coast Center for Law and Policy in Louisiana, back in the States. They're a nonprofit helping communities of color across the South that are already feeling the effects of climate change, rebuild after disasters, and build more sustainable communities and more sustainable economies. And then there's Louisa Neubauer, an activist who leads Fridays for Future strikes in Germany. During the global climate strikes in 2019, Louisa helped organize 270,000 marchers in Berlin, put pressure on German political parties to take climate change seriously. Climate change is frightening, she said. So the question is, how can we turn this anxiety into something constructive? That's what these young leaders are already doing. I'm really looking forward to sitting down and talking with some of them in a separate forum later today, because they're not just working for their own countries, they are forming a movement across borders to make the older generation that got us into this mess see that we all have an obligation to dig ourselves out of it. And if those older folks won't listen, they need to get out of the way. Now, at this point, some of the young people watching or listening, they may be thinking, I don't have time to organize 200,000 people or propose a constitutional amendment. I've got a math exam next week. I get that. I promise you, unlike Greta, I was not on the cover of Time magazine when I was 16 years old. And if I was skipping school, it had nothing to do with climate change. But there are plenty of things that each and every one of you young people can do that won't require devoting your entire life to the cause, but will make a real difference. The first and most important is, if you are age eligible, to vote the issue. Vote like your life depends on it, because it does. I recognize that a lot of young people may be cynical about politics, but the cold, hard fact is we will not have more ambitious climate plans coming out of governments unless governments feel some pressure from voters. In one survey of young people in 22 countries, more people cited climate change as one of the most important issues facing the world than anything else. Young people understand this issue, but they don't always vote at the same levels as older folks. Many young people are now starting to realize I've got to make my interests heard if I have the opportunity to vote. So in the 2020 U.S. presidential election, young people were more likely than older voters to say that climate change was their top concern. And they also voted at a rate 11 points higher than in 2016. That's the kind of thing that makes politicians sit up and take notice. As one 20-year-old organizer said, young people understand that if we want to save our lives and our future, then we have to do it ourselves. And this is part of your power that you have to use. Don't think that you can ignore politics. You don't have to be happy about it, but you can't ignore it. You can't be too pure for it. It's part of the process that is going to deliver all of us. Now, the second way you can have an impact on climate change is by pressuring companies to do the right thing. Members of your generation have already shown you're willing to pay for products that you believe are responsible and responsive to the climate challenge, and that you're also willing to avoid those companies that are actually making climate change worse. I see this in my own daughters and their friends, their peer group, in terms of which companies they support and which products they buy. And not only are they sophisticated consumers, they're active and engaged citizens. And that's a message that CEOs will learn to understand. Companies are starting to figure out that becoming more energy efficient is good for their bottom line because they'll spend less on energy. But you also have the opportunity to teach them that by getting serious about climate change, they have a chance to win loyal customers and employees. And they conversely will lose customers and top flight employees if they're not on the right side of the issue. That's part of your power. You need to use it. While you're at it, you need to help educate your parents and grandparents, your uncles and aunts, your teachers, your employers. Because while a dangerously warming planet is a reality that a lot of you have grown up with as young people, you've studied in school, you've read about it, it's been part of the backdrop of your childhood. Members of the older generation don't have that same frame of reference. They do love you, though. They do care about you. They listen to you more than you think. And if you explain how important the issue is to you, you may lead them to rethink their position, or at least be more open-minded. In fact, I'm pretty sure they'll listen to you in a way they might never listen to a politician or some expert on TV or a former president. That's power you have. You have to use it. And finally, let me say, it will not be enough to simply mobilize the converted. It will not be enough to preach to the choir. It will not be enough to just ramp up intensity among people who already know about climate change and already agree with us and care deeply about it. Protests are necessary to raise awareness. Hashtag campaigns can spread awareness. But to build the broad-based coalitions necessary for bold action, we have to persuade people who either currently don't agree with us or are indifferent to the issue. And to change the minds of those fellow citizens in our respective countries, we have to do a little more listening. We can't just yell at them or say they're ignorant. We can't just tweet at them. It's not enough to inconvenience them through blocking traffic in a protest. We actually have to listen to their objections and understand the reluctance of some ordinary people to see their countries move too fast on climate change. We have to understand their realities and work with them so that serious action on climate change doesn't adversely impact them. So listen, it is true a lot of climate opposition comes from fossil fuel companies trying to make a buck, despite the green ads that they run on TV. It's true that there are climate deniers out there who, for ideological reasons, you will never convince. But I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the fact that we've got to persuade the guy who has to drive to his factory job every single day, can't afford a Tesla, and might not be able to pay the rent or feed his family if gas prices go up. We have to think about the mother in India who, yes, will suffer droughts and floods made worse by climate change, but whose more immediate concern is getting electricity so her children don't have to sit in the dark every night and can't do their homework. That's not you can't dismiss that concern. There are workers and communities that still depend on coal for power and jobs. And yes, they are concerned about maintaining their wages. That's not unreasonable for them to be concerned about that. And the fact is, the truth is that transitioning from dirty energy to clean energy does have a cost. And it is not unreasonable for people who often are already economically vulnerable and maybe don't feel particularly politically powerful, it's not unreasonable for them to think that for all the highfalutin talk, some of those costs of transition will be borne by them, not by the more powerful and the privileged. That's not an unreasonable perspective for them to have. And that's why, when it comes to climate change, a country like the U.S. with a higher per capita carbon footprint does have to do more than a country like Mali or Bangladesh. It's also why we need to make sure the people most affected by the transition to clean energy aren't the ones bearing most of the cost. They don't have any margin for error. I can afford to give up a lot of my current lifestyle to benefit the planet because I'll still have a lot left over. A lot of folks don't have that cushion. So that means that any climate plan worth its salt has to take these inequities into account, whether it's through subsidies to poor people to ease the transition to clean energy, whether it's technology transfers that help poor countries meet their development goals by leapfrogging dirty fuels. We have to pay attention to those embedded inequities and the politics that surrounds that. And that's not easy. So let me close by being blunt. Keeping the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius will not be easy. It is going to be hard. Existing political institutions move slowly, even when leaders are well-intentioned. International cooperation has always been difficult. It's made more difficult by all the misinformation and propaganda that can flood out through social media these days. Business leaders, let's face it, are typically rewarded for boosting short-term profits, not addressing major social issues. Getting people to work together on a global scale takes time. And right now, that's time we don't have. So if we're honest with ourselves, yes, this is going to be really hard. The thing we have going for us is that humanity has done hard things before. I believe we can do hard things again. Yes, the process will be messy. I guarantee you, every victory will be incomplete. We will face more setbacks. Sometimes we will be forced to settle for imperfect compromises, because even if they don't achieve everything we want, at least they advance the cause. At least they move the ball down the field. But if we work hard enough for long enough, those partial victories add up. If we push hard enough, stay focused enough, and are smart about it, those victories accelerate and they build momentum. If we listen to those who are resistant and we take their concerns seriously and we work with them and we organize and we mobilize and we get our hands dirty in the difficulties of changing political dynamics in our countries, those victories start happening a little bit more frequently. If we stay with it, we will get this done. So to all the young people out there, as well as those of you who consider yourselves young at heart, I want you to stay angry. I want you to stay frustrated. But channel that anger. Harness that frustration. Keep pushing harder and harder for more and more. Because that's what's required to meet this challenge. Gird yourself for a marathon, not a sprint. For solving a problem this big, this complex, and this important has never happened all at once. Since we're in the Emerald Isles here, let me quote the bard, William Shakespeare. What wound, he writes, did ever heal but by degrees? Our planet has been wounded by our actions. Those wounds won't be healed today or tomorrow or the next. But they can be healed by degrees. And if we start with that spirit, if each of us can fight through the occasional frustration and dread, if we pledge to do our part and then follow through on those commitments, I believe we can secure a better future. We have to. And what a profound and noble task to set for ourselves. I'm ready for the long haul if you are. So let's get to work. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
So, former US President Barack Obama there receiving a standing ovation after his speech at the COP26 summit here in Glasgow. We heard a rallying call for action from the former president. He said that meaningful progress had been made since Paris. He was in Paris, of course, when the Paris Agreement was signed on climate change. And he said, along with the announcements made in Glasgow, he said he saw the promise of further progress. But he said what was also true, collectively and individually, we are falling short. He said, we are going to have to do more, and this is going to depend on you. He was critical of President Xi and Putin for what he described as a dangerous absence of urgency. But he also said the US was back. He made a few digs at President Trump, but he said that now that Joe Biden was back, he felt that could be transformative. He said the US has to lead as the world's second biggest emitter. We have enormous responsibilities. But he pointed to the fact that the infrastructure bill had gone through Congress last week, and he said that a version of Biden's Build Back Better bill would pass, he thought, in the next few weeks, releasing trillions of dollars to tackle this issue. He also talked about the hope that he got from young people. He did say there were times when he felt discouraged and the future feels bleak, but he said we can't afford hopelessness. And he said the most important energy in this movement at the moment was coming from young people, and he said that's why he wanted to spend the rest of his day here in Glasgow with those young people. So a wide-ranging speech. He's been speaking for some time now, received very warmly there in the hall here in Glasgow. So lots of issues he touched on there. Joining me now and throughout the afternoon is Navrav Singh Ghali, who's Programme Director of the Global Environment and Climate Change Law at Edinburgh Law School. So welcome to you. First of all, just a general question. When you have someone like President Obama with his kind of status and his history, do you think that people do sit up and listen? Do you think he can make a difference in galvanizing some kind of change?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, American presidents often talk a really good game, and he's talked a better one than most. And now that he's out of office, he can, you know, make all sorts of promises. But I think he does a couple of things when he gives a speech like that. One is that he really galvanizes the faithful. You know, he really speaks to a large community of the global audience who really want this process to succeed. And that's obviously enormously important. And you saw the response that he received. And I think there's also, you know, a fair element of domestic signaling in what he's doing, that America is really participating in the big game, the big global game anymore. It's not an isolationist position, which is very different. And there's obviously a constituency back home that really wants to hear that. So I think he's playing, you know, a multi-level game there.
That's right. He kept saying the US is back, didn't he?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, also, you know, but words like that mean a lot to the core democratic base.
That's right. And he also did talk about the progress since Paris, because he was in Paris at the time. And he felt that meaningful progress had been made, but it didn't go far enough. I mean, how are we able to measure how much progress has been made since then?
We can measure progress in a number of different ways. I mean, the most simple, possibly simplistic way to measure progress is to look at what's happened to global emissions since 2015, since Paris was concluded. And they've gone up. Another is to look at things like climate finance, you know, how much money that was committed, in fact, even going back to 2011 in Copenhagen when President Obama led those negotiations. You know, there was a promise of 100 billion per annum for global finance, principally from the developed to the less developed world. That money still hasn't been hit.
It's supposed to be all in
place now
by 2020,
and we're not there yet. I suspect we may get pretty close by the end of this week, but we're not there yet. And there's also a question as to the adequacy of those sorts of sums. I mean, it sounds like a lot of money, but you know, you just heard that the domestic package is running to the trillions, and in that scheme, 100 billion globally, you know, it depends how much it unlocks.
There's also an issue of how it's spent as well, isn't there?
How it's spent, the processes by which it's spent. You know, I think the central question is how much private money it leverages. You know, so if it's, you know, 1-to-1, 200 billion doesn't really go very far. If it's 20-to-1, then it's starting to look like serious money.
And what about what's been agreed so far at this COP then as well? Because he referenced the fact that pledges had been made by countries and that new pledges have been made here. So what has been achieved so far? We're 1 week down.
So I think there are three seriously big commitments or processes which have come together last week. The one was on forestry, the International Agreement on Forestry, and that's really very, very significant. The second goes to methane. I think that's more of a technical fix, but still very substantial in the terms that was just outlined. And I think the third one, which is by far the biggest, which hasn't really got a lot of play, is the way in which many of the most advanced economies in the world have agreed not to finance foreign fossil fuel infrastructure and production, and that is enormous. I mean, the idea that we're not only are we taking action domestically, but we're going to stop taking negative action abroad, is massive, absolutely enormous.
But some people, sorry to interrupt, some people will be sceptical though, won't they? They'll say, we've had agreements before. I think there was a forestry agreement in 2014 and those pledges haven't been met.
Sure.
So do they count for anything?
So this is really the handover. That depends on two things. One, a very short-term issue, and one, a longer-term issue. The short-term issue is what's in the Glasgow Declaration, as it's probably going to be called, at the end of this week. So what teeth does that have? What level of commitment does that statement have? So that's the very short-term thing. The longer-term thing is...
What could that include? Could that include a kind of commitment to monitoring or to checking in every year, or what might that include? It
could include, well, it will certainly include things like monitoring, but the checking in point is very important. Engagement with other regimes. So, for example, on the export finance piece that I just mentioned, if that was to be keyed into established processes such as the OECD's export finance regime, that would really give it teeth. And that's a well-established regime. So that would be a commitment which is made here but delivered elsewhere. So, that sort of joined-up system of global governance is what you'd be looking for.
So what will we expect at the end of this week? I mean, million-dollar question. Yeah. But, we've got... What's happening now? We've got negotiations continuing, but what actually would you think they're talking about behind the scenes now?
So there are two tracks of negotiations, essentially. I mean, the one is the official agenda, and the official agenda is really quite narrow. I mean, this is a bit of an odd COP. I'm sure you've had this conversation with your other guests, but it's a bit of a strange COP in that the official agenda is not dominating the conversation. The official agenda is essentially about a really technical issue about carbon markets, the Article 6 debate. It's important, it's very important, but it's relatively discreet. The political agenda is a really big one. And what's odd about that is that it's really between the UK presidency and clubs, so different groupings of nations. It's not between the UK and 196 state parties. So the forestry one was with forestry nations. The fossil fuel finance one was the countries who do that. So there are these different clubs who are engaging in these negotiations. The challenge is to bring all of that together by Saturday into something which every state party can sign up to. Not just the little clubs, the little clusters of groupings, but everybody can sign up to. And that's really difficult because, there are a lot of conflicting views and preferences on these issues. So that's going to be, if the presidency can deliver that, I think that will be a very significant diplomatic achievement.
So is it likely that there's a text at this stage which is being shuttled around different groups and different nations, and people are tweaking sentences, and then you go back to another country and check they're happy? I mean, how does it work?
Well, that would be the process, but I don't think that's started. To the best of my knowledge, that hasn't started, or at least if it has started, it's started within a very small circle that the allies and friends that the UK presidency is engaging with. It hasn't gone broader than that quite yet. I think it's too early. But yeah, there would be that process of shuttle diplomacy, arguing about language.
And how crucial is the money in all of that? Today, the theme of the sessions and of the day is all about resilience and adaptation and loss and damage, isn't it? So to what extent is the money, it's obviously crucial for adaptation, but how much is it crucial for trust and goodwill and progress as far as the general tools are concerned?
You're absolutely right. It is about trust and goodwill. It's about the money is what unlocks the participation and approval of, broadly speaking, the less developed world, the non-industrialized world, the sorts of states who haven't contributed to the problem, but as we well know, are most vulnerable to its impacts. And what they really want to see is hard cash to protect them, to solve the problem to the extent that it impacts them. And that's what's been missing. I mean, Finance Day was, I think, Wednesday of last week, and we saw some enormous numbers being bandied about. But those need to be, I think they need to be bottomed out somewhat and made a little bit more concrete.
So what do you think is the key to unlocking all of this? Is there one announcement or one breakthrough that could determine whether or not this is a success?
No, I don't think there is. I think this is going to be, I think it's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle in which there are going to be lots of different elements. So and this seems to be the approach that the UK government's taking, that there are a number of different elements which have to come together in some sort of configuration rather than one single thing which unlocks everything. I don't think that, these are such complicated negotiations. They've been going on for more than a quarter of a century. You know, if there was a silver bullet, we would have identified it by now, but there isn't.
And obviously the aim that's been set out by many of the organisers is to keep 1.5 alive, this idea of making sure that capping global warming at 1.5 degrees remains within reach. Yeah. Have we reached that stage yet, or is it, how difficult is it going to be to calculate or determine whether or not it's been reached by the end?
We've certainly seen progress this week. I mean, it's really interesting that there have been updated NDCs, these national commitments, or contributions rather, from some really large emitters, India, Vietnam, Indonesia, and others, all of which actually bring us much closer to 1.5. So, last week, before COP, it was looking like 2.7 degrees. Now, according to some calculations that I've seen, it's about 1.8, 1.9 degrees. That's a very significant change. So I think the trajectory is moving in the right direction.
But that's if everyone meets their pledges.
That's if everybody meets their pledges, and if everything that people want to do, they're able to do, that the technology works, that the money's in place, all of these sorts of things, that we don't have backsliding. We've witnessed backsliding in all sorts of arenas through populist movements in the last 10 years or so. So yeah, I mean, there are a huge number of moving parts, but yeah, everything has to go right. So it's a very complex game.
And what about the power of young people as well? We heard President Obama there saying that some of the most exciting conversations that are going on at the moment and some of the most exciting drive is amongst young people. I mean, to what extent does the power of the voice on the street and the power of the next generation, to what extent can that move the dial and help change political minds and make them act?
I mean, as I'm sure President Obama has just found out, it's very difficult to speak on this topic without sounding incredibly patronising to young people. But one thing that we've certainly seen is that young people and the Fridays for the Futures movement and others have really managed to crystallise public opinion, or a large segment of public opinion around this issue. But I think telling them to vote or to be responsible consumers is not quite the way to do it.
Navraj Singh Ghali, really good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. So, former US President Barack Obama has just delivered his remarks to COP26, so let's take a listen to some of that right now.
Most nations have failed to be as ambitious as they need to be. The escalation, the ratcheting up of ambition that we anticipated in Paris 6 years ago has not been uniformly realized. I have to confess, it was particularly discouraging to see the leaders of two of the world's largest emitters, China and Russia, decline to even attend the proceedings. And their national plans so far reflect what appears to be a dangerous lack of urgency, a willingness to maintain the status quo on the part of those governments. And that's a shame. We need advanced economies like the US and Europe leading on this issue. But you know the facts. We also need China and India leading on this issue. We need Russia leading on this issue, just as we need Indonesia and South Africa and Brazil leading on this issue. We can't afford anybody on the sidelines.
Former President Barack Obama speaking in the last hour or so. Now, the second week of COP26 has begun, and countries are being urged to put loss and damage at the centre of negotiations. Ministers and leaders are looking into solutions to help the most vulnerable countries to adapt to global warming. It comes, as you saw there, as former US President Barack Obama has told the summit that small island nations are the canaries in the coal mine of climate change and are sending a message on the need for urgent action. Well, joining me now is climate justice activist Vanessa Nakate and Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon. So welcome to both of you. Thanks so much for talking to us. First of all, Vanessa Nakate, you've been campaigning for climate justice for several years now. You founded your own protest movement in Uganda pushing for action. So what's the main thing that you want from COP26?
I want leaders to acknowledge that loss and damage is here with us now. Communities from countries like mine in the global south, they're already on the front lines of the climate crisis. There are things that we can no longer adapt to. We cannot adapt to extinction. We cannot adapt to starvation. We cannot adapt to our lost cultures or our lost traditions or our lost identities. So right now, I want the leaders to show us the money to put a separate fund for loss and damage, because we are facing the worst of the climate crisis right now.
How confident are you that that money will come? $100 billion was promised years ago. It was due to be delivered in 2020 last year, and it's still not there. Are you confident there will be the commitments that you want?
I'm not confident because, like you say, the $100 billion that was promised by the leaders, including President Obama, has not yet been delivered. It has been delayed to 2023, which is unfair to communities that are on the front lines of the climate crisis. And the most ironic and tragic thing is that these communities didn't cause the climate crisis. They are not responsible for the rising greenhouse gas emissions. So it's really disappointing to see that the deliverance, the implementation of the $100 billion has not yet been delivered. More and more broken promises, more and more delays. And what does this lead to? Loss and damage for our communities.
And you've spoken passionately on this subject, both inside the conference and out on the streets as well. So do you feel that you're being listened to?
I don't know. But I hope that I'm being listened to. And I know that President Obama is at the COP. And we as young activists, especially from the Global South, we have been asking him, where is the money that was promised in 2009? I think I was just 13 years old, but now I am 24, and we haven't seen the deliverance of that money, while our communities continue to perish and suffer because of the climate crisis. So we want the presidents, we want the leaders from the global north to show us the money for loss and damage.
So do you think Barack Obama could make a difference on that?
Well, it depends. If he is to give us a response, we held an action in the COP this morning. We've put out tweets. So if he gives us a response on the already promised climate finance, then we will tell whether he can make a difference.
Nicola Sturgeon, welcome to you. How do you feel about this $100 billion promised so many years ago, still not delivered? How crucial is that money if this summit is going to be a success?
It's shameful that 12 years on it hasn't been delivered in full, and the money's really important, but it's also become a fundamental issue of trust between the Global South and the Global North, and it's a key test of success of this COP summit to get to that $100 billion a year, not by 2023, but now, because it was meant to be delivered last year in 2020. But even if that total is delivered, there's no commitment at all to dedicate any of that money to loss and damage. Yes, it's important to mitigate the climate change, it's important to adapt to climate change, but countries like Vanessa's are feeling the impacts right now. They're suffering the loss and damage right now. And in many cases, that's loss of life, it's loss of livelihood. It's not abstract, it's real. Scotland has this week become the first developed country in the world to commit resources to loss and damage. Now, Scotland's a small country, so it's a relatively small sum of money in global terms, £1 million. But it's intended also to send a message to other developed countries that we caused climate change. We're responsible for the impact that countries like Vanessa's are experiencing right now. So this is not an act of charity, it's an obligation and a responsibility of reparation that we owe, and I hope other rich developed countries step up and recognise that obligation.
And I'm sure all money that's contributed is very welcome. But what about trust in leaders meeting promises? I know that Scotland isn't officially party to the UN Climate Convention, but the Scottish Government did voluntarily submit some NDCs, didn't it? Some nationally determined contribution targets, as all the parties are required to do under the Paris Agreement, which is laudable, but Scotland hasn't met those targets, has it?
We set ourselves legally binding annual targets so that we can measure progress along the way to our 75% reduction target by 2030, net zero by 2045. Because they are annual targets, which most countries don't do, yes, there'll be some years where we fall short, but let's put it in context. We were, hopefully by now, we would have reduced our emissions by 55%. We've fallen a bit short of that, but we've reduced our emissions by 51.5%. So we've decarbonised faster than any G20 country. And in Scotland, we're already halfway to net zero. We've got much, much more to do. And the bar of world leadership is too low. It's too easy to be a world leader, but Scotland is leading by example.
But do you understand the frustration then of activists like Vanessa who come here and they hear politicians making promises and they don't meet them?
Well, I would argue Scotland is delivering on its commitments, but we've got to go much further and much faster. It's not an accident that I'm standing here next to Vanessa. I've made a commitment, and actually it's a bigger commitment on Vanessa's part, for us to catch up during COP so that I can listen to the voice of Vanessa and the many people across the Global South that she represents, because it's right that she challenges people like me to go further and that people like me listen and recognise the massive responsibility that we have. I'm not standing here saying Scotland is doing everything we should be doing or as much as we need to do, but I think we are doing more than most. We've got to challenge ourselves to go further, and we've got to do as much as we can to challenge others to go further too.
Vanessa, what do you make of the progress that's been made at COP so far? We're 1 week in. Do you feel that things are going in the right direction?
We are getting commitments, we are getting targets, but I just want to make one thing clear. Commitments do not reduce emissions. Targets do not stop suffering. Net zero promises do not stop erasure of our histories or our traditions. What will stop the suffering of the people on the front lines, what will reduce emissions from rising, will be real action. So until I see real action, until we activists see real action come out of these commitments, that is when we will believe that we are moving forward. Because we have seen in the past COPs, there have been commitments, there have been targets, but the emissions have continued to rise. So commitments won't reduce emissions. Real action will reduce emissions.
So when you hear about the agreements on reducing methane emissions, on reducing coal production, on protecting forests, are you encouraged, or do you think they're meaningless until you see action? What's your take? Do you think that that it shows willingness and commitment?
I will be encouraged by real action, because for so long leaders have been promising, leaders have been speaking, governments have been putting net zeros for their countries, for their communities. But what will convince me is real action. What will convince me is seeing that reducing emissions, not empty promises, but then empty actions.
You're nodding there, Nicola Sturgeon.
Right.
So what do you want to see by the end of this week then? We've had these commitments, and I should say the International Energy Agency has taken into account all the commitments ahead of COP and since COP in terms of countries' pledges and targets, but also these groups that have come together on issues like methane and forests. And they say now that if all those were not just committed to, but acted on, the temperature could be capped at 1.8 degrees. Does that give you encouragement?
It's better than what might have been the case coming into COP, where it still looked as if all of the commitments, and remember they've got to be delivered, would only cap temperature rises at maybe 2.7 or at best 2.4. So that is progress if those commitments are met, but it doesn't go far enough. We need to see further progress, and coming out of this COP, a clear process of how that remaining gap is going to be closed. And Vanessa's right that we need to see global emissions come down and come down fast. They're coming down in Scotland, but they're not coming down globally. They're still rising globally, and we know that in order to keep that necessity to limit global warming to 1.5 alive, we need to see global emissions half by the end of this decade. So it's the near-term commitments that countries are making that matter, and also the detail of how they'll be delivered.
I quoted the International Energy Agency a moment ago. Another thing they've said is that all fossil fuels need to stay in the ground from now on. So does that mean that you think that the Cambo oil field should not go ahead?
I've already said it should not go ahead unless there can be an absolutely clear case made that it is consistent with the Paris agreements and our climate change obligations. I lead a country, I don't have the power over North Sea licensing, but I lead a country that right now has maybe 100,000 jobs dependent on oil and gas. Much of our energy is still dependent on oil and gas. So I think we need to move away from fossil fuels much faster than previously indicated.
New projects go completely against that, don't they?
I think they raise a real question that yes, they do, which is why I've said what I've said on Cambo. The point I was going to make, though, as a leader, it's not enough for me to say stop something or don't do something. I've also got to look in the eye people who work in that industry and say, how are we going to justly transition you to the alternatives, and how are we going to build up the alternative sources of energy to reduce our dependence on oil and gas? I'm determined to do that. It's one of the tough issues for a country like Scotland, but every country has to face up to its difficult issues as well as the relatively easier ones.
And Vanessa, when you're pushing for change for a continent that's already experiencing climate change, do you take on board those arguments from politicians who say that it's a complicated picture, that there are jobs involved in fossil fuel industries, for example, and it's a tricky process to reduce emissions? It's not always straightforward. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I can say that when we are taking climate justice, I think that climate justice should have the hearts of the people on the front lines. It should have the working people on the front lines at the heart of the decisions for climate justice. So climate justice should not leave anyone behind. Climate justice should not mean that Indigenous communities are going to lose their lands to tree planting campaigns. Climate justice should not mean that we are going to have electric vehicles while more children, more women, more girls are being exploited in different parts of the world. Climate justice should not mean that people are going to lose their jobs. That's why we say we need to stop development of all new fossil fuel projects, because this will allow for an easier transition for people, for communities to a more sustainable world. And when it comes to countries like mine are also facing the pressure of transitioning, the pressure of developing without coal or without oil or without gas. But how is this going to be possible without climate finance from the countries that cause the climate crisis?
Can you envisage getting to the end of this week and feeling satisfied with the outcome? Do you think it's possible that you will walk away at the end of this week and feel good about COP26?
I know I'm going to walk away knowing different kinds of commitments and targets that have been set by leaders, but I think the satisfaction will really come from the real action. What follows at the end of this second week? Are we going to just forget that the conference ended, now we can rest and then prepare for more targets at COP27? No, what will follow after this second week will determine whether we are moving towards real action or it was just another show of empty promises and empty words.
OK, well, Vanessa McCarthy, Nicholas Sturgeon, thank you both very much indeed for your time here on Sky News Climate Live. We appreciate it. Do stay with us. We've got lots coming up for you in just a moment on Sky News Climate Live. Don't go away. So we're taking you to another part of the conference now. The United States governors are speaking about climate action and a net zero future. So let's have a little listen in.
2040. And last year I signed an executive order directing state agencies to set caps on climate pollution for sectors like manufacturing, increase energy efficiency standards for buildings and appliances, and create a statewide plan for electric charging infrastructure to accelerate the transition to zero-emission vehicles. But the work I'm most proud of that we're doing in Oregon is how we are approaching this work, and that is through an equity lens. We all know that our communities of color, our low-income communities, and our rural communities are disproportionately impacted by these climate change events. So we are working hard to disrupt that proportion. And let me share a couple quick examples. Number one, we are working very hard to ensure that we are centering the voices of our Black, our Brown, and our Indigenous communities at the forefront of our work. What does that look like? We are working to make sure that the costs of the clean energy transition are, these communities, our most vulnerable communities, are held harmless. Secondly, as we transition to EV vehicles, we have created EV rebates on the hood, $7,500, not only for new vehicles, but for used vehicles as well. We want to make sure that our vulnerable Oregonians have access to these technologies. But the best thing we can do is to make sure that these communities have access to a good paying job. And so we're also focused on job training and offering the types of training in these new clean green technologies that are good paying jobs and sustainable. One quick example I will share is the work happening in the Columbia River Gorge, the Windy River area, Hood River surfing capital of the USA. There at Columbia Gorge Community College, we're working to ensure that community members have access to electric turbine technology, both building and repairing, where the wind technology is so great, where the opportunity for wind turbines are so great, that all of our community members will have access to these very good paying jobs. We absolutely have to center these voices at the forefront of our work and make sure that we are developing job training systems connecting community colleges, career and technical education, and of course, technical training. We're co-creating, we're re-envisioning, reimagining this work together, and that is where we are focused. We have not only an economic imperative to tackle climate change, we have a moral one. And future generations will judge us not on the fact of climate change, but what we have done to tackle it. The time is now. We must take action, and Oregon is leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor Brown. Governor Ige.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the Climate Registry and the Climate Action Reserve for their incredible work in helping to make sure that state voices, like all of us here as governors, are present and heard here at COP26 and the international venues. We really appreciate the opportunity for states once again to lead in climate action here at Glasgow. You know, island communities are on the front line of climate change. We see the most intense activity ever, and we see increasing activity. In 2015, we saw for the first time in recorded history 3 Category 5 hurricanes surrounding the Hawaiian Islands, threatening our existence. We've had intense rain bombs in 2018, the most intense rain bomb ever recorded in the history of the United States. 52 inches of rain fell in a 24-hour period, devastating Hanalei Valley, traditional taro farms, and many of the livelihoods in that community. We have seen the most severe drought recorded on Hawaii County and Maui County, and we see herds of reindeer that have been coming to forage because they lack the food in the forest reserves. We see continuing action of what climate change means in a real way. As President Obama said earlier this morning, island communities are the canaries in the coal mines. We see the impacts of climate change in a dramatic way, and we know that we must take action now. It has been an exciting opportunity for us in the Climate Alliance because we all share and recognize the climate emergency that we are seeing. We know that 2 degrees is not sufficient. We are driving for 1.5 degrees Celsius. Hawaii was the first state in the country to commit to 100% clean renewable energy for electricity in 2015. You know, we didn't know exactly how the technologies would play in and specifically how they would be utilized, but we were clear about where we needed to go. And that was the transition from fossil fuels to clean renewable energy. We know it's the same as we race to eliminate emissions. We are now committed. We know that net zero is not good enough. In 2018, the state of Hawaii committed to a net negative goal by 2045 or as soon as practical, because we know that zero is not good enough. As islands, we are directly threatened by sea level rise, rain bombs, and coral bleaching. All of those things get even more intense if we are unable to maintain global warming to less than 1.5 degrees. And we are definitely committed to high impact action to ensure that we never get there. We set the goal of committing we are committed to lead by example. We have set a goal of zeroing out our emissions from our auto fleet. We have set the criteria of 100% clean energy sources by 2035. We have committed our state employees to rent electric vehicles whenever they are available. We have created rebates to build the infrastructure for the transition of our transportation all across the state. We are tackling the hardest part of transportation, which is conversion of aviation and marine transportation. We are preparing for electric planes for inter-island flights and sustainable aviation fuels for longer flights. We are looking at switching our inter-island shipping to locally sustainable biofuels, hydrogen to power our medium and heavy-duty vehicles and equipment for longer distance transportation. And while pursuing negative emissions through our natural and working lands, we do know that investments in our natural resources give us the best opportunity to capture more carbon than we emit. We did see one of the silver linings in this pandemic, as all businesses and organizations went to working from home. We saw how rapidly our air cleared and our oceans restored vibrant coral communities. And we do know that if we give our nature an opportunity, they will help us more than we ever realized. I committed Hawaii to 100 million trees as part of the 1 trillion tree initiative, looking to enhance carbon sequestration. All of these actions make Hawaii more resilient. As an island, we have to take a holistic approach. And our community understands that in order for us to be successful, we have to come together and work together. Because in our history, we know when we work together, we can do great things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor Ige. Governor Inslee.
Thank you. First, this is a joy to be here for this discussion, to be with my colleagues. And I do want to congratulate them, Illinois and Hawaii and Oregon. They have tied for second place in the best climate change program in the United States. I want to congratulate them for that. But on a serious note, my colleagues here have done such great work. Kate Brown's work on this redemption program for cars, fantastic idea. David's tree planting, the business development.
So we're going to leave that session there in another part of the conference hall in Glasgow and a focus on the UK for a moment. Now, clearly, a lot of the conversation here, when the focus of today's conference is resilience and adaptation, a lot of it is focusing on small island states who are dealing with very real emergencies right now. But we wanted to also look about the UK as well and see what the impact of climate change could be here. And our West of England correspondent, Dan Whitehead, is on the Isles of Scilly, an area of the UK which could become uninhabitable if action isn't taken to tackle climate change. So, Dan, explain a bit more about what's been found about the Isles of Scilly.
Yeah, well, the authorities here on the Isles of Scilly, we're on St Mary's here, the main island on the Isles of Scilly, say that the network of islands are one of the most at-risk places to climate change in the UK, and that is primarily because they're very low-lying. You've got a population of around 2,000 spread across 5 inhabited islands, but there are actually 140 islands making up the Isles of Scilly, around 30 miles off the coast of Cornwall. And a big study last year found that it used to be just one landmass less than 1,000 years ago. Now, of course, that isn't man-made climate change over the last 1,000 years, but what's happening is they're seeing increasing storm patterns, which is increasing the risk of coastal flooding. In fact, back in 2014, I think we've got some pictures of some of the floods that took place during a really bad storm here on the Isles of Scilly. In fact, you can see the waves crashing over the town of the Hewtown, which is behind me where I am now, completely engulfing it at some points. The height of those waves, really something pretty spectacular. But what that is causing is twofold. It's causing land erosion, and we've been here over the last week speaking to farmers who've been impacted. They're seeing their land eroded, but also big concerns about infrastructure here on the island. So in Porthelic, which is a couple of bays further up here on St Mary's, the lake, the freshwater lake, which is the main supply of the water for St Mary's here, is just metres away from the beach at Porthelic, and that is causing concern that if overtops, then it could contaminate their water supply here on the island. So they are spending millions of pounds on bolstering defences, sea defences, right across the islands here. In fact, this week they've had people carrying out surveys to increase those sea defences by around a metre, not just there in Porthelic, but elsewhere across the islands. Farmers as well being impacted, and it's not just through land erosion, but also they had the hottest May a couple of years ago, and that ruined crops for some farmers. We were speaking to a company that makes essential oils and their own gin, and they've simply not been able to harvest the essential oils and herbs which they needed this year. And finally, worth mentioning the impact on marine life. We've been speaking to the Isles of Scilly Wildlife Trust, who say they're seeing a real impact on marine life. So this is a real haven for the grey Atlantic seal. And what they're seeing is that storms are getting earlier. So rather in November, they're happening in September and October, which is during pupping season. So seal pups back in 2017, nearly 100% of them were washed off the beach and they died. They lost a lot of seal pups because they weren't ready to be taken in by their mothers into the sea. And they've seen huge declines as well in certain bird life. So there's a real concern. What's been happening here on the Isles of Scilly today is that the authorities have been holding a COP26 climate change virtual summit discussing what they can do to tackle the issue. And they've also published their big climate change action plan for public consultation. That's going to go on until December. They do have some pretty lofty ambitions in that plan. They want to be zero carbon by 2030, increase the use of things like solar power and electric cars. But as well as the mitigation, it's adaptation. The big money is going into sea defences, and they're putting in new barriers, new granite barriers as well as concrete ones, sea defences at strategic points right across the Isles of Scilly to protect the infrastructure, to protect the homes and to protect the businesses.
Dan Whitehead, thanks very much indeed. So a little bit of a snapshot of how parts of the UK could be affected in future by climate change. But let's go back to that session that we were bringing you a short time ago. It's United States governors speaking about climate action and a net zero future.
and it is really vaulting our state ahead. It includes becoming the first Midwest state to target 100% carbon-free energy by 2045, phasing out private coal by 2030, and all coal and natural gas by 2045. Doubling our investments in renewable energy and providing long-term stable financing, making it clear that we're open for business in the state of Illinois for climate friendliness. Striving to become the best state in the nation to drive an electric vehicle, offering rebates like the other states, particularly Governor Brown talking about her rebates. We offer a $4,000 electric vehicle rebate and up to an 80% rebate for the build out of charging stations to ensure that we have widespread availability. We've been incentivizing. We created a bill and passed it only 10 days ago, but it is one of the best incentivizing EV producers, battery manufacturers, and charging companies to build facilities and to create jobs in the state of Illinois. We have companies like Rivian and Lion Electric in our state, and we have lots of tier 1 and tier 2 automotive suppliers to the EV industry, and we invite more. Supporting Illinois' valuable clean energy producing nuclear fleet. I see somebody in the audience promoting it, and this is important.
Your eyesight hasn't gone wrong. That's obviously something problem with the feed there to that session. So apologies for that. So we're going to take you to a different session where hopefully the picture is a little bit clearer. And this is the Alliance of Small Island States holding a news conference. So let's listen in.
Sometimes are not going in the right direction. So I do think, but that's now as somebody outside of government, just thinking that countries should not be afraid of being transparent, because we need to be credible. Your previous colleague was talking about Carbon Club. We can't have any healthy trade relation if we don't know what is happening in countries. And so, in a way, my take is, in particular because that G20 countries, in particular the emerging countries that are very unhappy because of the not taking enough. I think about, of course, the big emitters in the G20 on the developing countries side that doesn't want or would not like to have the same format of delivery on their emission reduction. But in reality, their interest, and we just supported the publication of the very good Italian Institute on the G20 damage that will be brought by climate change in their economy. So really, frankly, I think it's really negotiating in a way turf. It's exactly the office politics, but transmitted to negotiation. Countries have an evident interest to be transparent because that will draw investment, that will draw healthy trade relation, which will, if not, we may enter into trade conflict and wars just because of the distrust of every country. But we need transparency on finance as well. I agree with that.
Thank you very much. Minister, is there anything you would like to add, or should we move on to the next question? Okay. Are there any other questions in the audience? I see two hands there, maybe to the lady first in the third row, and then the lady behind her.
Thank you very much. My name is Amanda Battersby from Upstream. A question to both or either of the ladies on the panel, please. Much has been made about the NDCs that have been announced either last week or in the run-up to COP. But do you realistically think they have a chance of delivering what the ministers have promised? Thank you.
Minister?
So the thing with the NDCs is that right now what we're seeing is it's leading up towards 2.7 degrees Celsius, and that's something that it's not acceptable for us small island developing states. It's a matter of survival for us. We cannot live under 2.7 degrees Celsius. And it's not about only increasing ambition. It's about transparency. It's about accountability. It's about making things happen. And I am hopeful, and I think that we can do it. However, we need to see action.
And building on that, I will not be that pessimistic on the ones who have arrived very, very late. Just because if I take the example of South Africa, the NDC of South Africa, which is pretty ambitious, is a result of a long process of deliberation and discussion with many, many stakeholders, and of course, chaired by the president. So it is an engagement of a country. So what is missing is the one who have not put updated and improved, not updated, improved NDCs. That's a problem of Australia and others that are telling nice things about the net zero by 2050, which I'm happy with, but don't say what they will do in the next 10 years. That's why we need next year to close that gap of the ones who have not delivered.
Thank you very much. There was a question behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey Garrick with Le Monde newspaper. It's a question for both. Are you confident that we will have a recognition of the need of a specific financial mechanism for loss and damage in the cover decision? And how do you react of EU being reluctant to support such a mechanism?
Thank you, Audrey. Would you like to start?
We must have a decision on loss and damages. We must. We really must. For us, it's necessary. I am sure you've all seen the news this past year, and it's evident that assistance is needed. For us in the Caribbean, we have weather events happening, extreme weather events happening every year. They have been stronger, more. Our hurricane season this year was unprecedented, and we're the most indebted region in the country right now and the second least financed. So we must have this mechanism operative, we must have it functional, and we must have rules and a clear and precise mechanism for this finance to reach the countries that need it the most.
I think we should remind the EU, and I will be happy to do that with my colleagues or previous colleagues, that EU has signed up in the G20 that we can have new financial mechanism, in particular with the mobilization of the reallocation of special drawing rights, exactly for, not only for loss and damage and the problem of affected countries and communities, of course, as well for health issues and the transition. But now I think of course, I can understand, positioning about negotiation. But one, we cannot just have processes for loss and damages. That's over. That time is over. And second, we have recognized the G20 that we need financial mechanism for that, and that the countries that is affected, it's not because that's the less developed countries that cannot access to this mechanism. So let's do it. Let's having now the flow of the SDR. Let's open that window for countries that really are suffering and link that. That's why I was saying we have to open the windows and the doors of this COP and the process, because the solutions are not only in there, they are on the broad range of financial institutions.
Thank you very much. There is a question in the very back, if we could go to that, and unfortunately we have to wrap up in 3 minutes, so.
Thank you. My name is Sibi. I'm a journalist from India. Either of you could answer. Would you consider the COP to be a failure if this decision on loss and damage doesn't come in the end? And if you would consider it that way, what kind of action?
So we're going to leave that session there, but do stay with us here on Sky News Climate Live. We've got so much coming up for you after this short break.
Hello, it is week 2 of the COP26 climate summit as negotiations continue in an attempt to halt global warming. You are watching a dedicated channel live here in the very heart of the conference. This is Sky News Climate Live. Hello, you are watching Sky News Climate Live at COP26. Today's top stories. Stop falling short. President Obama says there's a long way to go on tackling climate change, and world leaders must put their own politics aside.
We also need China and India leading on this issue. We need Russia leading on this issue, just as we need Indonesia and South Africa and Brazil leading on this issue. We can't afford anybody on the sidelines.
The race is on. The COP president says pledges must be delivered on as the summit goes into its second week. The UK government pledges £290 million to support countries dealing with the impact of climate change. And we're in the Isles of Scilly, where the land could become uninhabitable without urgent action.
The majority of the population lives here in Hewtown, but it's also one of the most vulnerable parts of the Isles.
Very good afternoon. Now the pressure is on here in Glasgow with less than a week to go until these negotiations wrap up. And the COP president, Alok Sharma, has insisted that pledges are delivered to meet the goal of halting global warming at 1.5 degrees. There is a real buzz in the room today. That is with the arrival of the former US President, Barack Obama, who has been holding an event to encourage protection of the small island nations being affected by climate change. Well, it's all a day for looking into adaptation, loss and damage here at COP26. And we're going to be here bringing you all of the latest news, debate and special guests and analysis from not only today, but right the way through the week. Well, let's take a listen to the former president who was speaking a short time ago.
Most nations have failed to be as ambitious as they need to be. The escalation, the ratcheting up of ambition that we anticipated in Paris 6 years ago has not been uniformly realized. I have to confess, it was particularly discouraging to see the leaders of two of the world's largest emitters, China and Russia, decline to even attend the proceedings. And their national plans so far reflect what appears to be a dangerous lack of urgency, a willingness to maintain the status quo on the part of those governments. And that's a shame. We need advanced economies like the US and Europe leading on this issue. But you know the facts. We also need China and India leading on this issue. We need Russia leading on this issue, just as we need Indonesia and South Africa and Brazil leading on this issue. We can't afford anybody on the sidelines. I recognize we're living in a moment when international cooperation has waned. A moment of greater geopolitical tension and stress, in part because of the pandemic, in part because of the rise of nationalism and tribal impulses around the world. And yes, in part because of a lack of leadership on America's part for 4 years on a host of multilateral issues. I understand that it's harder to get international cooperation. There are more global tensions. But there is one thing that should transcend our day-to-day politics and normal geopolitics, and that is climate change. It's not just that we can't afford to go backward. We can't afford to stay where we are. The world has to step up, and it has to step up now. So how is that going to happen? How do we close the gap between what's necessary for our survival and what seems politically possible right now? I confess, I don't have all the answers. As I'm sure is true for all of you out there, those of you who are steeped in this work, who are far more expert than me, there are times where I feel discouraged. There are times where the future seems somewhat bleak. There are times where I am doubtful that humanity can get its act together before it's too late. And images of dystopia start creeping into my dreams. And yet, whenever I feel such despondency, I remind myself that cynicism is the recourse of cowards. We can't afford hopelessness. Instead, we are going to have to muster the will and the passion and the activism of citizens pushing governments, companies, and everyone else to meet this challenge. That's what allowed the U.S. to do its part over the last few years to meet our climate goals, even when we didn't have much leadership on it. It wasn't just elected officials or CEOs doing the right thing. It was ordinary Americans making their voices heard, making it clear we need to solve this problem regardless of the obstacles. People who organized and educated others in their communities, people who put pressure on businesses and governments to do better, people who turn their passion into votes. That's the kind of commitment we're going to need going forward. Because let's face it, this is not just about raw numbers. This is not just about science. This is about politics. It's about culture. It's about morality. It's about the human dynamic. How do we work together to get a big thing done? And it's about participation and power. Thinking back on my own experience as president, I would have had the power to do even more to fight climate change during my time in office if I'd had a stable congressional majority that was willing and eager to take action. And for the bulk of my presidency, I didn't have that majority. Gaining such majorities require an engaged citizenry willing to do what it takes to reward politicians who take this problem seriously and send out of office those who don't. I am convinced that President Biden's Build Back Better bill will be historic and a huge plus for U.S. action on climate change. But keep in mind, Joe Biden wanted to do even more. He's constrained by the absence of a robust majority that's needed to make that happen. Both of us have been constrained in large part by the fact that one of our two major parties has decided not only to sit on the sidelines, but express active hostility toward climate science and make climate change a partisan issue.
Well, joining me now in the studio is Patrick Verkooyen, Chief Executive at the Global Centre on Adaptation. Patrick, thank you for joining us all about adaptation today. What have you made of what you've heard, and is it enough?
Well, what I heard today, Samantha, is that we're all living inside the eye of the storm of the climate emergency. All regions in the world are being impacted. More floods, more droughts, more storms, more fires. But there's one continent in particular, Africa, which is specifically impacted by the climate crisis. And in fact, Africa didn't create this crisis, it's suffering the brunt of its impacts. There's a profound moral injustice in the global system, which has to be addressed here in Glasgow. What Africa Minister said today, for us, it's adapt or die.
We hear from one of the youth climate activists, Vanessa Nakate from Uganda, and she talks about the fact that Africa as a continent is responsible for 3% of global emissions.
Well, so Africa came here with a plan. They have the largest ever plan on adaptation, Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, AAAP, a $25 billion program for Africa. It's good for the planet, it's good for profit, it's good for the economy. That's exactly what they expect here coming out of Glasgow. Because the reason, Samantha, is this: investing in adaptation, adjusting to climate shocks, is not only the right thing to do, it's the economic smart thing to do. Why? Every dollar, pound, euro invested, say in climate smart agriculture, has a much higher return in terms of dividends. So it's simply smart economics. African nations, though, said, we're willing to prepare to put on the table $6 billion a year, but what we need is $32 billion. So there's a vast investment gap which needs to be addressed here in Glasgow.
And just give us an idea of that money, vast sums of money. What would it be spent on? What would be the first set of priorities?
So it would have to be invested in early warning system, drought-tolerant crops, resilient infrastructure, building our cities differently. It makes economic sense to do so. Africa has the solutions, but it needs the financing now to deliver. Not just the scale of financing, but also the quality of financing. It cannot absorb more loans, it needs grant financing, because otherwise the debt crisis will increase here in Africa, and that's no longer acceptable for these African nations.
We had Finance Day in the middle of last week, and there was a big push about bringing together public and private money and sort of blended finance solutions. Have we come far enough in the financial sort of toolkit to get the money to where it needs to get to?
Money is flowing to adaptation finance. But is it flowing enough? No, it isn't. At the moment, $6 billion a year annually, for example, is flowing to Africa. Well, compared to the needs of $32 billion is absolutely inadequate. So we need not only more financing, it's very important what it is. It should be grant financing from the developed world to developing nations, and these developing nations suffer from inadequate access to that finance. So there is still a whole battle to fight for in the coming days, because realize we have to adjust to this climate crisis, because the implications which we see today is in a world of 1.1 degrees warmer. We're going to 1.5, 2.5, 3 degrees Celsius. Vast parts of the global south will be uninhabitable. It's bad for Africa, but it also has massive implications for Europe itself. Insecurity, climate migration, and what have you. So I think this adaptation agenda cannot be overstated in terms of its importance.
There have been some pledges on the money side of things today, but not very much. It doesn't look like anywhere near enough money.
Well, the good thing is the United Kingdom, as the host of the COP26 presidency, they came forward last week with a significant contribution to Africa. Today, they came forward with a very significant contribution to South Asia. What is now needed is that other developed nations step up and deliver on their promises in 2015 in Paris. What have they said? We developed nations will deliver $100 billion a year, of which half would go to adaptation. We're far off still. So I think there's all to play for in the coming days when we build up pressure. We see the build-up of pressure to developed nations to come forward with more significant announcements.
Do you think there will be more significant announcement? Because we've had Finance Day, today's Adaptation Day. What's going to spur it?
So what I see evolving is this sort of build-up of positive momentum where new commitments are being put on the table every single day, whether it's on methane, whether it's on forests, whether it's on the mitigation side of things. Today, adaptation finance was front and center. We've listened to Denmark, to Sweden, to the Netherlands. They're coming forward, and what they said is, we will put public resources to use. What we now need is the private sector to come coming. And that's exactly this sort of new agenda, which I think is very promising because, again, it makes economic sense to invest in adaptation. More jobs, more security, better water security. So I think this is all the agenda to play for in the coming few days, in the coming few months afterwards.
Yeah, we've been hearing from some of the heads of the development banks, and it looks like the new model for financing is that the development banks will go in first, perhaps, and absorb a lot of the risk, and then in doing so will attract private investment off the back of that. Is that what you see as the solution, and how long will that take to come in?
I think it's vital that the MDBs, the multilateral development banks, step up climate finance. We heard earlier today that Akin Adesina, president of the African Development Bank, said, well, we will double climate finance, and not only double climate finance, we will even double the adaptation component of climate finance. These are the sort of commitments we need, because at the end of the day, this is a people's agenda. Money has to flow to the front lines of where people live. Whether it's smallholder farmers, whether it's informal settlements in urban slums, that's exactly what is needed, and it needed at speed and scale.
All right, well, we'll see what happens, won't we, over the next few days. Patrick Verkooyen, thank you very much for joining us here on Sky News. Now, the second week of COP26 has begun, and countries are being urged to put loss and damage at the center of those negotiations. The former US President Barack Obama has told the summit that small island nations are the canaries in the coal mine of climate change, and that big emitters must do more to help them. Well, earlier, my colleague Anna Jones spoke to climate justice activist Vanessa Nakate and Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon about their thoughts on the progress of this COP.
I want leaders to acknowledge that loss and damage is here with us now. Communities from countries like mine in the global south, they're already on the front lines of the climate crisis. There are things that we can no longer adapt to. We cannot adapt to extinction. We cannot adapt to starvation. We cannot adapt to our lost cultures or our lost traditions or our lost identities. So right now, I want the leaders to show us the money to put a separate fund for loss and damage, because we are facing the worst of the climate crisis right now.
How confident are you that that money will come? $100 billion was promised years ago. It was due to be delivered in 2020 last year, and it's still not there. Are you confident there will be the commitments that you want?
I'm not confident because, like you say, the $100 billion that was promised by the leaders, including President Obama, has not yet been delivered. It has been delayed to 2023, which is unfair to communities that are on the front lines of the climate crisis. And the most ironic and tragic thing is that these communities didn't cause the climate crisis. They are not responsible for the rising greenhouse gas emissions. So it's really disappointing to see that the deliverance, the implementation of the $100 billion has not yet been delivered. More and more broken promises, more and more delays. And what does this lead to? Loss and damage for our communities.
And you've spoken passionately on this subject, both inside the conference and out on the streets as well. So do you feel that you're being listened to?
I don't know. But I hope that I'm being listened to. And I know that President Obama is at the COP. And we as young activists, especially from the Global South, we have been asking him, where is the money that was promised in 2009? I think I was just 13 years old, but now I am 24, and we haven't seen the deliverance of that money, while our communities continue to perish and suffer because of the climate crisis. So we want the presidents, we want the leaders from the global north to show us the money for loss and damage.
So do you think Barack Obama could make a difference on that?
Well, it depends. If he is to give us a response, we held an action in the COP this morning. We've put out tweets. So if he gives us a response on the already promised climate finance, then we will tell whether he can make a difference.
Nicola Sturgeon, welcome to you. How do you feel about this $100 billion promised so many years ago, still not delivered? How crucial is that money if this summit is going to be a success?
It's shameful that 12 years on it hasn't been delivered in full, and the money's really important, but it's also become a fundamental issue of trust between the Global South and the Global North, and it's a key test of success of this COP summit to get to that $100 billion a year, not by 2023, but now, because it was meant to be delivered last year in 2020. But even if that total is delivered, there's no commitment at all to dedicate any of that money to loss and damage. Yes, it's important to mitigate the climate change, it's important to adapt to climate change, but countries like Vanessa's are feeling the impacts right now. They're suffering the loss and damage right now, and in many cases that's loss of life, it's loss of livelihood, it's not abstract, it's real. Scotland has this week become the first developed country in the world to commit resources to loss and damage. Now, Scotland's a small country, so it's a relatively small sum of money in global terms, £1 million, but it's intended also to send a message to other developed countries that we caused climate change. We're responsible for the impact that countries like Vanessa's are experiencing right now. So this is not an act of charity, it's an obligation and a responsibility of reparation that we owe, and I hope other rich developed countries step up and recognise that obligation.
And I'm sure all money that's contributed is very welcome. But what about trust in leaders meeting promises? I know that Scotland isn't officially party to the UN Climate Convention, but the Scottish Government did voluntarily submit some NDCs, didn't it? Some nationally determined contribution targets, as all the parties are required to do under the Paris Agreement, which is laudable, but Scotland hasn't met those targets, has it?
We set ourselves legally binding annual targets so that we can measure progress along the way to our 75% reduction target by 2030, net zero by 2045. Because they are annual targets, which most countries don't do, yes, there'll be some years where we fall short, but let's put it in context. Hopefully by now we would have reduced our emissions by 55%. We've fallen a bit short of that, but we've reduced our emissions by 51.5%. So we've decarbonised faster than any G20 country, and in Scotland we're already halfway to net zero. We've got much, much more to do, and the bar of world leadership is too low. It's too easy to be a world leader, but Scotland is leading by example.
But do you understand the frustration then of activists like Vanessa who come here and they hear politicians making promises and they don't meet them?
Well, I would argue Scotland is delivering on its commitments, but we've got to go much further and much faster. It's not an accident that I'm standing here next to Vanessa. I've made a commitment, and actually it's a bigger commitment on Vanessa's part, for us to catch up during COP so that I can listen to the voice of Vanessa and the many people across the Global South that she represents, because it's right that she challenges people like me to go further, and that people like me listen and recognise the massive responsibility that we have. I'm not standing here saying Scotland is doing everything we should be doing or as much as we need to do, but I think we are doing more than most. We've got to challenge ourselves to go further, and we've got to do as much as we can to challenge others to go further too.
Vanessa, what do you make of the progress that's been made at COP so far? We're 1 week in. Do you feel that things are going in the right direction?
We are getting commitments, we are getting targets, but I just want to make one thing clear. Commitments do not reduce emissions. Targets do not stop suffering. Net zero promises do not stop erasure of our histories or our traditions. What will stop the suffering of the people on the front lines, what will reduce emissions from rising, will be real action. So until I see real action, until we activists see real action come out of these commitments, that is when we will believe that we are moving forward. Because we have seen in the past COPs, there have been commitments, there have been targets, but the emissions have continued to rise. So commitments won't reduce emissions. Real action will reduce emissions.
So when you hear about the agreements on reducing methane emissions, on reducing coal production, on protecting forests, are you encouraged, or do you think they're meaningless until you see action? What's your take? Do you think that that it shows willingness and commitment?
I will be encouraged by real action, because for so long leaders have been promising, leaders have been speaking, governments have been putting net zeros for their countries, for their communities. But what will convince me is real action. what will convince me is seeing that reducing emissions, not empty promises, but then empty actions.
Joining me now in the studio is Jim Hall, Professor of Climate and Environmental Risk at Oxford University. Good to see you, Jim. What have you made of what you've heard today? Are the ambitions going far enough for adaptation?
Yeah, so today's Adaptation Day, and we've heard a lot about how much finance should be going into adaptation, how much assistance should be coming from rich countries. The question I'm asking is, well, what should that actually be used for? We need the finance for sure, but adaptation's not easy. There are many different aspects to it. There's floods, droughts, wildfires, heat waves, agricultural impacts, impacts on infrastructure. And so actually putting together the programs and the projects, building the capacity around that to actually deliver an adaptation, we have a long way to go.
From what you're describing, I mean, it's obviously dependent on where you are geographically, what those challenges are. But are there easy wins with adaptation? Are there things that actually are relatively, I know we're still talking about hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars of money. Are there things that are relatively easy to put in place that we're just already not doing?
Yeah. There's, in particular, the things which don't actually cost you that much up front are things like land zoning, regulations, which are really crucial to stop the build-up in vulnerability. People know about building in floodplains, and they know that if flood risk is going to get worse, then we should be avoiding doing that. But also think about buildings. In this country, there isn't yet a standard to avoid overheating in buildings, so you can build a house which is just not fit for the future temperatures it's going to face. So those kind of quite straightforward regulatory instruments, and not costing much, but they make a big difference.
You sort of made reference to it there. What did you make of the heat and building strategy, which was long awaited from the government?
Yeah, great to see it out. I sat on the Committee on Climate Change for 10 years, and we were pushing on this question around heat in buildings for many years. So at least we're seeing some movement now. So I'm very pleased to see that happening.
And you've worked in projects and looking at adaptations that are necessary for the UK. Just talk us through the sort of work that's been going on.
So in the UK, if we think about climate risk and adaptation, floods are top of the list, both inland, surface water flooding in cities, so from intense rainfall, we saw that in London over the summer, and also the effects of sea level rise and flooding on the coast. But there are also impacts on water scarcity, particularly in the southeast of the country, where there's very high demand and there's relatively less rainfall. We're worried about heat waves, and in particular the effect that might have on vulnerable people in care homes and hospitals. And we're very worried about the impacts on the natural environment, on biodiversity, that these are ecosystems which are already under a lot of pressure. The areas available for them has really been squeezed, and yet they need space if they're going to adapt to a changing climate.
We heard a few times mentioned in some of the sessions today talk about Article 6, and of course a lot of controversy about carbon markets and their ability to, effectively to use a market solution to solve environmental problems. What do you think about that? Are we wasting our time talking about carbon markets? Do we just need to forget about it?
No, we should be looking at ways of using economic incentives and mobilizing finance which is needed to support nature, and is needed to also to invest in the amount of nature restoration, afforestation that's going to be needed. So I think that's needed, but it's not the whole story. That what matters is also what exactly happens on the ground. So if we're talking about restoration, exactly how it's done, where it's done, how it's tuned to particular places is really important. And then how it's monitored, so that we can actually see that restoration is achieving what it was set out to do.
There are countries which are really, you know, it's as the Barbadian Prime Minister herself said, it is code red for a lot of countries. Are there places where it's just too late?
So quite a lot of my work relates to small island states. We've been doing a project in Jamaica under the auspices of the Coalition for Climate Resilient Investments. And that is looking at where are the vulnerabilities in the infrastructure networks in Jamaica. So where are they going to get hit worst, hardest, first? And then that provides the basis for prioritization, for thinking about a more resilient island. And it is possible to think about resilient nations in Jamaica, in this country as well, around the world. But we've got to look ahead and think in a really kind of purposeful way. What does resilience look like? And then what's the sequence of steps, the pathway we need to go down in order to get there? Yes, I mean, we can point to the most vulnerable places, the really low-lying small islands.
Like the Maldives, for example.
Yeah, and I mean, the issue is that adapting to sea level rise in those places is going to, technically it's just very difficult, and you end up with places which are completely different to where they are at the moment. So there are places on Earth where sea level rise will really threaten the communities that live there.
So is it too late for places like that?
Well, unfortunately, with sea level rise, the thing is that the sea level rise is, in some senses, locked in. Sea level responds really pretty slowly to the heat in the atmosphere. It takes a long time for the ocean to expand when it heats up, for ice caps to melt. And so the sea level rise we're seeing now, and sea level rise is getting faster. It was 2 millimeters a year in the 1990s. It's 4 millimeters a year now, and it's getting faster. And that, unfortunately, is pretty much locked in for a large part of this century. What really matters is that we get to net zero in the middle of this century, so that sea level rise is not still going up at the end of the century for future generations to have to cope with.
Now, you're somebody who has been at the forefront of the academic side of environmental science. What's your gut feeling about this conference? Is there enough momentum here to actually make change?
Yeah, and I'm often asked that. Instinctively, I think I am an optimist. I hesitate to say that in the context of climate change, because we are facing unparalleled challenges. This is a challenge the likes of which humanity has never faced before, and we're really struggling. And yet I am prepared to see things which I'm positive about at this conference. And I think we have to be prepared to be a bit positive about not only the commitments, but some of the action we're seeing, not only at this conference, but also we could look at the way in which the renewable energy is so cheap now, the way in which the automotive sector is basically tooling up for electric vehicles. So things are moving in a big way, and I think we have to support those positive things whilst being realistic about the challenges that we face.
All right, Jim, really good to talk to you. Thank you for coming to see us here. I'm going to take you now to another room here in the Hydro building, and it's an event for the fashion industry on that race to zero, and much talk there about eliminating waste. Let's see what's going on.
Where we as human society exist in harmony with nature. And in that context, knowing our industry, knowing how large it is, with a turnover of trillions of dollars, millions of people employed, with supply chains that are intertwined and very complex, and with 1,000 different methods being used to generate and produce fashion, and with fashion being used by basically everybody on this planet, I dare to say, almost, it's very clear that fashion has a role to play, and we cannot ignore fashion, and fashion cannot ignore its own role here. Our strategy is to bring together change makers of all kinds to create consensus and spark action. We need everybody, large and small, to play their parts. That means enabling manufacturers and brands to make change. It means aligning on goals and on targets across the global supply chain. And it also means involving stakeholders outside our sectors, governments to help them enable and implement policies that will help us to decarbonize the industry, and consumers to drive demand. We knew this 3 years ago. Today, 3 years and a pandemic later, our world have changed in ways that we never thought was possible. Yes, we have all seen the disaster and horror movies, I believe, Contagion, Virus, the Crippen virus, the Flare virus, and we're running out of ideas for movies, and my favorite here, the mad zombie disease. And for some reason, when you make movies about pandemics, you also toss in a few zombies there. But when the real thing actually hit us, COVID-19, when it started to run over the world, closing down society all over, the zombies were actually replaced by Zoom calls. The gun-touting people were replaced by medical masks. And the only shots anybody really cares about are the ones that you take twice. But here is the point. The pandemic was not unpredictable. In the last 15 years, we have had at least 3 instances of almost pandemics: the swine flu, the bird flu, and the Zika virus. And the World Health Organization told us over and over again, it's not a question of if, but when this is going to happen. You need to be prepared, and we were not prepared. Now translate this to climate change. If COVID-19 is like a small dinghy, a boat that is shooting over the surface of the oceans between countries and affecting everything, climate change is a supertanker. It's huge, it's almost immovable. But for the last 100 years, we have been fueling and pushing this supertanker forward towards the brink of disaster. And this is where we are today. But our science now is very, very clear. With 99.8% certainty, we know that the cause of climate change are us, we, the humans, our society, our way of living and manufacturing and wasting things. We know with equal certainty what is going to happen with our ecosystem if we don't stop this. We know that the ecosystem that are sustaining our production system, our food system, our health, our global ecology are going to collapse fairly quickly. And we also know that if we want to avoid this, and if we want to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement, to keep temperature increase as close as possible to 1.5 degrees, ideally far below 2 degrees, then we need to cut our emission by half in the next 9 years. It's not even 2 decades, 9 years, 2030, half emissions. And by the mid of this century, we need to achieve a net zero carbon neutral world. And this is why we have felt in the last years in the Charter that even it was a great thing to launch the Charter at COP24, and we started out with a number of principles that we all thought were quite reasonable, we have realized that it is not enough any longer. We need to make it stronger, more concrete, more ambitious. So for that reason, UNFCCC, together with all the signatories, with the steering committee and other partners, have had a conversation for the last several months where we have been looking at how can we make this charter better? How can we make this charter really align with what we know that we need to achieve? And that is what we're launching today, this new iteration, this new incarnation of the charter. And I want to mention just a few things. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just a few things that I think are worth to highlight here. Central to this new iteration of the Charter is a call for companies to set science-based targets or to halve their emissions by 2030 with a pledge to achieve net zero emissions no later than 2050. This is an update on the previous pledge, which said 30% reduction by 2030. Further commitments in the updated Charter include sourcing 100% of electricity from renewable sources by 2030, sourcing of environmentally friendly raw materials, and phasing out coal from the supply chains also by 2030. And recognizing that most brands have most of their climate footprint not at home, but in the supply chains. The Charter is also asking all signatories to create engagement incentive mechanisms for their suppliers to also take science-based targets by 2025. Now, does this sound easy to anybody here? I don't think it sounds easy. I think it's tantamount to getting that supertanker to make a U-turn with skid marks on top of that. And I would be lying if I said that all signatories think that this is going to be an easy journey. On the contrary, there have been a lot of discussion, how are we going to do this? I mean, we know where we're going to go, but how are we going to do this? And those of you who know me knows that I like to talk about moon landings. So I'm going to talk about moon landings now a little bit. So in 1962, when John F. Kennedy was making his famous speech about we're going to put a man on the moon, they didn't know how to do that. They just knew that they wanted to do that. Some ways they needed to do that. And I'm going to paraphrase his speech, small part of it, where he said, we choose to go to the moon. So actually, not the moon. We choose to bring the fashion industry into climate neutrality and to do these other things that are needed, not because it is easy, but because they are hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept and unwilling to postpone. So let me again repeat, science is clear. We have to do this. We do not have a choice. There is nothing like business as usual. Yes, we think, there is, but if you look what's happened over our planet over the last 10, 20, 30, 50 years, there's nothing left of what was when you and I, when we were kids. It's completely different now. It's going to be completely different in a few short years from now. The United Nations was created after 2 world wars with explicit purpose to avoid future conflict, destruction, and suffering after 2 horrible world wars. And yet, that is where we are heading right now. And the United Nations is not, as many people believe, the organization of governments. Yes, the governments represent us, but the UN Charter doesn't start with the words, we, the governments. It starts with the words, we, the peoples. So when we are coming together in an initiative such as the Fashion Charter, we are constituting the United Nations. We are giving the life, we are doing what it was set up to do. Our fathers, our mothers, our grandfathers and grandmothers create the United Nations to give us a better life. Right now, on the streets, our kids are out demonstrating, calling for us to take action, to be ambitious in what we are doing. And of course, this is a call we cannot ignore. We cannot be the generations that failed, so we have to do that. So let's not be that generation.
Well, we're going to come out of that session now, which is all about the fashion industry and their impact on the environment and what can be done to reduce those impacts in that race towards net zero. We'll take you back to it a little later, but in the meantime, from heat waves and storms to floods and droughts, in the last year we have seen extreme weather rage all across the world. And while it's still not possible to say whether all of these events are linked to climate change, there is increasing evidence that they have become more frequent and more intense as the planet warms up. Well, joining me now is Kirsty McCabe. She's Sky weather presenter and a member of the Royal Meteorological Society. Kirsty, really good to see you here in Glasgow. Makes a bit of a change, doesn't it, from down in London? Talk us through the extreme weather that we've seen here in the UK.
I mean, in the UK, we've seen such extremes. I think for some people in the south of the country, we felt it wasn't a good summer. But up in Scotland, in fact, in southwest Scotland, they had almost drought conditions. They had such a dry, hot summer just been. We've seen temperatures in the UK reach much higher values. Northern Ireland set temperature records this year. Other parts of the UK were exceptionally hot. It may not have been as long and hot a summer as some we've had in recent years, but it was still signs that we are warming. And there have been studies now saying that we are likely to hit 40 Celsius in the UK within the next few years, something that we would never have expected to happen. It is almost unbelievable.
That is a heat wave and a half, isn't it?
Oh yes, you can't imagine temperatures like that here. And we are not set up for it. The infrastructure isn't set up for it.
Which brings me on to the next question, which is today is all about adaptation. What has already been taking place in terms of being able to cope with these different weather patterns around the country?
Well, we're a little bit behind the curve when it comes to adaptation. We've got to very quickly catch up. We knew, or scientists at least knew, 20, 30 years ago and warned of what was happening, and only now, and it's great that we're doing it now, but we've got a lot of ground to make up. So in terms of adaptation, we're having to improve flood defences much more rapidly, and when it comes to heat waves, we need buildings that can cope with the heat and the cold, because we will still have colder interludes now and again. Transport's going to be an issue in terms of rails buckling in the heat or in terms of flooding. So there's so many areas that are being looked at, but it's almost like trying to spin plates right now. We've got so many areas of concern.
Yeah, and I suppose getting ready for 40-degree heat, that's going to be quite a challenge, isn't it? And what about, I mean, those are the big infrastructure projects. What about on more of a micro level in terms of what, individuals can do with their houses, what small farm owners can do as well?
I think on an individual level, we can all do something. Although we need the big parties, we need the governments and we need the companies to step up and really make a mark. At home, you can just do simple things like switching off a light switch. Really small things at home can actually all help and make a difference. And what I found here is I've been speaking to people within Glasgow, and a lot of them maybe aren't that fussed about climate change and don't see it affecting them. And when you chat to them and explain it, they do agree, yeah, weather has changed, actually, now you come to mention it. And then we do all think, well, actually, maybe I can do something. And it is going to be, some of the little things will all add up and hopefully have an effect. So managing businesses better, managing, if you are on a small farm, just taking a look at how you can maybe work in a better way that not only maybe saves money, hopefully, but also is better for the planet. It's just taking all the advice on board. And there's been lots of events here trying to encourage that to happen. And I think there's been a huge response. I think there's been a lot of promises made over the last week or so.
But what you need, though, in order to get individual households to make decisions that impact the way they live, that cost them money, is to have very clear government policy. Do you think it's been clear?
It's not been as clear as it could be. It's definitely heading in the right way. And I think in the UK, compared to some other countries, we are doing quite well. We have all pretty much got on board with the climate message. Now we agree climate change is happening, we agree it's getting warmer, and we agree it's a lot more unsettled, I think, in the UK in terms of, yes, it might be warmer, which on the one hand doesn't sound too bad, but that comes with extreme storms and flooding, and also the health risks of heat waves. We know that's not good. So I think we're all getting on board with the climate message. And yes, if we did have clear directives from the government, that probably would help with many things.
The other thing that helps, and we were hearing a bit about it from Nadine Zahawi, the new Education Secretary of State, is about improving climate education in schools.
Absolutely, and that's one of the key things. As well as working at Sky, I also work for the Royal Meteorological Society, and we're passionate about climate education. I've been producing little videos here from COP for the general public, but I've got a colleague who's the head of education, Dr. Sylvia Knight, and she's been producing videos that schools can use in the morning to explain to the children what's happening at COP and some of the themes and things behind it. But it's not just focused on schools. We want climate education to go all the way through life, because no matter what job you have in the future, it is going to be a part of it. We're all going to have much greener jobs, and so educating everybody, especially including government and politicians, we need to be aware, and it's such an important thing, and I'm really passionate about it, and I think I'm lucky because I've got the meteorology and the weather presenting side of it, so I can help communicate the climate risks. So I'm hopefully able to take that message and spread it and keep the climate education going. And if you want to see what we've been up to, of course, there's the RMETS, the Royal Meteorological Society website and YouTube channel, just to keep the message going about climate change. And just the more you know about it, the more you can help with it.
All right, Kirsty, really good to talk to you here in Glasgow. Thank you very much for coming to look us up. Now, coming up on Sky News Climate Live, we're going to bring you plenty more coverage of what is happening here on day 1, week 2 of COP26 here in Glasgow. Welcome back. Now, earlier today, the COP26 President Alok Sharma said the countries must deliver on commitments that have been made in the past week. Let's have a listen.
There needs to be a sense of urgency in all our negotiations. The science is clear, we have no time to lose, and I will ensure that negotiations proceed in a timely manner, whilst, of course, ensuring transparency and inclusivity. Last week, countries made commitments which will all help to protect our planet, but they must be delivered on and accounted for. Today, on Adaptation and Loss and Damage Day, the spotlight will be on those nations and communities which are most vulnerable to climate change, those whose voices are too often left unheard. And we know that even if we stopped polluting our world tomorrow, there will be negative consequences for many millions. And that is why issues such as adaptation are so important. Now, I'm pleased to see progress on these topics today and particularly welcome the commitments to the Adaptation Fund, which will be made in the next few hours, including from the UK, to support vulnerable communities to respond to climate change. Developed countries and development banks recognise they need to increase levels of finance for adaptation, and I hope we will be able to capture this renewed commitment in the COP26 negotiated outcome. Those of you who have followed this process will know that loss and damage has historically been seen as a polarizing issue. But I'm encouraged that the mood music has changed somewhat, and there is now a practical recognition that action is needed on this topic in the face of growing impacts. The conclusion of discussions within the subsidiary bodies on the Santiago network is a testament to that, and paves the way for greater resources to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. Climate vulnerable communities are particularly at the forefront of my mind and will be so throughout these negotiations. They, and the generations to come, will not forgive us if we fail to deliver in Glasgow.
Well, we're going to take you to another session that's taking place now, happening in the atrium here in Glasgow. It's an event called Building a Climate Resilient Future, and we can take you there now.
In school, they have the high school bus. Then we now have to go hitchhike no more, because we have bus going to Dangriga village, city, community, or village. So that is an improvement for us.
It's a real opportunity that we make inclusive climate adaptation and economic development a reality and not just words. This is vitally important for a small nation such as Belize. Hence, it is our responsibility that we ensure that we continue to boost our resilience to climate change.
So, Orgo, you're the money man. So some of those adaptations were kind of relatively cheap, inexpensive, straightforward, and some were, like Rotterdam, hugely expensive and complex. And the public sector, whether it's the governments or the public communities, can't afford to build a climate resilient future alone. So how do we mobilize private finance to drive adaptation?
Sure, thanks, Ian. I think before I go to private sector, I want to emphasize that the video we saw is looking at adaptation of the road. But what's important is to recognize it's just not the asset that we are trying to protect. It's more the services that the asset will help create. So by protecting the road in this case, it might allow the children to go to the school, or the families to access the healthcare, or the agricultural producer to reach the market. Now, if we think from that perspective, then of course it becomes very critical to involve the private sector and also mobilize resources from the private sector. But for doing that, I think the critical thing is to improve the enabling environment, which will facilitate the private sector to come in and put in additional resources. And I think from my perspective, 3 things is required to improve the enabling environment. Number 1 is to make available risk information to everybody. So a private sector knows what is at risk, where is the risk, how much the risk costs. and accordingly they can decide where to invest and where not to invest. So in this case, for example, if you're involving a public-private partnership in a road project, if the private sector knows how much maintenance cost will increase because of every year there will be increased rainfall, then they could factor that in their contract itself. Similarly, we looked at the video showed about these technology of slope protection, which could be a new kind of opportunity for the private sector to come in and explore a new kind of market for new technology. So I think understanding of risk is the first most important point. Second is also building on what Emma and Anand talked about, co-creating the vision of outcome. So what would investing in resilience look like for the private sector? How will it help my business plan? How will it help my ESR ratings? I think it's important to co-create the vision of outcomes. And third, but not the least, is to improve the policy and incentive mechanisms for the private sector to come in. So for example, there could be need at times we need to provide concessional resources, specifically when talking about small and medium enterprises or micro enterprises, which is a lot in most developing countries, equally looking at some tax benefits sometimes perhaps, or other kind of blended finance mechanisms. So for me, understanding risk, improving the policy and incentives, and co-creating the vision for the outcome is absolutely critical to mobilize resources from the private sector.
We're going to hear that word co-creation quite a lot, quite rightly. And it's interesting you were really talking there about both systemic risk, but systemic opportunities on the flip side of that, and we'll definitely pick that up again. But for the moment, we're going to go on our final stop, and we're going to go off to Nepal, to the highest mountains in the world, and crucially, a place where, for what you do when you can't plan for adaptation. So here we go, let's hear Nepal.
This video presents Nepal's efforts and successes in implementing adaptation actions to cope with the impacts of climate change.
Well, it is week 2 of the COP26 climate summit as negotiations continue in an attempt to halt global warming. You are watching a dedicated channel live here in the heart of the conference. This is Sky News Climate Live. You're watching Sky News Climate Live here at COP26. Today's top stories. Stop falling short. President Obama says there is a long way to go on tackling climate change, and world leaders must put their own politics aside.
We also need China and India leading on this issue. We need Russia leading on this issue, just as we need Indonesia and South Africa and Brazil leading on this issue. We can't afford anybody on the sidelines.
The race is on. The COP president says pledges must be delivered as the summit goes into its second week. The UK government pledges £290 million to support countries dealing with the impact of climate change. Very good afternoon to you. Now the pressure is on here in Glasgow with less than a week to go until these negotiations wrap up. And the COP26 president, Alok Sharma, has insisted that pledges are delivered to meet the goal of halting global warming at 1.5 degrees. There's a real buzz in the room. That's with the arrival of the former US President Barack Obama, who has been holding an event to encourage protection of the small island nations that are being affected by climate change. Well, it's all for a day looking into adaptation, loss and damage here at COP26. And we'll be here bringing you all of the latest developments, debate and special guests and analysis from not only today, but right the way through the week. So let's take a listen to the former president who was speaking earlier this afternoon.
Most nations have failed to be as ambitious as they need to be. The escalation, the ratcheting up of ambition that we anticipated in Paris 6 years ago has not been uniformly realized. I have to confess, it was particularly discouraging to see the leaders of two of the world's largest emitters, China and Russia, decline to even attend the proceedings. And their national plans so far reflect what appears to be a dangerous lack of urgency, a willingness to maintain the status quo on the part of those governments. And that's a shame. We need advanced economies like the US and Europe leading on this issue. But you know the facts. We also need China and India leading on this issue. We need Russia leading on this issue, just as we need Indonesia and South Africa and Brazil leading on this issue. We can't afford anybody on the sidelines. I recognize we're living in a moment when international cooperation has waned. A moment of greater geopolitical tension and stress, in part because of the pandemic, in part because of the rise of nationalism and tribal impulses around the world. And yes, in part because of a lack of leadership on America's part for 4 years on a host of multilateral issues. I understand that it's harder to get international cooperation. There are more global tensions. But there is one thing that should transcend our day-to-day politics and normal geopolitics, and that is climate change. It's not just that we can't afford to go backward, we can't afford to stay where we are. The world has to step up, and it has to step up now. So how is that going to happen? How do we close the gap between what's necessary for our survival and what seems politically possible right now? I confess, I don't have all the answers. As I'm sure is true for all of you out there, those of you who are steeped in this work, who are far more expert than me, there are times where I feel discouraged. There are times where the future seems somewhat bleak. There are times where I am doubtful that humanity can get its act together before it's too late. And images of dystopia start creeping into my dreams. And yet, whenever I feel such despondency, I remind myself that cynicism is the recourse of cowards. We can't afford hopelessness. Instead, we are going to have to muster the will and the passion and the activism of citizens pushing governments, companies, and everyone else to meet this challenge. That's what allowed the U.S. to do its part over the last few years to meet our climate goals, even when we didn't have much leadership on it. It wasn't just elected officials or CEOs doing the right thing. It was ordinary Americans making their voices heard, making it clear we need to solve this problem regardless of the obstacles. People who organized and educated others in their communities, people who put pressure on businesses and governments to do better, people who turn their passion into votes. That's the kind of commitment we're going to need going forward. Because let's face it, this is not just about raw numbers. This is not just about science. This is about politics. It's about culture. It's about morality. It's about the human dynamic. How do we work together to get a big thing done? And it's about participation and power. Thinking back on my own experience as president, I would have had the power to do even more to fight climate change during my time in office if I'd had a stable congressional majority that was willing and eager to take action. And for the bulk of my presidency, I didn't have that majority. Gaining such majorities require an engaged citizenry willing to do what it takes to reward politicians who take this problem seriously and send out of office those who don't. I am convinced that President Biden's Build Back Better bill will be historic and a huge plus for U.S. action on climate change. But keep in mind, Joe Biden wanted to do even more. He's constrained by the absence of a robust majority that's needed to make that happen. Both of us have been constrained in large part by the fact that one of our two major parties has decided not only to sit on the sidelines, but express active hostility toward climate science and make climate change a partisan issue.
Well, of course, adaptation is one of the big focuses of today, with ministers and leaders looking at how they can help developing countries become more resilient to our changing climate. So what does adaptation look like? Well, here to explain more is Mikko Olekainen, head of the Adaptation Fund. Good to see you this afternoon, Mikko. This day is all about adaptation. Do you feel that within the overall conference, within the focus of world leaders, that adaptation is being taken seriously enough?
I do think so, and thank you for having me here. I've been following these conferences for more than 10 years now, and I've never seen such a focus on adaptation, and it's long overdue. As we see from the reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the impacts of climate change around the world are increasing, and that increases the need for adaptation. So it's very important that the UK COP presidency has put such a lot of effort and focus on the topic of adaptation.
So you're satisfied with the fact that it is front and centre of people's minds. Tell us a bit more about the Adaptation Fund. You've got a lot of different projects going on as part of that.
That's right. Well, we've been working for about 14 years now with developing countries. We were one of the first funds internationally to fund adaptation to climate change, way before it became popular. And it is a very important topic for developing countries. We have been funding about 120 projects around the world, a total portfolio of almost $900 million. And we really see the need of developing countries in different sectors to get support to adapt to the impacts of climate resilience.
Interesting. I hear that you're saying it's all over the world, but do you have a particular focus? Where do you think needs the most urgent support? Is it Africa? Is it island nations?
The most vulnerable countries probably have the least capacity to adapt to the impacts of climate change. But let's say all developing countries are vulnerable. The needs for adaptation finance are several times more than the available finance worldwide. So I would not single out any country or group of countries, but adaptation is very different in different parts of the world, and it requires really a diverse set of approaches that we apply.
And the funding that goes into those projects, where does it come from originally?
In fact, the Adaptation Fund was originally set up to be funded by an international tax, which was something very innovative, tax on the climate mitigation projects. Now, unfortunately, in 2011, the global carbon market crashed, and since that we've relied on other sources, and that's been basically contributions, voluntary contributions by developed country governments. We have about 20 developing countries. Just 2 new governments announced their support today, and we are increasing the amount of work that we do on the ground.
How long do you think it's sustainable to rely on voluntary contributions?
I would say it's definitely not sustainable, and that has been shown by some of the independent evaluations of the Adaptation Fund. We've been doing great work. That's what the independent evaluators say. The problem is that we don't have a sustainable source of funding to support developing countries in doing that, and that's one of the main challenges.
And just in terms of making it real for our viewers, where you have had a big project, talk us through what you've done and what the impact of it has been.
Adaptation is really, really diverse, so it depends on whether we are talking about coastlines that are being submerged by rising sea levels, agriculture that's suffering from droughts or floods, or cities.
One that you're particularly proud of?
I'm particularly proud of our first project, which is in Senegal, and it's one of the projects where the Senegalese government took a lot of ownership in developing a project that focuses on the coastline not far from Dakar. It addresses agriculture, tourism, and other livelihoods, and it was based on a strong partnership with local communities, including women's groups, which is very important in adaptation. And that project was able to protect some of the shoreline and develop models that can be replicated and have been replicated by other funders, which is how it should be. We test new approaches to adapt to climate change, and then we can mobilize the larger resources to do that.
And it's a question I'm asking pretty much everybody I'm talking to about your gut feeling about how successful this conference has been.
Well, it's too early to say. I've seen COPs that looked very good in the beginning and turned out not so good in the end, and vice versa. I'm of course hopeful. I'm eternally an optimist, and I think that the signs that we see that the UK government has been taking these things very seriously and is doing the right things under these difficult circumstances of the pandemic that we are still going through. So I have my hopes high up for this conference.
All right, well, really interesting to talk to you. Thank you very much for coming to see us here at Sky News. Now, the Isles of Scilly have been picked out by climate scientists as part of the UK, which could become uninhabitable if action isn't taken to tackle climate change. Well, we can speak now to Dan Whitehead, who's in the Isles of Scilly for us. Tell us more, Dan.
Yeah, the council here on the Isles of Scilly says it is one of the most at-risk places in the UK when it comes to climate change. And that primarily is because it is a network of very low-lying islands. 5 inhabited islands here. We're on the main one, St Mary's, but it is made up of 140 islands around 28 miles off the coast of Cornwall. What's been happening today here on the Isles is a major COP26 climate change summit, because the council has published its climate change action plan for public consultation, essentially seeking the opinions of the 2,000 people, the 2,000 residents here on the Isles of Scilly, of what they think they should do to adapt and mitigate the problems of climate change on this island community. As I said, the biggest issue is because they are low-lying, but there are some real threats and immediate threats that climate change is causing here on the Isles of Scilly. One of the big problems is the fear of contamination of the water supply here. So we were filming at Porthhellick, just further up the island here, where the freshwater lake, the only lake which provides the water source here for the Isles of Scilly, is just metres away from the sea. And they're spending millions of pounds. They've been doing survey work this week to increase the height of the sea defences there. in terms of the adaptation to prevent the sea overtopping and contaminating that water source. We've been speaking to farmers on St Agnes, one of the smaller populated islands, a population of just 80 there. And it's not just coastal flooding and erosion that's concerning them. The farmers there are worried about the changes in seasons and temperatures. They had an extremely hot summer, and it's ruined some of their crops for the essential oils and even gin, which they make there. So it's making life difficult for them. There's also a wildlife impact as well. The Isles of Scilly Wildlife Trust saying they're really starting to see an impact on some of their work when it comes to climate change. Seal pups. There's a lot of grey Atlantic seals on some of the more remote islands here. And in 2017, after a storm, what they're noticing is the storms are getting earlier. So rather than November, they're happening at the end of September, October. And back in 2017, there was a really ferocious storm that washed nearly 100% of the seal pups during pupping season off the beach too soon. They weren't ready to be taken out by their mothers to start to learn swimming, and they all died. So that's one issue which they're seeing, as well as a decline in certain bird populations. You can really sort of see where we are in Hughtown here. If we look back at some images from storms which took place in 2014, Valentine's Day then, there was a huge storm, and you can see from the images huge waves and actually a storm crashing over the whole of Hughtown, which is the main town here on the Isles of Scilly, just 130 metres wide, and it's essentially built on a sandbar. And as you can see behind me, during high tides, the water comes right up to the houses, the buildings and the properties. So coastal flooding, ongoing erosion and changes in weather patterns are really causing a concern. So what the Isles of Scilly is doing and what it is suggesting in its big climate change action plan, which it has published today, it wants to be carbon zero by 2030. It wants to see adaptations like more electric cars, solar panels and so forth. But it is, that's its mitigation, but its adaptation really is the millions of pounds which it is spending on sea defences. In these crucial areas, it is building up the defences where there are homes, where there's infrastructure, roads, water supply, because they know, and they have said, that if they don't take action in 20, 30 or 100 years, they may start to see some of the islands become uninhabitable. And in the words of the councillor, they may have to evacuate some islands if they don't start to take action.
Certainly looks beautiful behind you this evening. Dan, thank you. Now, the second week of COP26 has begun. Countries are being urged to put loss and damage at the centre of those negotiations. The former US President Barack Obama has told the summit that small island nations are the canaries in the coal mine of climate change and that the big emitters must do more to help them. Well, earlier, my colleague Anna Jones spoke to the climate justice activist Vanessa Nakate and Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon about their thoughts on the progress so far of this COP.
I want leaders to acknowledge that loss and damage is here with us now. Communities from countries like mine in the global south, they're already on the front lines of the climate crisis. There are things that we can no longer adapt to. We cannot adapt to extinction. We cannot adapt to starvation. We cannot adapt to our lost cultures or our lost traditions or our lost identities. So right now, I want the leaders to show us the money to put a separate fund for loss and damage, because we are facing the worst of the climate crisis right now.
How confident are you that that money will come? $100 billion was promised years ago. It was due to be delivered in 2020 last year, and it's still not there. Are you confident there will be the commitments that you want?
I'm not confident because, like you say, the $100 billion that was promised by the leaders, including President Obama, has not yet been delivered. It has been delayed to 2023, which is unfair to communities that are on the front lines of the climate crisis. And the most ironic and tragic thing is that these communities didn't cause the climate crisis. They are not responsible for the rising greenhouse gas emissions. So it's really disappointing to see that the deliverance, the implementation of the $100 billion has not yet been delivered. More and more broken promises, more and more delays. And what does this lead to? Loss and damage for our communities.
And you've spoken passionately on this subject, both inside the conference and out on the streets as well. So do you feel that you're being listened to?
I don't know. But I hope that I'm being listened to. And I know that President Obama is at the COP. And we as young activists, especially from the Global South, we have been asking him, where is the money that was promised in 2009? I think I was just 13 years old, but now I am 24, and we haven't seen the deliverance of that money, while our communities continue to perish and suffer because of the climate crisis. So we want the presidents, we want the leaders from the global north to show us the money for loss and damage.
So do you think Barack Obama could make a difference on that?
Well, it depends. If he is to give us a response, we held an action in the COP this morning. We've put out tweets. So if he gives us a response on the already promised climate finance, then we will tell whether he can make a difference.
Nicola Sturgeon, welcome to you. How do you feel about this $100 billion promised so many years ago, still not delivered? How crucial is that money if this summit is going to be a success?
It's shameful that 12 years on it hasn't been delivered in full, and the money's really important, but it's also become a fundamental issue of trust between the Global South and the Global North, and it's a key test of success of this COP summit to get to that $100 billion a year, not by 2023, but now, because it was meant to be delivered last year in 2020. But even if that total is delivered, there's no commitment at all to dedicate any of that money to loss and damage. Yes, it's important to mitigate the climate change, it's important to adapt to climate change, but countries like Vanessa's are feeling the impacts right now. They're suffering the loss and damage right now. And in many cases, that's loss of life, it's loss of livelihood. It's not abstract, it's real. Scotland has this week become the first developed country in the world to commit resources to loss and damage. Now, Scotland's a small country, so it's a relatively small sum of money in global terms, £1 million. But it's intended also to send a message to other developed countries that we caused climate change. We're responsible for the impact that countries like Vanessa's are experiencing right now. So this is not an act of charity, it's an obligation and a responsibility of reparation that we owe, and I hope other rich developed countries step up and recognise that obligation.
And I'm sure all money that's contributed is very welcome. But what about trust in leaders meeting promises? I know that Scotland isn't officially party to the UN Climate Convention, but the Scottish Government did voluntarily submit some NDCs, didn't it? Some nationally determined contribution targets, as all the parties are required to do under the Paris Agreement, which is laudable, but Scotland hasn't met those targets, has it?
We set ourselves legally binding annual targets so that we can measure progress along the way to our 75% reduction target by 2030, net zero by 2045. Because they are annual targets, which most countries don't do, yes, there'll be some years where we fall short, but let's put it in context. We were, hopefully by now, we would have reduced our emissions by 55%. We've fallen a bit short of that, but we've reduced our emissions by 51.5%. So we've decarbonised faster than any G20 country, and in Scotland we're already halfway to net zero. We've got much, much more to do, and the bar of world leadership is too low. It's too easy to be a world leader, but Scotland is leading by example.
But do you understand the frustration then of activists like Vanessa who come here and they hear politicians making promises and they don't meet them?
Well, I would argue Scotland is delivering on its commitments, but we've got to go much further and much faster. It's not an accident that I'm standing here next to Vanessa. I've made a commitment, and actually it's a bigger commitment on Vanessa's part, for us to catch up during COP so that I can listen to the voice of Vanessa and the many people across the Global South that she represents, because it's right that she challenges people like me to go further, and that people like me listen and recognise the massive responsibility that we have. I'm not standing here saying Scotland is doing everything we should be doing or as much as we need to do, but I think we are doing more than most. We've got to challenge ourselves to go further, and we've got to do as much as we can to challenge others to go further too.
Vanessa, what do you make of the progress that's been made at COP so far? We're 1 week in. Do you feel that things are going in the right direction?
We are getting commitments, we are getting targets, but I just want to make one thing clear. Commitments do not reduce emissions. Targets do not stop suffering. Net zero promises do not stop erasure of our histories or our traditions. What will stop the suffering of the people on the front lines, what will reduce emissions from rising will be real action. So until I see real action, until we activists see real action come out of these commitments, that is when we will believe that we are moving forward. Because we have seen in the past COPs, there have been commitments, there have been targets, but the emissions have continued to rise. So commitments won't reduce emissions. Real action will reduce emissions.
So when you hear about the agreements on reducing methane emissions, on reducing coal production, on protecting forests, are you encouraged, or do you think they're meaningless until you see action? What's your take? Do you think that that it shows willingness and commitment?
I will be encouraged by real action, because for so long, leaders have been promising, leaders have been speaking, governments have been putting net zeros for their countries, for their communities. But what will convince me is real action. What will convince me is seeing that reducing emissions, not empty promises, but then empty actions.
Coming up on Sky News Climate Live, we're going to be bringing you plenty more coverage and analysis to everything that we've been hearing today and indeed from the start of this conference last week. So do stay with us. Well, it has been a very busy start to the second week of COP26 here in Glasgow, inside the SEC. Let's take a look at some of the key developments of the summit so far. Well, on Monday, India, the world's third largest emitter, put a date on reaching net zero 2070, and Prime Minister Modi promised that his country, very significantly, would get half of its energy from renewable sources by the end of this decade. Tuesday then saw more than 100 countries representing 85% of the world's forests signed up to end deforestation by 2030. More than 100 nations also promised methane emission cuts by at least 30% by the end of the decade. Well, then Wednesday, that was the big money day, and financial institutions announced $130 trillion in assets would be available to invest in that push to net zero. Then on Friday, more than 40 countries committed to phase out coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel around. Well, the biggest coal-dependent countries, some of which, including the US, Australia and China, didn't sign up to that pledge. And 45 countries pledged to shift to sustainable farming methods. That was during Nature Day on Saturday. Well, here to analyse the summit so far is Michael Jacobs, Professorial Research Fellow at the Sheffield Political Economy Research Institute at the University of Sheffield. Michael, good to see you. I know that you've been following all the ins and outs, the twists and turns of what's been taking place here at COP26. The newspaper coverage at the weekend wasn't all that favourable about what's been achieved. What do you think?
I think it was inevitable that the weekend newspapers would be looking for things that they could pick holes in. As you said, there were all these announcements during last week. It was a rather cleverly choreographed week by the British hosts of the COP, the Presidency, getting these individual announcements about different issues, forests, methane, energy, finance, as you've said. And by the weekend, people were looking to see if they were really quite as good as the British and others were claiming.
We're a cynical bunch, aren't we, the journalists?
And that's your job. And it did prove that some of them were not quite as good as might have been thought. So, for example, as you said, the coal announcement, phasing out coal, there were a few countries that don't actually have any coal. And there were the biggest coal users, as you said, China, the US, Australia, which didn't join it. A lot of people were very suspicious of some of these business announcements, a massive amount of money apparently going towards green technologies, and in the announcements made by Mark Carney on the Wednesday. And it turned out that actually only some of that money was going to green things, and many of the banks and pension funds that were saying they were going green were in fact continuing to fund fossil fuels. So, as always, the day after the budget is always the day when we really find out what's happened. And it's unsurprising, I think, that the day after these announcements, a few holes have been found in them. But I think many people were still, broadly speaking, encouraged by what was said last week.
Yeah, you have to get under the bonnet, don't you, once you've got all these announcements. Now, with the Paris summit, it was really a very last minute, a midnight hour almost, wasn't it, movement there to get that aim of the 1.5 degree limit. And that was really pushed onto the agenda and fought for by a lot of the island nations. I'm just wondering whether we might get something like that again.
I think it's very likely. This is a very unusual international meeting, the COP, because decisions are made by consensus, which means that every country has to agree. And there are very large numbers of very poor countries, and many of them are climate vulnerable. And the island states are the most vulnerable. Some of them won't exist if sea levels rise, as the scientists predict. They are so low-lying that climate change represents to them an existential threat. And so at these important COPs, in effect, they have a kind of veto. In Paris, these small island states said, we simply will not sign an agreement unless you, the big countries, the rich countries, the emitters, commit to holding global warming to 1.5 degrees if possible. And, for example, to acknowledging that there is loss and damage that they are experiencing now, not sometime in the future, which has to be recognised. And I think they will insist on this again. And they have that power in these kinds of gatherings in a way they don't in most international multilateral processes.
There was one bit of analysis that I read that I thought was very interesting. It was talking about really the important, almost behind-the-scenes influence of Saudi Arabia with all of this. There's talk about there being more fossil fuel delegates here than for any other country's team of negotiators. How influential is a country like Saudi Arabia, of course, you know, one of the world's biggest suppliers of oil?
Saudi Arabia is very influential. It is very powerful in one of the blocks here. The negotiation is all done in blocks of countries, and Saudi Arabia always plays a very prominent role. By and large, it has to be said, to slow down the progress on acting on climate change. It's always seen itself as threatened by action on climate change because it is a big oil producer. More recently, it's said some better things. It's also got a net zero pledge, but in the negotiations, it still acts to slow things down. And whereas last week, all the leaders seem to be saying the same thing, we're all terribly concerned and we're all acting, in this week, when the negotiations get going, you see the difference between the small island states who want stronger action and countries like Saudi Arabia, which want less. This lovely figure that was produced today by one of the non-governmental organisations here, noting that the oil and gas sector, not the countries, the oil and gas sector has more lobbyists at the COP than any country has in its own delegation.
Yeah, what can we read into that, do you think?
You can read that they're worried. The fossil fuel sector are the baddies in climate change. There's no two ways about it. It's fossil fuels that have largely caused the problem of climate change, and the producers and the companies want to carry on producing oil and gas for as long as they can. And so they are lobbying here to weaken things. They make good statements about wanting to go net zero themselves, and some of them may be serious, but they don't want to see faster action. And so it isn't, I'm afraid, surprising that they have such big lobbying delegations here. They're not, of course, in the actual negotiations. Only countries and the EU can negotiate. But this conference, as you've seen, is much more than just a negotiation. There are thousands and thousands of people here who are selling their wares, networking, presenting their point of view. And the oil and gas sector is still a very powerful force in that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they're appearing before Congress, aren't they, to talk about the amount of money that they've been spending on spreading false messaging through social media. So
well, we know that they are the tobacco companies of our time. The tobacco companies, as we know, knew that tobacco caused cancer very early on.
It was the playbook of misinformation, wasn't it, in the 50s and 60s?
And repressed it, and also caused confusion. A lot of what's happened in the last few years isn't so much outright denial as sowing confusion about what is actually the cause of climate change. And we know that a lot of money, not all of it above board, has gone into the climate denial world from the oil companies. So people are very suspicious of their behaviour. But what's interesting is that there are so many other voices which are exposing that, which are arguing against it. You know, we had this amazing TED talk in which the chief executive of Shell was on a panel with one of the young climate activists, and she asked him a direct question: will you stop the case which Shell is taking against the Netherlands calling out the energy companies as the cause of climate change? And he said no, and she ripped off a mic and walked out, which of course has had hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube. And there is a counterweight now to the oil and gas companies. They don't get their own way.
The other thing I'm interested to get your perspective on is we had former President Obama today making several addresses, and when he talks, people listen, don't they? And I'm just wondering whether actually, when hearing from him about the United States, talking about how the 4 years under his successor were an absolute disaster, but whether we're hearing more and more compelling language and call to arms, in a way, from former President Obama than we are from current President Joe Biden.
As you had before with former Vice President Al Gore, who became a great voice for climate activism after he left office. It's obviously easier for an ex-president or ex-vice president than when you're serving. The fact is that under Joe Biden, the US is trying to do much more than it has ever done before, including, I have to say, under Obama. We hope that because he has not quite control of Congress, but at least in theory he could get a majority through the Senate, which Obama never could, that he will get his legislation through Congress. We will see the money flowing. But any president of the US is hampered by Congress. Everything has to go through them. So it is difficult for US presidents. It was for Obama. It will be for Biden. But to be perfectly honest, the rest of the world says we've got our difficulties too. This isn't easy in any country. We've all got our politics, we've all got our parliaments, and basically they expect the US to act. And to be honest, they expect the US to act even more than Biden has said he will act. The US is the laggard. Amongst the big countries, the US hasn't done nearly enough over the last 20 years, not nearly as much as the EU, which of course is itself not doing enough. So people don't give American presidents or even vice presidents that much leeway here.
No, well, we'll see what materialises over the rest of the week. And I've been saying that we've been following all of the twists and turns here. I'm just wondering if there's anything you think that the media is in danger of missing that could actually be quite pivotal what might take place here over the next few days?
Yes, actually, because this is been called Adaptation Day and loss and damage, we're going to have a much stronger push by those small islands that you mentioned and the most vulnerable countries to ensure that much more of the money goes towards adaptation. It can be sometimes difficult for people to understand what's meant by that, but basically a lot of the attention in the UK is about reducing our emissions, and that is obviously going to prevent climate change, if it's done enough, in the future. But many countries are suffering really severe impacts from climate change today. And they have to adapt to that. They've got to build seawall defences and flood defences. They've got to have drought-resistant crops if they're experiencing more droughts, and so on. And not enough of the money that has so far gone from the richer countries of the world to the poorer ones has gone for adaptation. And that's what they're demanding. They're saying, the most vulnerable, saying we want half of the money to go towards adaptation. It's currently 20 to 25%. So that's going to be a big demand, and they're saying some of it has to go towards loss and damage. Even if they can adapt, they are still suffering huge damage. And that money, they want a kind of compensation. If you look at who's caused climate change, it is the richest countries of the world, and it's what's made us rich. The reason we are rich countries is we burned carbon for 200 years, and yet it's the poorest countries of the world which suffer the most. And they say, not unreasonably, we need to be compensated for that. There needs to be some finance which flows to us from the rich world to the poorer countries because we have suffered this loss and this damage.
All right, Michael, really good to get your analysis here on Sky News. Thank you very much indeed. Don't go away. Coming up here on Sky News Climate Live, we're going to be bringing you the final stages of the sessions taking place here today on the first day of the second week here in Glasgow, the SEC COP26. Stay with us. Welcome back. Well, today's conference saw a bold call coming from the former US President Barack Obama for the big carbon emitters to take a lead on climate change. Well, that call was echoed again by the COP26 President Alok Sharma, who said that countries must deliver on the commitments that they made in the past week.
There needs to be a sense of urgency in all our negotiations. The science is clear, we have no time to lose, and I will ensure that negotiations proceed in a timely manner, whilst, of course, ensuring transparency and inclusivity. Last week, countries made commitments which will all help to protect our planet, but they must be delivered on and accounted for. Today, on Adaptation and Loss and Damage Day, the spotlight will be on those nations and communities which are most vulnerable to climate change, those whose voices are too often left unheard. And we know that even if we stopped polluting our world tomorrow, there will be negative consequences for many millions. And that is why issues such as adaptation are so important. Now, I'm pleased to see progress on these topics today and particularly welcome the commitments to the Adaptation Fund, which will be made in the next few hours, including from the UK, to support vulnerable communities to respond to climate change. Developed countries and development banks recognise they need to increase levels of finance for adaptation, and I hope we will be able to capture this renewed commitment in the COP26 negotiated outcome. Those of you who have followed this process will know that loss and damage has historically been seen as a polarising issue. But I'm encouraged that the mood music has changed somewhat, and there is now a practical recognition that action is needed on this topic in the face of growing impacts. The conclusion of discussions within the subsidiary bodies on the Santiago network is a testament to that and paves the way for greater resources to avert, minimise and address loss and damage. Climate vulnerable communities are particularly at the forefront of my mind and will be so throughout these negotiations. They, and the generations to come, will not forgive us if we fail to deliver in Glasgow.
Meanwhile, the UN estimates that methane gas has accounted for 30% of global warming since the Industrial Revolution. The oil and gas industry are well known to be big and unregulated emitters of methane, with the cattle industry too often criticised. But another key emitter of the potent gas is our own rubbish. Well, Mark Stone reports from Texas, where they're trying new ways to capture the methane from the mountains of refuse that we all produce.
We all contribute to landfill, but up close there is something overwhelming about a place like this. And in consumer-obsessed America, the scale is quite something. So too, the lack of effective recycling. Just look at the plastic and the cardboard here. Space is cleared for more and more because the average American produces nearly a ton of rubbish every year. That's 3 times as much as the average Briton. We are seemingly unstoppable generators of waste, which is why management is so vital.
So this is the most interesting work I've ever done.
Zachary Peterson manages this vast landfill outside Houston, America's 4th largest city. And he's proud of a process that, despite flaws caused by consumer culture and poor regulation, is, he says, sustainable.
My passion for landfills is I can affect change, and it affects our community, it affects, being a good neighbor, it affects the environment. I'm directly affecting the world my daughter's going to grow up in by doing proper landfilling.
Under this pasture is tons of waste. Among the huge challenges of landfill is methane. Without effective management, methane seeps out of the earth as the waste decomposes. And it is a greenhouse gas that short-term warms our planet faster than any other. In America alone, landfill accounts for nearly 20% of human-caused methane emissions. But here, a solution. We've watched the trucks coming in through the morning, tons and tons of waste, flattened and compacted on top of a plastic shell that already lines the landfill site. Eventually, that shell will be sealed, the waste within it will decompose, and from that, the methane can then be extracted. These stumps are the methane wells dotted across the landscape. They are the heart of the operation and they are the success story.
The example I like to use being, if you imagine a milkshake, you have a straw in the milkshake's your landfill, the straw is the extraction well. You exert the vacuum using your mouth, or in our case, a blower system, and the content is removed at some point.
On the edge of the site, the gas, which would otherwise seep out of the earth, is piped into a refinery, cleaned, and then sold on to power cars and heat homes. This methane capture is a technology used increasingly around the developed world, yet beyond it is literally an ever-growing challenge. And while this may be a success of sorts, the troubling fact is that even here, so much of this will never decompose. Mark Stone, Sky News in Texas.
Well, the first day of the second week is drawing to a close, but we've still got plenty more coverage to bring you here on Sky News Climate Live, so do stay with us. Hello again. Now, the end of coal is in sight. That was the claim from the UK government when it announced a new deal pledging to phase out coal power. The business secretary, Kwasi Kwarteng, called it a milestone moment, but some are sceptical, pointing to China, by far the world's biggest user of coal, that hasn't signed up, and many other countries have yet to set a date for when they will also stop using coal. Well, Sky's Asia correspondent Tom Cheshire asks whether we're capable of kicking coal.
Coal powered us through the Industrial Revolution. Now it's powering us to an environmental catastrophe. So why is it so hard to kick?
The simplest answer is because it's the status quo. Most nations' national grids are built to use it, and many of the world's economies are supported by its production.
The technology does exist to move away from coal. Some countries have managed to stop using it entirely and now rely on the sun, wind, water, nuclear or gas for power.
But huge swathes of the world still use coal. In fact, in 2019, 27% of the world's energy came from it.
And renewable energy can have huge upfront costs and may not be as reliable as the old coal-fired power stations.
The problem is coal is dirty. Mining it, like they are behind me, damages local ecosystems and pollutes air and water. But burning it is even worse.
When it burns, coal produces more CO2 than any other fossil fuel. That, in turn, has a greenhouse effect around the planet and causes it to heat up.
Who's the biggest coal addict of all? China.
At a time when most developed nations are decommissioning their mines and shutting down their coal-fired power stations, China is going in the opposite direction. It is building coal-fired power plants at a rate that outpaces the rest of the world combined. Last year, China brought 38.4 gigawatts of new coal-fired power into operation.
That's more than 3 times what was brought online anywhere else.
In 2019, nearly 58% of its power came from coal.
And China's huge reliance on coal is one of the reasons it emitted 27% of the world's greenhouse gases in 2019. But it isn't just China's problem.
In Australia, coal is mined in every state, and in 1 month in 2021, the government approved plans for 3 new coal mine developments. The UK government is currently deciding whether to open its first deep coal mine in 30 years. And after the Fukushima nuclear disaster of 2011, countries like Germany, who were moving away from coal, decommissioned their nuclear power plants because of safety fears, which means they went straight back to being reliant on coal.
One reason that coal is so hard to kick is that growing economies need a lot of power, and coal is a reliable and affordable way of getting it.
The Chinese government, for example, wants the economy to grow by 6% every year. One of their top concerns about reaching that target is not having enough energy to drive the economy.
And for those in power, coal is a safe bet. A coal-fired power station will deliver reliable, affordable power to your voters without needing to rely on a sunny day or windy seas.
So, for the world to kick its coal habit, it's going to take a massive shift in that status quo.
Well, meanwhile, Australia has said that it will continue to sell coal for decades into the future after refusing to sign up to that deal pledging to phase out fossil fuels at COP26 in Glasgow.
Australia produces just 4% of the world's thermal coal. It's some of the world's highest quality, and that's why we'll continue to have markets for decades into the future. And if they're buying, Hamish, well, we are selling. Demand is increasing, prices are up, and we expect that increase in demand to continue out to around 2030. We don't expect countries will immediately go and close down their coal-fired generation, particularly where they're new, and in fact some are still under construction. And if we aren't filling that market, somebody else will. I'd much rather it be Australia's high-quality product.
Well, our Southeast Asia correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, has all the latest on this now from Sydney.
Well, there's been a lot of pressure on the Australian government coming into COP26. It was just days before the conference kicked off that they finally managed to announce a commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. Then last week, in the first week of the conference, we saw that they failed to sign up to the methane cut pledge. They failed to sign up to the lists of countries and organisations which have pledged to phase out coal power. And today, the Resources Minister has said very clearly in an interview that they will not be closing coal mines and they will not be closing coal-powered fire stations. Now, he was speaking to ABC, the broadcaster here in Australia, and he said that there's still a huge demand for coal around the world. They said that they expected that increasing demand to continue till at least 2030, and in his words, if they want it, we will sell it. And he said that if Australia wasn't selling the coal, which he claims is some of the highest quality in the world, then other countries would step into the breach. He also doubled down, saying that they would meet the commitments that they've made for 2050, but in his words, they wouldn't destroy the economy trying to meet those commitments earlier, and that 300,000 people around the country rely on coal. Now, we've seen a very similar message coming from the coal communities that we've been visiting over the last week, saying that they shouldn't be cutting coal mines now, that people need the money, that it's well-paid jobs, that there's still demand, that if Australia steps back, then someone else will just step into the breach. But the big problem is that even though Australia isn't a big global emitter, it emits around 1.3% of global emissions, it's a massive exporter of coal. It's the second biggest exporter of coal in the world. So in that sense, climate campaigners say it's essentially like a world dealer of the dirtiest fossil fuel in the world. So how is the rest of the world meant to step up and meet emissions if Australia won't step up and cut coal?
Coming up on Sky News Climate Live, we're going to bring you a highlights piece on everything that's happened today. Tomorrow, all about science and innovation. We're going to be hearing from the country's chief scientist, Patrick Vallance, and also